Hello, everybody. Welcome back to election night coverage. 2021, it's election day. We have two governorships up for grabs. Republicans looking to potentially have an upset in Virginia. A lot of people now changing their minds, saying that they're favored. We'll see what happens. New York City has a mayoral election. Ohio has two elections that will be up for grabs as well in terms of the House of Representatives, even though Republicans are expected to win one, Dems are expected to win one safe. And we are going to analyze it all. So make sure to like the stream before we get started. We have a lot of viewers in chat, views going up lately. A lot of people energized for Glenn Youngkin, as well as just Republicans as a whole ahead of 2022. And I think that this, in a way, is indicative of the failure and the downfall of the Biden administration. So face cam will come on in a minute or so. Exit polls, we have preliminary exit polls. Now, take them with a grain of salt, but looks like Youngkin is favored significantly with the data we have so far. But again, that's subject to change, obviously. But what we do know is that the elections are going to go down the wire most likely. And Biden's approval in the state is underwater, and that will likely ring true throughout the whole entire night. So without further ado, we're going to put on the face cam. There we go, as we have the exit poll data that we're waiting for out of CNN. But we do have preliminary exit polling I did want to get to. If you look at this, so far, and again, this does include early vote, this does include mail-in vote, this does include election day vote. Now, it is subject to change, obviously, because we know how the election results report, the exit polls change over time. Definitely that happens. But what we see here is that a majority disapprove of Joe Biden. 56% disapprove, 43% approve. Youngkin has a +8 approval rating, or actually a +9 approval rating. Terry McAuliffe is at -9 in this exit poll. Now, there's also some other data that's iffy, like the abortion question that was asked, and the COVID question a little bit uneasy there. But when it comes to where the energy is behind the voters that are vehemently voting, those voters are likely on the opposition side of the mandates. And what we see here is that I believe in this poll, economy was number one. Things like inflation, definitely the grocery tax is something that a lot of voters are concerned about. Number two was education. And these voters, vehemently, you look at how much say should parents have in what their school teaches. 53% said a lot. Only 3% said not at all, and 10% said not much. So 84% of parents care about what their kids are learning at school. That is important to take into consideration. COVID was only at like 12% in terms of issue importance in this exit poll data. So what we're seeing right here is actually good news. And what you look at this and you see a lot of cope in the comments, it's going to go down the wire either way. I'm not going to jump on this and say that this shows that Youngkin's going to win big. It's going to be close. We know this election was always going to be close ever since Terry McAuliffe just imploded the way that I think a good amount of people expected he would, but not to this extent. And I think that, if anything, I'm going to stick by my predictions from yesterday. Youngkin will likely end up winning by 2 points. I still give him a 65% chance at victory. New Jersey, I think Democrats probably are going to hold on. New Jersey's a little bit more difficult. Republicans spent a lot less resources there. And Glenn Youngkin is a perfect candidate. He's a likable candidate. We're not asking him to be Donald Trump 2.0. We're asking him to ban critical race theory. We're asking him to go out there and oppose this tyrannical medical tyranny that we're seeing. We're asking him to go out there and reverse some of the ridiculous gun control measures that we saw from the Northam administration. And if he does end up winning, that's exactly what his priority is. And the House of Delegates will likely come with him narrowly to the Republican column if he does end up winning at the end of the day. So this is where we're at right now. We're waiting on the exit poll data out of the state of Virginia from CNN that will have a breakdown. That's going to update throughout the night as well. That's probably going to come in at about, I don't know, like 7, I guess you would say, around 7, which is in 10 minutes, 7 on the East Coast. It's currently 5:50 here in Texas. But as we monitor the results coming in, we're about 9 minutes away from getting our first ever results. I would like to say that it is important to keep in mind the fact that when the results do come in, when the results do pour in, Democrats are expected to have a lead because a lot of the votes that they're going to be reporting first are mail-in ballots. And I'm glad that they're reporting them first, but it could end up having a blue mirage effect depending on the rate that they do come in. So do keep all of this information in mind ahead of time. We have 2,500 viewers live in chat, and we are waiting for... Okay, some people say that there is a lag. I don't hope that there's not a bad lag here. I hope that there's not. I don't know. Maybe it is. Okay, we'll see. But I hope that there's not. Hope that there's not a lag. I don't know why people say that there is. But either way, we're ready to go. We're ready to go either way. Some people say put it up to. Some people say put it. Okay, so I don't know. There's issues with the. I guess how much of the what's it called the HD definition is. So I guess people just have to turn it up or turn it down, whatever. But either way, we're ready to go. We have super chats on the way. The notorious JDC says, as a native of New York City who has suffered the past 8 years under de Blasio, I'm hoping he can shock the world. Well, hate to break it to you. We'll have to see. But I think Citarelli has a better chance in Jersey. Also, here's to a Youngkin win in Virginia. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we're going to have to watch and as the results pour in. There's definitely a lot to get to tonight. There's another super chat that's not showing up quite yet, but I want to get to that as well. I'm going to have to get it from the YouTube studio, so we'll do that, and we'll go from there. But either way, I encourage people to like the stream and subscribe as we move on this night. We're going to have David Carlson. I don't know when he'll be joining us. He's from Virginia. He's on the ground there. So he definitely has probably a better insight of the ground energy than I have. But what I can see from the ground energy is the fact that there is a ridiculous amount of energy in favor of Glenn Youngkin. He's holding Trump-style rallies in Northern Virginia and getting tens of thousands of people. Now, crowd size does not equate to size of victory. It doesn't. I really wish it would, but it doesn't. But McAuliffe is just so awful. And the only reason why people are going to vote for him is if they're just straight ticket Democrat voters. And that can only go so far. And we'll see what happens, because independents and true independents are the ones heavily breaking for Youngkin. You have things like the grocery tax, banning CRT. Those are the top issues in Virginia. And Youngkin is somebody who had the perfect messaging on those issues to build the coalition necessary. So this one's going down the wire in an otherwise blue state. Okay, we have a few more super chats. EA17 says, let's go Brandon. Stephen Knizik says, anyone willing to stay up to watch Virginia in the 4 a.m.? I don't know what's going to happen at 4 a.m., but we have a little bit of Red Bull here, and we're going to utilize that to our advantage. I'm not going to bed until I feel like everything is necessary. Felt like we quit a little bit too early in the 2016 election, but not 2016, 2020. My bad. Very different election than 2016. But yeah, I know what you meant. Notorious JDC when you were referencing Silwa or Sliwa. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But Mike M says, I appreciate your reporting. I hope you continue to do this in the future. Thanks. Absolutely. We are going to continue doing this in the future. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop at all. The video maker 2341 says, New Yorker here voted for Curtis Sliwa today. Most of my family members who voted for Biden in 2020 also voted for Curtis, but hoping Youngkin wins. We'll see what happens. Kyle F says, voted for Glenn Youngkin. Okay, I see what you're saying. And Sliwa today. I don't live in Virginia or New York City. I get that. It's a funny joke there. Funny joke. We don't condone, I have to say for YouTube purposes, we don't condone illegal activities. We'll put it like that, but I get it. Omarachu says, would a victory in Virginia going red help other states like California go for a Republican governor? Apples and oranges. Clearly, California is not going to be an indicator for Virginia, and every state is different. These are statewide races. I mean, some of them get nationalized. When they get nationalized, Republicans are not going to do so well. But I think Trump was involved the right amount in this election. I don't think that he got too involved. I don't think that he stayed out of it necessarily either. He did enough to energize his side, but at the same time, the Youngkin equals Trump attack lines really are not going to stick. They're really just not going to stick whatsoever, and that really shows. So Weston MJ14 says, we need a momentum builder tonight. Let's go, Red Eagle. So true, we do need a momentum builder because momentum is what's going to build the foundation for 2022. If you want a red wave to come, you're going to have Youngkin win. It doesn't really matter if Youngkin is a perfect candidate or not. I mean, he's pretty solid for Virginia. And he didn't run from cultural issues. He didn't run from them at all. And that's also important to keep in mind as this goes on. But yeah, absolutely. We're waiting for David Carlson will be joining us in the near future. I'll say he'll be joining us as the polls close in about 4 minutes. The polls will be closing. They'll be closing in about 4 minutes. So let's see. MH says, when do you think we'll know the results? Soon. If you're talking about when we're going to know the final result tally, it's going to be a while. It's absolutely going to be a while before we know the final tally. But we do know that the results will be pouring in as soon as the polls close, and we'll be going from there. Kyle Beckman says, I heard that some voters in Virginia were turned away for not wearing masks. There were some anecdotes of that. There was a lawsuit, and that was set into effect at about 4 o'clock. I'm hoping everybody that was turned away, even though there were just a few people, ended up voting. I don't know if it's going to influence the end of the results, but we'll have to see what happens. Matt Gagnon says, Youngkin will win, quit coping. My prediction should be accurate. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you for the super chat. Slab Nick says, I heard that Virginia law allows the counting of absentee ballots until Friday. Well, at least, I don't know, compared to what they did in Pennsylvania and Nevada, that's generous, actually. But we'll see what happens. I know that they're going to be counting a lot of mail-in ballots beforehand, so we'll have to see. We're going to look at the result when we see it, and then we can critique it. But Motor City Misfit said McAuliffe tonight in Virginia, Whitmer in 22, red forever. I don't know what that super chat is saying. That seems to be a very confused individual. But thank you for the $5. I will say that. So beyond that point, we'll be... Okay, wait a second. All right, so we're 2 minutes away. 2 minutes away. I want to check the exit polls one more time. Do they have exit polls in for CNN? Because the exit polls that we saw, they look good, but we're waiting on CNN to update theirs that will actually show how demographics are voting. CNN gets them from Edison, so people are going to be like, why are you getting your exit polls from CNN? Well, that's really where they have it at the most convenient site, obviously, unfortunately. But when it comes to election stuff, CNN, if anything, aggregates things better than Fox, and they actually call elections at a more accurate time of calling them than Fox does. Believe it or not, CNN is actually better than Fox at something, but I think that speaks more volumes about the downfall of Fox News, which is why so many people are here watching me instead of watching Fox News call Virginia at poll closings for Terry McAuliffe if it does happen. That's a joke. I don't think it will. But we know how Fox is very impulsive, especially with the House in 2018, House in 2020, which they were wrong about, by the way, saying Democrats would gain 15 seats. They lost 12. But Arizona was the big one in 2020. And I think a lot of people are not going to forget about that. And Fox has lost a lot of revenue since then, because a lot of people just stopped watching. It's true. We also have the betting odds, and a lot of people were freaking out about the betting odds earlier today, which you shouldn't be. But now the Republicans are up because of the exit polls, and this is an impulsive market when you talk about political betting. I would not read too much into it. We've learned the lesson the hard way time and time and time again. I don't want to get into this, we're going to look at the betting odds, because we know how the betting odds work. And you can manipulate them for your benefit. But I'm just saying, betting odds are not the most accurate way to analyze an election. So the polls have closed in Virginia. The polls have closed. We don't have any results yet, but we'll be getting them momentarily. We also have the decision desk up as well. If decision desk comes in differently than the New York Times does. But in terms of exit polls, okay, we have exit polls. I want to bring David in eventually, but we have exit polls, and I want to get to exit polls first. Okay, so we have exit polls. I want to get to super chats, then we'll bring in David as we get some results in. But what do we see here? Okay, We see the results so far, and Youngkin has a massive lead in these exit polls. If you look at this, just 10% of the electorate is under 30, and they're only breaking for McAuliffe by 7 points. Now, the rest of the electorate by age group is fairly divided from what we see right now, but Youngkin is doing fairly well. Looking at it by race, whites heavily breaking for Youngkin, a whiter electorate than 2020. We're seeing black turnout dip, Youngkin getting double digits among black voters, which you don't see that often in Virginia, 30% with Latinos. If anything, that's a little bit lower than what some of the polls were showing, which is interesting. But what we see here is we see a massive surge for Glenn Youngkin among white independents, particularly in Northern Virginia, which is really interesting. And what we're seeing here now, do we have any first results? We don't have any first results yet, which is also important to note. But when we look at the exit polls, Central Virginia coming out big, D.C. suburbs still heavily backing Youngkin, backing McAuliffe from what we see here. But again, these are just very preliminary exit polls from what we see. We look at it by age. This is going to go down the wire. Democrats and Republicans dead even, independents breaking for Glenn Youngkin. From what we see here, this is interesting. Youngkin seems to be favored narrowly in these exit polls, but they are a little bit spotty. So we're going to wait for the results to come in. And what do we see here? Okay, nothing new. So we're waiting on results out of Virginia. We're still waiting. Super chats. We have quite a few of them. Actually, a lot of them. So I don't know. We'll probably get to those in a little bit. But some people are saying lag. I encourage them to refresh. I really do. I encourage them to refresh. And then I will bring in David Carlson from the DC perspective right now as we speak. Here we go. Hold on a second. David, you're on the air. How's it going? You're in Virginia. Exit polls looking good, but exit polls are exit polls. So far, we're going to be monitoring this election. But what do you have to say so far about this? Because, I mean, we're seeing the polls. We're seeing the polls take place. We're seeing the early vote, which you have to take with a grain of salt, in the exit polls. It seems as if Youngkin is favored at the moment, given what we know. The shift on the ground in Virginia, what really do you think drove this surge? Because, I mean, it's incredible what we're seeing.
This surge for Youngkin is being driven by multiple things. Firstly, let me say thanks for having me on. It's been a while, Rep.
Yes, it has.
To be here again. And really, what we're seeing is it's a combination of both Democrats shooting themselves in the foot and Youngkin running a rather effective campaign. And this has a lot to do with the focus on critical race theory and school choice and schooling decisions and kind of more cultural battles with a hint of good old economic Republican strategy.
Yes.
So we're seeing the economy kind of tank under Biden. We're seeing numbers like 70% unsure, unconfident of where the economy is going, where America's going. Biden is obviously dropping drastically in his approval ratings. So Biden won the state of Virginia by about 10 points, okay? Governor Northam, Democrat, won the state of Virginia by about 9. We're seeing that Joe Biden is now underwater in the state of Virginia by about 10 points. So that is one way to measure the outcome of what might happen, kind of the mood on the ground, is that, okay, Biden's unpopular. McAuliffe has closely tied his campaign to Biden. McAuliffe has ran a terrible campaign as well. And so we've seen that happen. We've seen that in the results of that firsthand. And that is that McAuliffe is continuing to become more and more unpopular over the last mainly just the last 4 weeks here. Youngkin has focused on critical race theory and culture war issues, which are kind of bringing together a coalition of rural Trump supporters and suburban Republicans that are concerned about the future of their children's education as well as the economy, mainly focusing on inflation and rising prices of living. We're seeing, like I said, discontentment with the economy is almost at like an all-time high. I think we're actually seeing like the worst confidence in the economy since maybe 1992. And if you know anything about 1992, it was not good for Bill Clinton. So we might be in a similar situation to that.
All right, David, your microphone's crackling up a little bit. I don't know if you could fix that or not. I don't know what's going on. The chat is being very conflicting. Some saying that there's a lag. I don't understand what the lag is. Some people say that the audio is okay.
Yeah, your video is lagging.
Like, what do you mean by the video is lagging? Like, is it
It's
the video
stuttering.
is lagging the audio, or is it just skipping around a bunch?
It's stuttering. It's skipping around a lot. Yes.
Okay.
11-2. It's happening.
Yeah, I know it's bound to happen at some point. Well, I could try to check the bit rate and see if that's the issue. If I should turn it up or down. We could try turning it up a little bit. See if that would fix the problem. I'm not entirely sure if it would, but hopefully it would. Either way, we'll have to see what happens. But either way, what we see here in the exit polling is good. I agree with much of what you said there. I'm sure people could hear what you were saying, David, when you were talking about the coalition that he built. And I think that that's what people are going to look. No matter if he wins or if he loses narrowly, we know that he built a very strong coalition, a coalition that could end up... okay, people are saying that it's fixed or it's better. Well, that's good. But what we do know is that the coalition that was built by far is more impressive than any Republican that we've seen, since Trump in 2016 in the Midwest, if he's able to actually win this thing, because of his ability to focus on the cultural issues, but still end up flipping back a lot of those more establishmentarian, independent type voters without fully caving in. I think that he had fairly good messaging, and that's really what people are going to look back on either way. And a lot of Republicans ahead of 2022, because keep in mind, he did not run from social issues. He did not run. I mean, he did talk about cutting taxes, but his main thing was critical race theory. And Northern Virginia, if anything, you'd think that those would, there would be the woke suburbanite type of I guess you would say support for that, but we haven't really seen that. And it seems like Republicans, if they play their cards right, can end up winning on these issues. And educational reform is definitely something that's become fairly popular among our ranks in the right, and we're seeing that happen right now. So, all right, let's see. We have super chats. I want to get to super chats really quickly. Jonathan Cox says, "Hey, Red, got my eye on Politico's website. And before I forget, let's go. Brandon, thanks for the super chat. Internet Gangster, thoughts on the Halea mayoral election. We'll see that later, I guess. M. Perez, arrest Fauci. Jared Walsh, who's going to win both the Michigan Senate special election tonight? I think Republicans hold both. They're both in red areas. Anthony Haas says, I heard Fairfax County won't be done until Friday. Am I nervous about that? Depends on the end margin tonight of what we see. Just Lozano 09 says, let's get some plumbers on standby. In Virginia, it's Cool Guy Rice says someone had a Youngkin flag on their truck in Arizona. That is true, and his enthusiasm is national. But still, the race has not become nationalized, which is also something interesting to look at. Kermit DeFrog, thanks for the super chat. New Jersey Transit fan 4138 says, Citarelli will lead early because of Ocean County. Don't get your hopes up, though. Obviously, we'll be comparing the results throughout the night. Vince Dow says 11-2. Why does everyone's stream break when I show up? I don't know, but it is only a Vince Dow phenomenon. It happens every time Vince is doing something with technology. He screws everything up. But I don't know why that is. Fortress America election says GOP can win suburbs back by not surrendering social issues to Dems. So true, and I think that's what this could show, if anything. We can learn that from Youngkin, but stick with Trump-like energy in the future. Mr. Clean says Blanding is making a push to steal black voters from McAuliffe. I wonder how bad that'll ding Terry. I think Blanding's probably going to hurt more with the white Bernie bro types, but there's not that many of them in Virginia, but it could be enough. We'll see. Mike Griffin says Youngkin seems to have abandoned immigration. Am I nervous about that? Well, he's running a campaign for governor. of Virginia. I mean, he's running a gubernatorial campaign. As long as he opposes sanctuary cities, that's not really going to, end up making much of a difference. If he runs at a national level for anything, we can have that discussion, but there's only so much that governors can do when it comes to an issue like immigration. As long as they oppose things like sanctuary cities, and potentially we'll see what he does with E-Verify, but if he does that when he gets in there, that would be huge. But we're not there yet. He hasn't won.
Rep, if you don't mind me interjecting, I mean, one of the things that a governor could do is deny the resettlement of refugees from the Middle East into their territory, and then work against the federal government in that regard. Which we know that there's a lot of resettled Afghanis that are going to the Nova area, and over the last week and a half here, we've seen an increased alert that police have been on in Nova over some terrorist threats of radical Islamists. So there is definitely something about that I think maybe we should pressure Republicans more to stand up against this stuff that they're doing.
Well, I agree 100%. We don't really know his opinion on that. That is something that and I talked about this in my video I did, why we need a Youngkin victory, that we're going to have to pressure our leadership, no matter where they are, into actually standing their ground. One of the reasons why Brian Kemp is so awful is because he wanted to resettle Afghan refugees by the hundreds of thousands. So the lag is back. I don't know why people say the lag is back, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see if it continues. So everyone's like, fix your internet, but the internet's on 4 bars. It says I have a good connection, so I'd encourage. I don't know what the deal is. David, I don't know if it's David. Could it be David on the thing? I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I might have to leave the Discord call. I wonder if that's the issue, because I want the stream to go on just fine. So I don't know if that fixed it. I don't know if we could try closing some of the windows, but seems like we have the exit polling early on so far. We're going to check the exit polling later. Hopefully that will take some of the pressure off, but we're waiting for the first results to pour in either way. We'll close out of the decision desk as well, and we'll go from here. We'll go from here with what we have. So beyond that point, we're waiting for our first results. Hopefully that fixes some of the problem at least. I don't know if it will. I'm not going to turn off the face cam. But okay, we'll have to see. So we're going to wait for results to pour in. I'll look at decision desk as well from time to time. Do we have results? Not quite sure that we do just yet, but we're going to have to see. Okay, we do actually have results. We have results in decision desk. Let's see. And we have them in New York Times. We have results in the New York Times as well. So Glenn Youngkin is up, but there's very few votes in. So I encourage people to refresh their stream, by the way. Tell people to refresh their stream. Hopefully the video's not going to be so much of a problem as we go on in the stream, but either way, let's see what happens. Okay, actually, we're going to turn up the bitrate a little bit more. I think that might be the issue, and we'll see from there. So, okay. We do have results in. So Youngkin's up. Some rural Virginia results have poured in. That's good news. We like to see it. Video bitrate is going up. Hopefully that's going to fix some of the problem that we see here. As it's recommending me to turn it up on my end, so we're going to try that, and hopefully that's going to work for the video. Maybe then we could bring David in later, back when it fixes itself. But okay, there we go. Now, looking at the Virginia map right here, we have results pouring in. A lot of these counties, are they even... Okay, we have about 38% of the vote in Richmond County, which is huge, by the way, from what I understand. Okay, well, no, that's Richmond County. That's not the big county. Okay, there's 2 Richmond counties. So, in this Richmond County, about a third of the vote is in. Youngkin is up significantly, 72-27. If you want to look at it in 2020 out of the state of Virginia, We could see this here. And we could see that Trump only won this county by 26 points. So in the rural counties, there's a massive shift. There's a massive shift. And people say the stream is better. Okay, I think it was my bit rate was the problem. But this is very, very early results from what we know. But you look at some of these counties, like Scott County, that's a county in southwestern Virginia. Trump did much better and passed Republicans in the county. Now Youngkin is at 87%. Looking at it in 2020, it seems as if Trump was, okay, roughly in line with, actually, I think he's doing better than Donald Trump, believe it or not, but we don't know if that's going to hold. But either way, these are really interesting results. Yeah, I don't know whether, okay, we have a freeze up here. It's not good. Okay, there we go. I think we're back. Okay, we're back. But we're looking at the results as they pour in. 1% of the vote is in. Youngkin up 70 to 29. So that's incredible for right now because he seems to be overperforming. But will it hold? We don't have anything in Nova in yet. We don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. But what we do see is that Republicans, from what we see right now, there seems to be a massive shift to the right across much of even rural Virginia. So we have some votes coming in around Richmond. I don't know why why it's not letting me click the county on the map here, but from what we see, you could look at this. Okay, let me hit it by the hand. But Henrico County, McAuliffe has a very early lead there, but very few votes are actually reporting. Pager Man Minor says your thoughts on Independent Richard. Okay, I'm not going to read that. I understand what you're doing. Not very funny, actually. But we see Culpeper County in here. Some votes in Culpeper County. Compare that to 2020 in Culpeper County, if I could find it. Okay, 59%. So I don't know if this vote is the in-person vote, but there's a massive shift so far. This could be the in-person early voting that we're seeing here in Virginia. But, okay, we can go back this way. But it's, yeah, for some reason, it's not letting me hit it with the mouse, but I can hit it with my hand, and it's actually working that way. So let's change and see if the predicted betting odds, let's see what the impulsive buyers are doing, and it only continues. It's only going up from here. But we're still waiting. We have a long way to go, obviously. This is far from over. This is far from really anything right now. We only have less than 1% of the vote in. We don't have anything in from Northern Virginia. But we're going to wait, and we're going to have to see. So in the meantime, like the stream. Make sure you are subscribed. Hopefully, and I say hopefully, the stream is more smooth than it was like an hour ago or so. Showing that on my end it is a little bit smoother. So I'm hoping that in a little bit we'll bring back David, hopefully. It's going to work. Hopefully the microphone will be good, because the microphone was not my end. I had a perfect connection on Discord, so hopefully the mic will work better. But right now, 60%. Okay, so we're seeing more votes come in. We have more blue votes, actually, at a Chesterfield County, but not by much. Not a whole lot of votes are in there. Actually, we do have several thousand, 14,000 votes in, roughly even in Chesterfield County, which is an interesting look when you look at the 2020 presidential election. If you want to look at Chesterfield County, that county voted for Biden by 7. So there is a shift there, but we'll have to see what happens. Neil Thacker says Virginia's execution record was second highest in the nation, only behind Texas. McAuliffe oversaw the last execution in Virginia back in 2017 before the Democratic trifecta abolished the death penalty this year. Okay, interesting. I did not know about that. Michael Carson, politics is unusual, says breaking news. Stacey Abrams has declared herself the winner in Virginia. Not surprising, she's declared herself the winner everywhere, even in elections in states she's never been to. Kermit DeFrog says, you think Paul Gosar could become Steve King 2.0, primaried by establishment? And I don't think so. I think he has a loyal base behind him. People actually like him. And there's no legitimate reason they would have to prime. Well, there was no real legitimate reason to primary Steve King either. It was a witch hunt. But I don't think Gosar's going to fall to that because I think that the energy has shifted within the base of the right. So we're waiting on more results. But the Democrat, we have a Democrat vote dump here at Chesterfield. We'll see what the end result is in Chesterfield when all the votes are done. That's only 28% of the vote. That could be early vote. It likely was early vote given how fast the vote dump was. Rockingham is 32% in, but not a lot of votes in from Rockingham County, wherever that may be. Believe it is, it's this one right here. Youngkin's actually at 80% so far in Rockingham, which voted for Trump by just about 40 points. So you see a shift of about 15 to 20 points to the right. And this is going to continue. Nova is not in. But what we do know is the rural areas, if they can vote how they voted for Donald Trump in terms of the percentage margin in a lot of the rural areas, and he makes an improvement in Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Richmond, Northern Virginia, that's his path to victory. And we're going to see what happens there at the end of the day, obviously. But let's see. I wanted to look at the super chats. Did I miss any? I think we have a few. Poverty Spec says, any hope for Curtis Sliwa in New York City? Probably he'll lose by around 30 points or so, which I think is going to be an improvement. I think he'll do better than Malliotakis, but I don't think he's going to win. It's New York City, but we do know turnout wasn't that high from the anecdotes that I have, which could end up being true, could not. We'll see. Emperez says buy DWAC stock. I don't know what that is, but thanks for the super chat. Khalif Jones says, I'm from Jersey, voted for Jack earlier today. Red wave, let's make it happen. We're going to see. We'll hopefully see. Yep, we have excellent connection on the screen, which is it's good. We have the green light. It was only blue before that, so that's improving. Jay Shug says, hey, Red Eagle, great stream. How concerned am I with mail-in ballot F words, specifically in Virginia? Well, they're counting them first, so I'll leave it at that. I think that anything that happens after, will it be enough? I don't know. We'll have to see it at the end of the day before I really make a comment on it. John Cordisco says, do you think McAuliffe self-destructed or was Youngkin a good candidate? Both, obviously. Youngkin's a great candidate. McAuliffe did self-destruct, but we'll look at the margin of victory and we'll really see what happened. Dova Budgie 100 says, is there a good candidate running for Pennsylvania governor? Barlett is the best bet. Jonathan Manson said, typical pattern, large GOP lead continues to be wilted away while Dems are tossing. Well, let's see what happens. We know they're counting them first. I don't need people coming in and necessarily taking the morale and demoralizing it, because we know what happens. We know that there's going to be a lot of votes coming in that are going to be blue. It's going to be different than last time because typically the rural areas report first. Now it's a little bit of the opposite this time. So we'll have to wait and see. Michael Gorzik says, best election coverage. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Shout out to Ragdoll for the super chat as well. So not too many votes in, but we have 2% reporting. Youngkin actually expanding the lead. More votes are pouring in, more of these red counties. I want to see Chesterfield is 42% in. Look at this. Chesterfield is getting redder. It's now a 4-point lead. Looking at Chesterfield back in 2020, Biden won that county by 7 points. I want to compare it to 2017 as well, because it's important to note as well. Chesterfield actually did narrowly vote for Gillespie. So that county is coming back, which is good, and it's coming back swinging. Vince Dow said Terry will choke like Harbaugh. Very true, very true. There's a lot of similarities between those two, I will say that, but we'll have to see. At the end of the day, either way, we're going to be looking at this all night long. Techo, verified badge, interesting. Verified individual in chat says, how are we looking? So far, so good, I have to say, but we have another verified badge, Comic Artist Pro Secrets. I'll welcome all the famous YouTubers, the verified people. Welcome. But it's looking to be shaping to be an interesting night in Virginia. New Jersey we'll look at as well when the polls closed. So we're going to wait and see what happens in this election. Want to get more results in before we make a final determination, but it's looking to shape up to be an interesting night so far. Exit polls pointing towards a Youngkin victory. Shout out to Gene in PA for the super chat. Fred Afghanistan. Shout out to Fred Afghanistan for the super chat as well. A lot of super chatters pouring in tonight. You love to see it. We have 5,000 viewers. We'll see what happens. So, yeah, this is going to be a nail-biter. 100% true. It's going to be a nail-biter. It's going to go down the wire. Youngkin's up by 30, but he's not going to win by 30. You have a lot of Northern Virginia left. Kermit DeFrog says, watching the Sticks v. Fuentes debate on Thursday. I heard about that. I might watch it. I don't know. We'll see. Shane Keenan says, how's the Italian state doing? Not in yet. We'll see when the polls close. The GOP, want to see if the GOP is advanced at all in Jersey. We're going to have to see what happens out of New Jersey. Ragdoll says, think Youngkin can make Virginia red again. At the governor's level, yes. Presidential level, it's going to be an uphill climb. So we have a lot of results poured in, a lot of blue results poured in, a lot of results from, let's see where Arlington's pouring in. Fairfax City is 11% in. So Arlington is just 2% of the vote. McAuliffe with a big lead, not surprising. But we see more results pour in from some of these bluer areas. Fairfax City, Youngkin is breaking 30% in what I presume to be mail-in vote, which is interesting because if you want to look at this, Fairfax City, if we zoom in on Fairfax City, if I could find it here, I believe that's Fairfax. Is that Fairfax City? Okay, I'm going to have to expand the map a little bit more. But what we do know is that Fairfax City, if he's getting in the 30s and mail-in in Fairfax City, that can't be a bad sign. Let's look at the full results. Let's see what was Fairfax City in the 2020 election, because that's what I want to see. Fairfax City, let's see here. Fairfax County was 28. The city, if we can get the city, okay, he was at 29. So if he's outperforming Trump with mail-in ballots, Trump's total, that's huge. But again, it's early. Okay, what's this county? Prince William County. Is that mail-in in Prince William? If that's mail-in in Prince William, then he's that's huge because down 24 in the mail-in vote. I mean, that's still very early, though, so I wouldn't read too much into that. But Stafford County went blue last year. He's up in Stafford County by 24 points. And not too much is in out of Stafford, but that's 7%. That's 3,000 votes. That's huge. Okay, Loudoun County in. 34% of Loudoun is in. 34% of Loudoun's in. A lot of that is mail, and he's only down by 10 in Loudoun with, I believe, a lot of that is early in mail. He's down by 10, only 10 in Loudoun. And he's still leading statewide, folks. He's still leading statewide. That's actually very interesting. As Nova starts pouring in, he still maintains the lead that we see. Loudoun County coming in strong. I mean, if he's in the mid-40s in Loudoun could revert back to like 2012 margins, and that would be huge. So let's check the Loudoun County turnout so far. It's 34%. Let's see what happens. Hold on, wait, happened. Let's see what's going on. All right, I'm gonna bring back David, and hopefully this works. David, so we're seeing results pour in. Hopefully it's gonna work this time with the stream. Seems like the lag is slowed down, but we're seeing a massive shift in the state of Virginia right now. I mean, we're seeing it in Loudoun County. We're seeing it. I mean, Prince William. A lot of this is mail, from what I understand. And currently, Glenn Youngkin and the Republicans are doing very well compared to what they need to do to reach their target in Loudoun, if that is all mail-in or early. Because right now, if he's at 45% with mail-in voters in Loudoun County, that might even be a county that he could end up winning at the end of the day, which if it is, that is huge, because we know that Loudoun County is not voted for Republicans since, I believe, 2004. We know how this works. We understand that more election day voters favor the Republican Party. We know they're going to favor Glenn Youngkin. So from what we're seeing here, I think this confirms a lot about what we were saying earlier with the voters, just especially in these suburbs, these suburban independents. It seems like Youngkin was able to add them to his coalition as a lot of people expected. And I know it's early on, and it is possible that as Fairfax County comes in, and he might not hit his target that he needs there, but it seems as if he's outperforming in the rural areas and he's doing what he needs to do in the urban ones. What is your takeaway from that so far?
I mean, obviously, if he's doing what he needs to do to win, then he'll probably win. But I would like to draw your attention. I don't know if you've already touched on this on stream, but it appears that Fairfax County has actually delayed its reporting and its early vote ballots. I don't know if you've brought that up.
When is the delay going to be until? Because that, I think, will be determinant, and a lot more people are going to be skeptical if they keep doing this, which is fundamentally ridiculous and third world level that they're doing this to the American people and withholding the ballot counts. But do you know when they're going to start counting their ballots?
And this is the concerning thing. They were supposed to have them already counted. If I'm not mistaken, they were supposed to count them first. So they were supposed to start with the early voting ballots in Fairfax County. It was a self-imposed deadline of 8 p.m., but it seems like we don't know when they're going to be done counting, but we know it's not going to be by 8 p.m., which is the self-imposed deadline. So,
okay. Yeah, and we know that if they start counting them soon after, I think a lot of people would not exactly be worried about this. But I think, like I said, if they don't want people to stop being skeptical of the system, they have to actually have a system that works when it comes to counting ballots. And they can't do that for some reason. And it's only going to make people even more angry and more skeptical. And we know it's just one county in the state, and it might not end up making any difference at all. We'll see when the results are in. But the fact that they're withholding their ballots is only going to make people more skeptical of what's going on. And I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, of course. I think that they speak about election integrity often. They do. They speak about securing the vote. They speak about
suppression in particular.
They talk about people suppressing the vote, but then you turn around and you see the way that Democrats run their own elections, and it's a system that does not invoke confidence, right? It's a system that doesn't invoke pride. It's one that actually invokes skepticism and doubt. And so people asking questions, you're accused of terrible things if you begin to ask questions, like perhaps even being an enemy of the state, right? So
yes, democracy. They say democracy. Yeah, the irony.
Right. Yeah, democracy. But also, if you question anything, you go to jail.
Well, I actually wanted to bring attention to this, just a heads up. I think it's funny to see. I think there's a tabulation error. Caroline County, Virginia shows Princess Blanding getting 43% of the vote. Which I'm assuming that's a tabulation error, but I thought that was amusing to draw some attention to. But yeah, absolutely, I agree 100% with what we're seeing here. It's ridiculous. Now, I will say this: it might not make a difference. We're gonna wait and see when the results come in. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions right away until I see the end result. But what I will say is that if you're not counting the ballots promptly, and if you're delaying the count on purpose, you are the real threat. I hate to use this terminology. We talk about threat to democracy, or threat to the republic, I should say. You're the threat to the republic. You're the threat to the American people, I will say. I think that's the best way to put it. And Virginia Beach is actually pouring in as we speak. Youngkin up by 20 with a sizable amount of votes out of Virginia Beach. Youngkin's home voted for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. I think in 2017 it voted for Northam as well. But what we do see is that right now it is currently Republican by 20 points, at least at the moment. So we'll have to see as things pour in. But it seems like every other county in Nova is reporting something except for Fairfax. We're waiting on Fairfax to pour in because I believe that is the largest county in the state. You can correct me if I'm wrong, by population. And that needs to come in soon. So somebody said Fairfax is in decision desk. If that's true, it's going to update here any second. But yeah, subscribe. You could subscribe to David's channel. He put the link in the live chat there. But we have a few super chats. Jonathan Cox, Youngkin has a 9-point lead so far statewide. That is true, as displayed on screen. Shout out to Jonah Lindsay for the super chat. Gerald Armstrong says, voted in Center County, Pennsylvania today. They asked for my ID. I was happily surprised. My ballot only had Democrats for my township supervisor, so I wrote in my name. Well, at least you got a vote. You got one vote. That's good. You love to see it. Ragdoll says Youngkin is the next DeSantis. Do I think? No, I don't think. Well, we'll see. David, you could answer that one. I don't think he's the next DeSantis, but he could be a solid governor, is what I think he could be.
And you got to remember, Florida is Florida, right? Florida voted for Trump by 3 points, roughly. Virginia voted for Biden by 10. So the states have different variables that require a different type of touch. And I think the way Ron DeSantis operates, it's quite telling. He's very different from the way I think Youngkin would operate as a governor. DeSantis is kind of a little bit more tough. Youngkin, he wears the sweater vest and he plays basketball. He's a good old family businessman. It's very different aesthetics, as we like to say.
So true. And by the way, Loudoun County is now over 2/3 in, and Youngkin is down by just 7.5. So it seems to be narrowing. And my prediction was that you will see some type of Miami-Dade shift up in Northern Virginia. And also, keep this in mind, if the shift continues, Prince William is narrowed significantly. We'll see what happens in Fairfax, but personally, I think a lot of people's nerves about integrity in the state of Virginia, some of the nerves might be put to bed more so if the results are similar, have a similar shift to Loudoun, but if they don't, more people are going to be up in arms, and we're seeing this. But Youngkin, 15% of the vote is in. He's up by 12 right now. Virginia Beach is pouring in, a little bit of Norfolk, Roanoke City, not the county, which has a decent-sized population, but the city, which is left, some of that is in. But more results are pouring in. Stafford County, we're seeing Farquhar, and these are vote centers that Republicans, there are some vote centers out there that Republicans are just running up the margins in compared to 2020, compared to 2017. And Loudoun County is within 8 points, which voted for Joe Biden. If you want to look at the map here, that was 2017. Loudoun County in particular voted for Biden by 25, and that's going down from 25 to just approximately 7 points. And again, there are votes left to be counted. 2/3 of the votes are in, but if that even narrows even closer, that would be even better news for the Youngkin campaign. We'll check the betting odds right now and what they have to say. I know, like I said, not a good indicator, but what do the people think? Youngkin is now at 70 in the betting odds. He was at 55 when the polls closed, roughly around there. Earlier today, he was at 40%. Kind of shows how the betting odds are not to be taken with anything more than a grain of salt early on. So New Jersey's closing in about 22 minutes. We're going to see what happens as well. I'll check Decision Desk on my end to see if there's any other changes in the Fairfax County area as well. And it seems, and I'll put them on the screen if there are. But Fairfax, it does show Fairfax is 33% in. Actually, it does show the mail-in ballots are counted in Fairfax County, and it also shows that Youngkin is at 33%, which is more than Donald Trump got. Or actually, he's at never mind. He's at 25%, which is roughly around what Donald Trump got, maybe a little bit below. But that is a lot of that is mail-in vote. And turnout in Fairfax County, if a third of the vote is actually in, does not seem to be super high, but it definitely a lot of votes in there that sway the outcome because McAuliffe is up in Decision Desk, and I can put this on the screen while I have the chance, but McAuliffe is up in Decision Desk by around 4 points, but a lot of the vote from Fairfax is in on this map, which is important to note. So at least they did seem to count some of the ballots. We'll monitor this as the night goes on for sure. We're far from over. But Youngkin so far with a lot of Nova in seems to be in relatively good shape. Definitely not all the results are currently in that need to be in right now to make that determination. But we'll look at Decision Desk from time to time, and we're just waiting for New York Times to update Fairfax because if those results get updated, it will change a little bit of the outcome on the map right now. But Youngkin's up by 60K here, right here. He's down by 28,000, but a lot of red left to be counted and a lot of election day vote to be counted in Fairfax County in Northern Virginia. So we'll have to see. The margin is narrowing in Loudoun County. The margin in Loudoun County is now down to just roughly 6 percentage points, and more of the vote is getting counted in Loudoun County. So the results keep pouring in. 78% of the vote is in. He's down by just 6 points. I don't know if he's going to take Loudoun County, but I think that it could be within 5. And if it is within 5 when it's all said and done, that's really good news for what we can see here. Virginia Beach, 12% of Virginia Beach is in. 59-40. Rockingham, 81% for Youngkin so far. 65% of Rockingham is in. Danville, a big chunk of Danville is in as well. Another place that is coming in, but not really super strongly for Youngkin so far. But we're waiting on Fairfax for some reason. Decision Desk is reporting it. New York Times has not reported it yet. So
right. And
we'll see.
what we want to be mindful of is that Fairfax, with the reporting from the Decision Desk, might actually be election day votes, maybe not early votes. So maybe they're starting with election day votes, which is
or they could be
to what they were supposed to do, right?
In-person early votes too. But what we see here is, judging from how they're coming in, I would say that they are mail-in votes because they counted them in a bunch, and they are heavily favoring McAuliffe, 73-25 so far, 133,000 votes. So I would say they're more likely than not to be early votes of some sort. Okay. But what are they of? I don't know, because Youngkin is not underperforming Trump in Fairfax County, so I would expect them to be mail-in votes, but we'll see at the end of the day what it truly is. Okay,
if
more.
You don't?
Yeah, go
mind.
ahead.
Obviously this election is going to be very high turnout because it has become very exciting for everyone, and being here on the ground, I can see that firsthand. I was at a shopping center this afternoon, and the amount of I voted stickers was kind of surprising, especially in like this polarized time where nobody really likes to be political. But I've been, we're seeing high turnout, which is consistent with what we've been kind of reporting preemptive before the election and everything. But what I'm keeping my eye on, and you've touched on this, is I'm really watching, not even Loudoun County, but primarily I'm watching Chesterfield and Virginia Beach, which I think are both counties that it really going back to that coalition that we were talking about, that Youngkin needs to build, the coalition of suburbanites that voted for, Romney maybe, and a little bit for Trump in 2016 and less so in 2020, and the rural areas. And
yes.
What I'm seeing right now, I'm pretty happy with. Now, I'm by no means, I don't know nearly as much as you, or probably many of the viewers. I'm here for a different reason. But right now, I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing personally, and it looks like we just had another vote dump of some rural areas.
Yes, and Youngkin is, he's up here by what looks to be 14 points. Now, is that a bit of a red mirage? Yes. Decision Desk actually has him losing by around 4. As you have part of Fairfax counted. Loudoun, even the Loudoun that's counted here is showing it to be within roughly around 5 or 6 points or so. And Prince William is another one to watch. Not a whole lot of it is in, but if Youngkin has that down to single digits, that is really good news, because that county voted for Biden by almost 30 points. If that's going to go down to single digits, that's awesome. Stafford County, that's another one to watch, a bit smaller. Voted for Trump in 2016, then voted for Biden. Right now, it's Youngkin plus 20 with a lot of vote left to be counted. Norfolk, the city, very early on, McAuliffe up by just 11. Looking at it in 2016, again, it seems like Biden won that by close to 50. So if you're going to see a shift in areas like that, those votes add up, believe me. Obviously, not a lot of votes are in right now, but if the margins are dipping by 10 points in some of the smaller metro areas, and you see the 20-point shifts in places like Loudoun County and Prince William, that is exactly what those are the votes that exactly need to come in. So we are a long ways away. Video maker, you can stop hiding people. You don't need to. You don't need to hide people for dooming. I think that there's just too many people.
Time.
I think, just if people are spamming stuff, then time it out. But you stop hiding people at that rate. It's a little bit too much. So, let's see what happens.
It looks like I have a little bit of confirmation regarding the Fairfax vote that I'm seeing. It is actually all vote by mail. So 133,000 votes counted so far. It appears that McAuliffe is basically, getting like 74%, right? And now I know it's not, New York Times isn't talking about it yet, but this is what I'm seeing from a congressional correspondent at CNN. It's about 34,000 votes for Youngkin, 98,000 for McAuliffe.
Yes,
which is
that's
kind of
Decision Desk. I believe that's exactly what they've reported.
right, which is under what McAuliffe's campaign is probably targeting.
Okay.
So it's not great for McAuliffe, and it's not really great for Youngkin either. Nothing is very exciting at the moment. And now Dave Wasserman is reporting the same thing. Dave Wasserman with the Cook Political Report on Twitter. So it's a 74-26% split, 26% for Youngkin.
But I want to also, David, I want to draw attention to this real quick because we saw a massive vote dump and we're seeing even more. Virginia Beach is up to 26% in. Youngkin now leads by 25 points in Virginia Beach. He's now leading statewide without the Fairfax dump by 107,000 votes. With 23% of the vote reporting, he's up by over 15 points. Now, that margin's not likely to hold, but what we do see is that, as more votes come in across the state, he really has that rural support that is likely going to be what's going to overpower him if he does end up winning at the end of the day. Also, very preliminary votes are in out of the island counties out east. But, Northampton County voted for Biden by 10. I believe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's a fairly wealthy area that was a Romney, Trump, Biden county. And Accomack County, which voted for Trump by 10. A lot of voters up there. Youngkin doing very well there. He's currently up 75-25 and 70-30. And he's up 70-30 in Northampton. I don't know if that's going to hold, but that's incredible what we're seeing. And now he's up by 16 points. That's just insanity so far. But a lot of that is rural. It's going to dip. We know it's going to dip. Fairfax needs to report sooner than later, I will say. Prince William does as well.
Fairfax, I'm getting a lot of contradicting, I'm reading from verified, accredited news journalists, right? The experts. I'm reading three things right now. I'm reading one, that they're counting the early vote and vote by mail first. And then I'm reading from Wasserman that they're actually not counting those vote by mails yet. They're counting election day. And then New York Times, Nate Cohen is saying that they're actually not counting anything at the moment. So Fairfax County is just kind of like
the election mafia experts are just. Like I said, they're just getting out. They're just getting out of control. With their just lack of information. Everybody, all these experts, they think they know what they're talking about. Most of the time, they just don't. So we're going to be monitoring the election as these results pour in, but I kind of want to look for counties that are close to 100% in and then do the comparison. Manassas, which is in Northern Virginia, it's up by Fairfax County. It's up by Prince William. Youngkin is cracking 45% there so far. Now, Manassas, it's actually a city, Manassas City, I guess you would say. Trump only got 35% of the vote there. He lost by 30. So it seems like the areas Trump lost in the high 20s, early 30s are turning into single-digit races. And if this trend that we see happens, Fairfax, big dump in Fairfax, they put it in. And that's the same dump we saw. And Youngkin still leads by 53,000 votes. He leads by 7 points. 29% of the votes are in. And I'm just saying that if this trend we see in Loudoun continues, even half of that is present in Fairfax, it seems like Youngkin is going to be breaking mid-30s at the end of the day. So to answer the question, David, I think that could be a mix of votes that we're seeing there. I think that could be a mix of in-person early voting and mail-in voting. But that's probably what it is because there's no way that McAuliffe is outperforming Joe Biden in Fairfax County. Yet at the same time, when it comes to Prince William and Loudoun, he's doing 20 points worse. So definitely, this is going to be something to watch. Yeah, 1% reporting that shows that's most of that is very early voting. So we're about 11 minutes away from the polls closing out of New Jersey. I know that there's some elections happening in the state of Ohio today as well. We don't have any. Okay, we have results in. Very early results. Mike Carey winning so far. This is a district that I believe voted for Donald Trump by around 15 points or so in 2020. It's important to watch as well because the Rust Belt, white working class turnout, are they coming out for these Republicans this year? The Trump endorsed Mike Carey. We'll have to see. But let's look. We're going to return back. Mainly, we're going to be focusing on Virginia, at least at the moment. But currently, we're just waiting on more results. Fairfax City is in. A big chunk of that is in. Not a very big population center, Fairfax City. But that is coming in, and it seems as if Youngkin is outperforming there. So we'll see what happens at the county at the end of the day. But like I said, it's gonna be close. There's a lot of red areas that have yet to be counted, and there's some blue areas. Richmond City, nothing's reporting from there. Roanoke, not a whole lot, but Roanoke, the county, is a very Republican area that is expected to have a fairly large turnout. So, okay, lag is back. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but all right. So we'll see. It's sometimes it goes in, sometimes it goes out. Hopefully,
I'm wondering, are you connected to your router with a cable, or are you
no? I'm not connected with a cable.
That's your problem.
Well, yeah, that is the problem. But the cable is in the closet that's literally across the apartment, so it's probably not the most feasible unless I find another way to get it done. But either way, we're waiting on more results. But still, Youngkin doing fairly well with a lot of votes cast, a lot of votes counted. But let's check the betting odds. We'll see if what the impulsive people are buying. And Youngkin's now at 74.
And I'm saying it's looking very good for Youngkin right now. I'm reading from some people that I know here in Virginia telling me that Loudoun County, Youngkin staffers are saying that Loudoun County, this is technically a leak, Loudoun County, it might go red. That's what they're saying. I don't actually think that's going to happen. They're saying that he's hitting his rural numbers properly. He's hitting what he needs in the rural areas. That's what they're saying. Like I said, I'm not sure if that's true, but this is what I'm being told by Youngkin staffers. So.
Well, I really would believe it to be true, given from what I'm seeing in the rural areas so far. Loudoun going red. I mean, it's down to I guess you would say a 6-7 point lead with 17% reporting. I think that lead would be under 5 at the end of the day. I don't know if it's going to stay that way, but more of Prince William has come in 22% in. It's a 7% margin. Jake from State says, what's a good percentage margin for Youngkin in Fairfax? That's actually a good question. I think that if he gets high 30s, it might be enough. If he cracks 40, that would be nice. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if he gets up by that, it's going to be interesting to see. But as for Virginia Beach, a lot of that is pouring in. More of Virginia Beach is pouring in. Stafford County, half of Stafford is in. Youngkin's up by 25 in Stafford County. So he's running it up in the exurb. Stafford County, which is just a Romney, Trump, Biden county. That flipping back by 25 is huge. Looking at the election in 2017, I think that did Stafford go blue here? I think it went red by just 5 points. So that's a massive shift from 2017 as well. That's incredible. So we like to see it. We have
a official announcement, and that is Francis Suarez, the mayor of Miami, has been reelected. He is the incumbent. He has won bigly in Miami. He's notorious for being very libertarian. He's a Republican candidate, mayor of Miami, obviously Florida, and he has won his reelection. So there's that. I'm not very fond of this guy. I think he's kind of like a stooge to corporations and big tech and stuff. I think he's bad policy, but but I just want to say
he was expected to win. He's he's kind of a rhino, but he's the mayor of Miami. Jonathan Cox says Politico has projected the winner of Florida's 20th district GOP primary. I think that's a blue district that they're having, so I don't know if that's really super notable. Check any other super chats that we may have, but we've got 7,000 viewers, which is a lot more than we got in California, so I'm glad to see you guys are energized. Christo George says, this is my only go-to channel for election results. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's actually... Okay, let's see. All New Year 2020, big super chat. Don't want to miss that. Could Paul Gosar be governor of Arizona? I don't think he'd run statewide. I really don't think he'd run statewide. I love Paul Gosar, but I just don't think he'd run statewide, and I don't know if... I mean, they'd probably launch a smear campaign on him at Maricopa. I don't know if he'd do that well there, so I don't think he'd run, but I like the guy. Maybe congressional leadership or something like that is something he'd be interested in, but let's see here. But I think that's it for the large super chats that I missed.
Montgomery County.
Which is Montgomery County again? Is that the one down? Oh wait, no, it's this one. Okay, Youngkin's up by 14. Fully 4,000 votes are recorded. Montgomery County voted for Biden by 6. So if he's getting these little counties to flip and he's doing better across everywhere, Highland County, new vote dump for Youngkin, he's up by 10 with 36% in. Now, we're still waiting on Fairfax. We're still waiting on parts of Loudoun. I mean, Alexandria and Arlington, a good chunk of Arlington is in, actually. Not super a whole lot, but it seems as if we're just going to have to wait on more ballots to be counted in order to really make a clear determination. But right now, yeah, I would rather be Glenn Youngkin than Terry McAuliffe. Not just, I mean, obviously as a person, yeah, but when it comes down to like who I'd rather be in this election, I'd rather be Glenn Youngkin. I still would stand by my prediction of like Youngkin +2. You're going to have a lot of ballots that'll be cast, but I'm liking the swings that I'm seeing in Loudoun. Loudoun's down to almost a 5-point lead, and 83% of the vote is in. And I like what I see out of Virginia Beach, Prince William. And we'll have to wait on the election day votes in Fairfax because Fairfax could narrow. But if that's the mail-in vote and Youngkin's at 26%, I like what I'm seeing. Bell P says, seeing what we're seeing now, any updates to the final margin prediction? I just kind of answered that question. It's possible that Youngkin could win by more, but we're not quite there yet. So I will wait until, okay, it's almost 8 o'clock. We're going to see New Jersey close soon. We're also going to see, I mean, we're going to do more of an Ohio update, probably closer to 9 o'clock Eastern time, but we are going to be looking at what's going on in Ohio. Ohio's 15th, I believe, is the district that's really up for grabs, which is the district that the Republican incumbent retired, I believe. It's an open seat. It's for 1 year, but also does it show that Republicans are getting out to vote when Trump is not on the ballot in a place like rural, exurban, working-class Ohio? That's what we're watching. Scott McIntyre says, thoughts on the Minneapolis defund the police vote today? That actually on the ballot, because their polls don't close yet for like another hour or so. But I think we're seeing another vote dump in Virginia. Okay, 37% of the vote is now in. More votes are counted. We're still waiting. Okay, so it actually sorts the counties by votes counted. Chesterfield, that's an 11-point lead, 19% of the vote remaining. Prince William, a lot of the votes are in, but we'll see. Jimmy J says, my mate got turned away for not having a mask. Well, I don't know what to say about that. I heard stories about that, but luckily it was rectified by 4 o'clock. So I don't know what impact it really had, but it seemed to be I guess you would say an anecdotal thing, or just like a regional thing. But either way, we really need to reform our election system, and it's looking like Youngkin's going to win right now. If he does win, hopefully we could pressure him to do so, because we need to actually have a system that's uniform, that works, so people don't get turned away for not having the right kind of pen or whatever. Jonathan Manson said, any idea if a 2-point plus GOP win slows down the 1.5 trillion package? Well, I mean, I think it's like one of those mandate things where Republicans are just unlikely to support, and you're unlikely to have bipartisan support. But I don't know. That's going to have.
It's gonna scare Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It's going to scare Manchin and Sinema. And even maybe we'll see some shaking. Like if Virginia goes red in a gubernatorial election, John Ossoff and radical liberal Raphael Warnock are going to have to do some rethinking about their approach. Because if Virginia's going red, just imagine what will happen in a closer state like Virginia or Arizona. If Virginia goes red, they are going to have to reassess what they've been doing because it clearly hasn't been working. So I think we're going to see a lot change if they're smart enough. Now, maybe they'll just, pedal to the floor and keep going down this same path they're going down and continue to fail, which would be good for us, I guess, but, damaging to the Democrat Party and probably to the country at large. So we'll
Absolutely. See. And that's also something to take into consideration, but it seems like Democrats have not learned their lesson either. I mean, the one thing that Sinema has been doing fairly well is she understands that when it comes down to electability, that Arizona is not going to be a foregone conclusion. So unlike Mark Kelly, she understands the game of politics. Now, the only problem is she may actually end up getting primaried if Dems can consolidate their support behind a single candidate, but we're not quite there yet. But it is true that the Democrats are divided. They're divided on strategy, and they're going to eat themselves up doing the whole Machiavellian-style routine at this rate. But we have more Super Chats at DM Productions, says, I guarantee you, okay, not going to read that one for guidelines purposes, but thanks for the Super Chat. But either way, it seems as if Youngkin is probably favored at the moment anyway, so we're a long ways away. Billy Carter, thanks for the Super Chat. Hey, man, first time Super. Here's some money. Thank you. Appreciate it. John Crump Live says, hold on, missed the Super. Oh, wait, there we go. Need to have you on my show. Gun Owners America Virginia director. Well, if you have a request, just email it to the email that's on the About section of the YouTube channel. But a question for the guest. This one's from Jake from State. This is for you, David. Any clarification from your sources about whether it was the early votes or election votes that were counted in Fairfax? We kind of, I mean, David, you could go on, but it seems like there's conflicting data. But I feel like they're at least mostly mail-in votes.
Yeah, the people I'm talking to right now don't actually know. So they're telling me about broader trends. What I'm seeing from Fairfax right now is what I've collected from reading the New York Times and some other like blue check mark journalists on Twitter, and we all know how extra not reliable they are. So right now, what I'm reading is that it's mainly election day vote. It could, like Rep is saying, it could be early vote, but we really don't know.
Yeah, I think it's probably a mix of both, if anything. But I think that you'll have to look at the counties around. But yeah, go ahead.
My name is David, by the way.
Yeah. Simple Logic 90 says, what's going on in Fairfax? Just covered that. A lot of what I believe to be early vote is in, more likely than not, because of the neighboring counties are shifting hard right, but Fairfax a little bit to the left. So we'll see what happens when the night goes on, but that's about a third of the vote in there. Portland Groyper says, thanks for the coverage, Red Eagle. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the Super Chat. Vince Dow says, Michigan State ranked number 3 in the playoff rankings. Well, it depends what happens with Ohio State. We'll have to see, but this is shaping up to be an interesting nail-biter. Youngkin in the lead, but there's still some Dem areas that have not yet reported. Norfolk's actually starting to report, but I believe that they're only at 20. Well, they're at 22% of the vote that's reporting. So currently, Youngkin is at 35. I think there's going to be more votes that might narrow that actually, but we'll have to see. David?
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to what Tucker Carlson was saying. So Tucker Carlson is reporting on Fairfax County missing their own self-imposed deadline. We currently live under a Democratic regime that can't even follow its own guidelines. So that's what we're dealing with: pure incompetence, or perhaps malice, on the part of the Democrat and, I guess, electoral officials in Fairfax County making fools of themselves and making a joke of our whole system at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Tucker hit the nail on the head there. You got to have a system that works and you can count the ballots quickly. Otherwise, you're going to have more 3 a.m. stuff, and that's why more people are going to be demoralized and disillusioned, and that's why they're doing it on purpose. So Greg Gonzalez says Fairfax City will come in with enough votes to win whatever that number has to be. Well, no, it won't, because Fairfax City has literally like zero population pull. It's Fairfax County, I believe, is what you're saying. But all right.
Now, Virginia Public. Now, for those of you that don't know, there's a 501c4, I believe, called Virginia Public Access Project, which is kind of makes an effort to show more details about elections. Now, I don't know how accurate this data is, but if it is accurate, this is a big deal. They're saying that the early votes in Loudoun County are all counted, so there's no early votes left, and they're saying that only 84% of election day votes have been counted, with Glenn Youngkin only down 7%.
Yeah, he could cover that. I mean, that's a margin. Yes. I mean, David, if you look at the margin there, he's only down by 7,000 votes. If that is true, and if that does hold, then it is quite possible. It is quite possible that it does. We have some super chats here. Scotty Hottie says, "Let's go, Brandon. Trump, 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 Trump." At large 47. Thanks for the super chat. As well as Jonathan Jewett, only election coverage I watch and trust anymore. Thank you. I appreciate it. Trevor N., thank you for the super chat as well. So currently, we have approximately, more votes counted, actually. 44% of the vote is now in. I don't know where the vote dump came from, but it seemed like the margin stayed roughly the same. York County, actually. Okay, York County's 94% in York County. David, do you know where York County is?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, we're going to look in here. We're going to look in here until we find it. York County voted for Trump by 7. Currently, York County's voting for Youngkin by 12. And it seems like we're seeing shifts to the right and I predicted this in my prediction. We're seeing shifts to the right in a lot of the rural counties, right? We're seeing shifts to the right, but they're not as heavy as the ones we're seeing in the urban areas. And this is actually something that I factored into my prediction, and it seems to be coming true tonight, which is also interesting. And also, there's other statewide races that I don't want to forget about. So far, Youngkin's actually, is he underperforming the down ballot Republicans? Seems like actually, no, they're roughly performing the same, but it seems like if he wins, he's likely to take Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears with him, and Attorney General Jason Miyares with him as well. And Republicans so far, very early, but up in the House of Delegates with the races that have been called. So that's also important. Mon Wen, thank you for the super chat. Some other super chats. Tony Weston says, thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it. A-Rod says, check Pennsylvania results. We'll check that as well. The polls just closed in Pennsylvania. Apparently the lag is back. I don't know why.
It'll come and go.
Yeah, it comes and it goes. I'm really sorry. I blame Vince Dow because he ruins everything when he shows up. The technology just collapses for some reason. I don't know why, but bit rate. I mean, it's up to where it needs to be, and the audio seems to be fine. So the bit rate is it's where they want it. So. We should be good. We should be good. Hopefully. Okay, all the famous YouTubers are coming in chat. We love to see it. Check New Jersey, which we actually have to, and we're going to check Pennsylvania as well. Christian Romero, there's a lot of voter F-word pilled people out there think the mail. I know how it works. And their concerns are... Yeah, okay, David, go ahead.
Yeah, some Fairfax news. This is really ridiculous, actually, what I'm seeing here. Fairfax County, Virginia, has announced that they are rescanning ballots and will be releasing their vote totals later tonight. Fairfax is expected to release some of the early vote totals before the rescanned ballot totals are announced. So, I don't actually know what's going on in Fairfax. It's
just stereotypical. It's stereotypical. This is exactly, and I think that honestly Youngkin is likely to prevail regardless of what happens in Fairfax, because you already have a third of the vote in there, And if that margin even holds, I mean, obviously it's not going to be good, but I don't expect it to, especially. But I mean, people, if it does hold and Youngkin loses, people are going to literally, the suspicion rate is going to go through the roof. It's going to be insane. But shout out to Aqua King for the super chat. Nug Mitt says, I don't bother with any other election analysis. You're the go-to guy for me. Well, appreciate it. Thank you. We have a lot of people in chat, but I want to get to the super chats first. Vicky Graffing says, I'm in North Dakota and hope you cover Minneapolis. You're the only poll guy I watch. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to get to that as well, but the polls have not closed currently. And I think we have, Brian Watson says, your thoughts of Youngkin's ability to positively affect the down ballot. I remember you're saying the Virginia state chambers had a chance to flip. It seems like that might happen. Also, given Virginia governor's one-term limited chance of Youngkin as VP pick in 2024. Let's see what he does. We have time to decide, but if he's going to win this and he's going to be a solid governor, he definitely should be on the short list, but we're not even there yet. Jack 9298 says, David Wasserman says Youngkin's in the driver's seat. Well, rarely do I say he's right, but he's not wrong. He's right about that. He is in the driver's seat. Let's see what the super chats. I think we have one more super chat. Maybe not. Okay, there we go. Stefan Gadillo says, still with you, Red Eagle, since the beginning. Proud to see your hard work paying off. Keep it up, sir. We're with you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So here we go.
I'm looking at something
more
right now.
Madison County just got even redder from what it looks like. So more election votes are pouring in. Youngkin's lead is 170,000 votes as well, which I think that's important to analyze.
The stream is lagging at the moment, so we're
I know.
Expect a bit of a dip. We'll see what happens. I do want to say Radford County in southwest Virginia, a bit west of Roanoke, is going 100% in. This is a big deal. 100%. Is that 100%? No, I don't think so. But at the moment, it is 54% for Youngkin, and only 44% for McAuliffe. Whereas in 2020, it went 53% for Biden. So Youngkin is overperforming Biden in Radford County, which is a college town.
And that's, where is that exactly?
Which went blue. That is a city county, so it's one of those smaller counties.
One of the small ones.
Right next to Montgomery.
Okay.
So in 2020, Montgomery and Radford both went blue. But now they're both lean red at the moment. So McAuliffe is underperforming, including even Fairfax, like we briefly discussed, with only 74%. He's underperforming in Radford and in his rural areas. He's underperforming in Chesterfield and Virginia Beach and Loudoun, Bigley in Loudoun, underperforming.
Okay, David, we have an update out of Loudoun County, actually. Unfortunately, it seems as if Loudoun County actually got bluer with 92% of the vote in. McAuliffe is now up by 11 points in Loudoun County. I don't know why that exactly is, but it seems like his lead expanded by roughly around, I guess you would say, it seems like 8,000 votes. So he leads by 11. I don't know if the rest of the ballots are going to go for Youngkin or not, but that's interesting to keep in mind as well. We're still monitoring this. We're just an hour in. We've counted 44% of the votes. Youngkin is up by 12 points. He's up by almost 200,000 votes. So we still have a little while to go. New Jersey, we're going to look at New Jersey as well. Now, this is just very preliminary results out of New Jersey. It seems as if Camden County, you have a little bit out of Union, but there's nothing notable here, and it seems like Murphy's only up by 12 votes, but you only have 693 votes that have been counted, so I wouldn't read too... Okay, now you have a lot of votes that just dumped in. A lot of votes out of Passaic County. No, that's not where they're coming from. They seem to be coming from Gloucester. The mail-in votes poured in. Murphy with a 8,000 vote lead out of there. So, okay, that makes sense. We're waiting on Virginia. But you see a 12-point Youngkin lead so far. We're still counting. A lot of ballots left to be counted. Fairfax, nothing out of Fairfax. Virginia Beach looking solid out of Virginia Beach and Chesterfield. We're going to have to wait and see. But all right, let's go. Virginia, we're still waiting, but we have super chats here. We have more super chats that I want to get to. Jimmy J says, would you ever do a stream with Let's Talk Elections? Probably not, because he's on the other side and really don't agree with most of what he has to say. So probably not. Jacob Myers, thanks for the super chat. Vince Dow says 6.9K viewers. Let's go. That is true. But I think that you're screwing up my lag system by you being here, Vince. So Christopher Graves with a large super chat saying, someone asked how this race could affect the spending bill. I think if Youngkin wins, it will embolden Manchin and Sinema and quite possibly cause maybe a dozen or other Dem senators to join them. Great coverage, Red Eagle. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mike M says, do you think giving $450,000 to each illegal immigrant is a winning strategy for Democrats? No, of course not. Not popular with anybody. Jacob Meyer says, how to contact for interview with a candidate. You'll just have to contact their press team. Politicians are not that difficult to reach. But the lag seems to have slowed down. I closed Discord. I'm probably going to close some of the other things that I have open as well. See if that actually makes any difference in this. Might not, but sorry, David. I'll rejoin the call in a little bit there. Don't worry. But that's okay. Let's see. New super chat. Hi Jam. What was says confident Fairfax County delays getting the vote counted or convenient, not confident. Where have we seen this play out before? Yeah, it's ridiculous, honestly. But it's where we're at right now. Fairfax, I think they counted more ballots in Fairfax. The lead actually narrowed, believe it or not. So Youngkin's at 28%. So we'll see if the margin matters more than anything else, the vote total margin. So 8% of the in-person votes are counted. There's still some mail-ins, I believe, that have not yet to be counted there. But I'm confident at the end of the day, Youngkin's going to be in the 30s for sure. So let's update it. 92% for Republicans. So like I said, let's be patient here. It's not over yet. It's not over. We'll see what happens in Loudoun County, but that is demoralizing when you see that dip. When you see that dip in Loudoun County, it's a little bit demoralizing. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it at all. But currently, it's still, he's up by 12. Sam Madsen says, dump out of not so Fairfax. I know. Well, I mean, we're seeing it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll have to look at the result when it's all said and done. But there's still a lot of votes left to be counted out of Virginia Beach. A lot of these smaller metro areas, there's a lot of votes that have left to be counted. So I'm not going to jump to any specific conclusions beforehand. If the betting odds are accurate, then that would be huge. I mean, right now they show that Youngkin is a massive favorite. And if he does win, we can let the memes commence. I mean, the meltdown will commence, I'm sure, from certain people, certain individuals on the left. And if Youngkin falls short, it's going to be a problem. But right now, half the vote is in. McAuliffe has to get 56% of the remaining vote in order to win this election. And will he do that? That I do not know. But there's nothing in out of Richmond and Fairfax. There's some in, but not nearly enough to make a determination. So, all right, let's see. Scott gets his rock, flag, and eagle. Let's go. So true. Jacob Meyer says, I have a candidate I work for running in Colorado for the House next year. How do we get an interview on your show? Oh, for my show? You could email me on my emails in the About section on YouTube for this channel for any business requests. The Jaded Craigsman says, Minnesota expat here in Minneapolis will vote Democrat. Anyone who was even on the fence about defunding the police move to the suburbs. Minneapolis is done. Yeah, well, we know. We do know. Minnesota is a pretty messed up state. And the fact that Virginia is going to have a Republican governor, but Minnesota can't have a Republican win a statewide office in like decades, essentially, with the exception of the governor's race with the popular governor in 2006. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about the state of Minnesota. The Republican Party is just screwed up. The demography isn't that bad. The Twin Cities, you could overcome them, but the suburbs and the exurbs they're just moving so far to the left, and it's just like the state is so confusing. I don't know how they do what they do. But, okay, New Jersey. We'll check New Jersey. I want to check New Jersey. Phil Murphy. Okay, 3% of the vote is in. Ocean County, those got to be mail-ins out of Ocean County. If Phil Murphy's up in Ocean County, that's your mail-in vote in Ocean County. Ocean County is a very Republican county. It's going to go Republican no matter what. Union County, nothing really. Essex, there's some votes in out of Essex. We'll watch the margins up here. I think that Murphy's probably going to win, but we'll have to see. The thing is, David, when the lag slows down, I'll come back and we'll get back on the call, but we're still waiting. Mike pounces a little bit, came out of Fairfax. Yeah, I saw. I mean, we talked about that. BW says that if we see another Biden bounce, it's for sure voting is useless outside of places like Texas. Well, Biden's is not in the ballot, but if I know what you're talking about with the election, but we'll see. They got to count the mail-ins first. It'd be much better if they did that. And you got to count it quickly. But yeah, I'd like to do the call, but it's just like we have an issue with the connection, but it seems to be working fairly. I mean, it goes in and out, but seems to be doing better. So we're going to look at New Jersey. I want to check in on Ohio quickly as well. Chantel Brown easily winning, not surprising at all. Mike Carey, his lead has expanded to 10 points. Still, a lot of that is early vote, so if he's doing that well that early, that's really good news because that means he might win by much more than that depending on the outstanding ballots, but we'll have to see. Virginia, 50% of the vote is in. So Loudoun County, disappointing. Prince William County actually is getting closer. And we're still waiting out of Richmond, the city. We're waiting out of Richmond. But Henrico County is mostly in. And I want to check this because Henrico County is voting for McAuliffe by less than 10. Henrico County, let's see how it voted. It voted for Biden by 30 points. So that shift is huge. Richmond City, however, that's going to break heavily for McAuliffe when it comes in. Same thing as Norfolk and Roanoke are doing. But still, what we're seeing here is still an impressive shift, but we're still a long way to go. But if we want to check the betting odds right now, let's see what Youngkin is up to. He's up to 94. So that's incredible. Goochland is coming in. Where is Goochland? I've heard the name. I didn't know it was a real place. I've heard it, but I didn't know it was a real place until recently when I'm analyzing the election. So I think it was like a joke that they had on the Cleveland show about Goochland. I didn't know it was real back in the day, 10 years ago. But apparently Goochland is real. It's a real place, and it seems like the early vote there was very, very heavily coming in for Glenn Youngkin. And right now it's voting for him 75-24 as the results are reporting. Kevin Enyart, thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it. DC Perspective says, remember what Pennsylvania looked like, 70% reporting. Yeah, I know. And Virginia as well. I mean, Virginia is very, I'd be very skeptical of it, but you do see a lot of the vote that we see is from places like Loudoun and Prince William in Northern Virginia. Prince William is now 60% in. That's a 7-point lead. So we're gonna wait and see. Fairfax, I think, is definitely one to watch. Also, shout out to Bell P for free money. Thank you for the super chat. Artisan of Monkey says, so if there's no C wording involved, Youngkin wins. I think Youngkin's going to win no matter what, honestly, if this holds. We want Richmond to come in because that's a big vote dump. That's a big population center, but 51% of the vote is in. So Youngkin is still riding high. Youngkin plus 12. Now that margin's going to dip, but by how much is the question? Because we got to wait for Richmond to come in. We're going to wait. But still, Virginia Beach heavily for heavily for Youngkin, but half the vote is in. So we're waiting. Stafford County's 90% in. That's a 21-point lead in Stafford County. Prince William's down to a 5-point lead. So I think that there may be some mail-in ballots that'll come in at the end like they did in Loudoun. That might go back to early double digits, but not by much. So we're going to have to see. It's a 12-point lead for Youngkin right now. So 53% is in. So we're going to check New Jersey. We're going to be going back and forth. Murphy now up big, but again, a lot of that is early vote. He's not going to win by 30. But it's probably going to be a Democrat hold for New Jersey, but Republicans in the driver's seat in Virginia. Even with them holding back Fairfax, they need to withhold. I mean, they need to release those ballots now. They need to get it done. They need to get it done now. This is ridiculous. Shouldn't be this way. So let's see. Wasserman just called it. Wasserman has called the election. I'm not going to do that. I mean, the fact Wasserman called it, predicted, is very confident, and it's looking to be a hold. But still, there's a lot of ballots that have not been counted. I'm gonna be a little skeptical. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, Nicholas Curbello. I know that Wasserman called it. Dave Wasteman, redemption arc when, but seriously, what we're seeing here is just what we expected. There's going to be a lot of ballots that are going to come in blue. We know Fairfax has a lot left, but watch the margins. What was the margin in Fairfax in 2020? The total margin lead for Biden was roughly, was that 250,000? So I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see, but we got to watch and monitor that. Loudoun, 98% of the vote is in Loudoun, and Youngkin seems like he's going to trail by about 10 points in Loudoun County. When it's all said and done, could get down to 8 or 9, but the hope of getting that within 5 is out the window. But besides that point, it's looking pretty good. Chris Holmes has heard about you from Adam Krigler's show. Well, I've never been on his show, but he messaged me about it actually. But I don't think he got back with me when I messaged him back. But who knows? Maybe I will go on sometime in the near future. Anybody who wants me on their show, just, again, email. That works. But you have people calling the election. I'm not going to call it as much as I'd like to. I'm not going to because we know how these things happen. But the betting odds right now are just, it's insanity. 98-5. It's probably going to be a Youngkin win. The question is by how much? And that's what we're going to be watching as the results pour in, because you still have 46% of the vote that has not yet reported. And those need to report first. So it's not yet over. It's not over. There's a lot of time left. But I will say that if I'm Glenn Youngkin right now, I would be happy with what I'm seeing so far. Not like super enthused, because you do have some Dem areas like Richmond and like Fairfax that have yet to come in. But Loudoun and Prince William, they're not netting McAuliffe what he would need in those counties. And he's the Virginia Beach, which I thought would go to Youngkin by like 13. Right now he's up by 17. So that margin probably is going to dip a little bit. But Chesterfield, Stafford, York, the margins there are insane. Newport News, he's only down by 15. If you look at Newport News, Biden won that by 33. So like everywhere, every county, there's a shift. It's just insane. Biden is doing this. This is Joe Biden's fault. It's all Joe Biden's fault. It's the fault of the state of our country. It's the fact that you have people angry at the system. People don't want their children to be indoctrinated. People don't want to pay a grocery tax. And Glenn Youngkin was this guy. He came along and he rightfully pushed back against this in a way that had solid messaging for a fairly blue state. And right now he's in the driver's seat of victory. And Dave Wasserman, who probably is not somebody who would like to make a fool out of himself, has actually called the election for Glenn Youngkin. That's crazy. It's not over, though. It's not over. The margin is going to narrow. He's not going to win by 12. I'd like him to win by 12 and a half. It's just not likely to happen. But if he's up by 216,000 votes, where is McAuliffe making that up? I mean, he's going to make some of it up in Fairfax. He's going to make it up in Richmond. But by how much? I don't know. I mean, Youngkin and Roanoke, and I know that this is not going to hold, but Roanoke City, where Tim Kaine was mayor, and not all the vote is in out of Roanoke. I mean, in fact, there's a lot of vote left to be counted, but he's actually neck and neck in Roanoke. In Montgomery County, it's going for Youngkin by 20, which is a county that voted for Biden by like 6 or 7. Halifax County's even voting for Youngkin so far. We like to see it, but there's still time left. Let's look at New Jersey. 4% reporting. Okay, that's not telling me anything. The One Big Red says, I was one of the people dooming over the predicted numbers. Let me be an example for others. Also predict it's insane and artificially pumps. That's so true. And there's also like better political betting sites than Predict It that are more professional, but they're still not perfect. And it's like there's a lot of people on the right, and I mean, I get along with these people. I'm not saying that they're bad people. But they don't understand electoral politics. So they're saying turnout in Nova is huge today. It's huge and loud. And it's like, okay, well, for who is the question? And it seems like it came out for Glenn Youngkin so far. Doomsday Machine says Republican poll watchers flooded the polls and have put the vote counters under a microscope. That has helped a lot. Hope Youngkin wins. Yeah, well, I'm hoping he wins too. It's just 45% remaining of the vote. Okay. So we want Fairfax to dump more. We need them to dump more votes. We need Fairfax to keep reporting. If they keep reporting, that's going to be huge. So we're waiting on Richmond. Senator Mike Pounce says Loudon narrowed a tad. I saw 95%. It's 10 points. Accomack County for Youngkin. Yeah, that's huge. Like these counties like Accomack, which I don't know if that margin's going to hold, but He's up by 50. Accomack County was a county that voted for Trump by 10. For some reason, it shows 71% of the vote reporting, which it's not going to hold. And I mean, obviously, the election's over. But yeah, this is probably going to narrow as well. But still, the shifts are going to, at the end of the day, even though it will narrow from the margin we see here, the shift is going to be present in literally every single county, which is huge to see. You love to see it. But Henrico, that's a massive shift. And we see people that are calling the election, like Dave Wasserman. It might be a little bit premature. I wouldn't do that. I like to be for certain before I make a call. But Wasserman is not somebody to play with his reputation and put his reputation on the line like that. That's not how he rolls. That's not somebody who he is. He's actually one of the more insufferable people. Actually, he's not even that insufferable compared to people like Nate Silver. But he's a part of that unsufferable election mafia type of crowd, is what I like to call them, for those who don't know. So we're waiting. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Fox called it for Youngkin soon, because Fox does early calls for some reason. And like, I mean, I don't know. But at the same time, their early calls have... Well, Wisconsin in 2016 they called that early. That was a Republican win, so it's possible. But we'll have to see. Usually the early calls have not benefited Republicans as of late. But King Caboose 2003 says, I'm originally from Virginia, and this is reminding me of 2009. Well, 2009 was like a 20-point win, but Democrats didn't put up a good candidate at all. In fact, that candidate made Terry McAuliffe look like a really good candidate. So, but yeah, I mean, the energy is there. Like, the state has changed since 2009. But I agree with your overall sentiment, yeah. Simple Logic 90, how accurate is Wasserman? Not really that accurate, but usually he's inaccurate in the other direction. Okay, new vote dump. New vote dump, Fairfax. Fairfax is now 32% in Youngkin, now is at 32% in Fairfax. So the margin narrowed, but 60% of the vote is in. Youngkin still has a lead by 10.5 points, and that's with Fairfax County now significantly in. Now we could check Decision Desk, and we could see that there, but let's see how Predicted is. Predicted has him at, 95%, so it came down to earth a little bit, but still. And by the way, if you bet on Youngkin, pull that money out right now. Pull it out. It's not going to get any higher. You don't want to risk it. Pull that money out. I mean, you just got to do it. So you can thank me for that, because it's at, 95, 96%. Take it out while you can. Take the money. Okay, now it's Youngkin actually expanded the lead a little bit. I don't know what happened there, but Mike Pounce, is any large red counties still not out? I mean, there's a few red counties that haven't fully reported yet, but I don't know. I mean, Virginia Beach, I don't know if he's going to net any more votes there with the margin, but there's some red counties out there that haven't reported fully. I mean, Southampton, Campbell County. See how many people live in Campbell County. Campbell County that would net him probably around 10,000, 15,000 votes from looking at it. And there's some other counties that haven't fully yet reported, but we'll have to see. Jonathan Manson says Ohio's 15th. Mike Carey up by 10, only 7% reporting. Carey should add a seat to 212 total GOP. That is true. So true. But we are currently looking at what could be a Republican victory out of the state of Virginia. So this is what we see. I mean, Biden, his approval rating is tanking. Democrats are losing a state that hasn't gone Republican at the presidential level since 2004, hasn't elected a Republican governor since 2009. New Jersey, probably is going to stay blue, but even then it's probably going to be the closest election in New Jersey for a while. Probably since the early 2000s, if you take the Chris Christie wins out of the picture, because we know Chris Christie only won by eating his opponent. But Youngkin, he's how many votes is he up by now? He's up by 160,000. So my prediction was that he would win by 70,000 votes. But we still don't have anything in and out of Richmond. We have Roanoke still a lot left. Norfolk, I think, is coming in. How much of Norfolk is in? 65%. Okay. So that's encouraging that's almost all the way in. Roanoke City is 80. Really? How's it 87% in? Really? Roanoke is 87% in and McAuliffe is up by 1. That can't be accurate. Okay, wait a minute. Roanoke City, turnout must have been very low if that's the case, but I don't know. We'll see. So we're waiting. Let's check Predicted again. Did it get up any higher? By 1 point. Yeah, like I said, I encourage people to pull it out now. But if you want to risk it and hold off, and maybe you're in a couple more bucks, I guess do it. So Decision Desk called it for Youngkin. Actually, really. Okay. Well, I'm still saying that I think Youngkin's gonna win, but I'm not gonna make that call. But I think he's going to win. Jonathan Cox says Florida 20th Dem primary in dead heat. Interesting. All right, I'm going to check Decision Desk and pull it up. Hopefully it doesn't lag. But I'm going to check Decision Desk and pull it up, and we'll go from there. So let's see. All right, so let's any more super chats? No, we don't have any more. Okay. 8,000 live viewers. That's good to see. So we're waiting on Decision Desk to load. Yep, Youngkin is called. They projected Glenn Youngkin the winner. I'm not ready to do that yet, but if you look at it on the screen right here, that is huge. They called it. We're going to see. Like I said, I think he's going to win. I'm not going to jump the gun here. But that is incredible. Ashley Harold says Henrico, long I in the middle. I didn't know that. Thought it'd be Henrico. That's interesting. Anan 1556 or a non 1556 says I predict might win, but with a narrow margin. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen with Youngkin. Let's see here. Loudon. Okay, Loudon is pretty much all the way in. Fairfax, they have it at 54%. And Youngkin's at 32% and counting, by the way. Prince William is at 41% of the vote is in there. Okay, I don't know. I think that there's more updates on New York Times actually regarding that, but we're still waiting. I think do they have Richmond in here? Because we're waiting on Richmond, I believe. I think that's what we're waiting on, Richmond City, because that's gonna be a vote dump for McAuliffe as well, and we need that to be in before we make a decision. But either way, he maintains that lead. 60% of the vote is in. He is up by 10.4 points. 10.4 points. And by the way, no, Princess whatever is not a libertarian, actually. Liberation Party is different than the Libertarian Party. Liberation Party makes Bernie Sanders look right-wing in comparison. They're just so far to the left. Like, it's insane with what we see here. But Southampton County, nothing out of their Campbell. Southampton County is actually a Republican county, so that's gonna net a few votes in Youngkin's direction. Gene in Pennsylvania, thanks for the large super chat. Really appreciate that. Gene in Pennsylvania, Pushkus. Thank you for the super chat there. Okay. We have a couple other super chats I want to get to. Want to make sure I can see them though. Jeremy Melby says, let's go, Brandon. Thank you for the super chat. Sanderford says, what's the opposite of coattails? Biden has those. I think Obama does too. Like, it's the Obama curse. Every time Obama campaigns for a candidate, they just lose. It's so funny. JT Brown says, why do so many evil people live in Loudoun County? I don't know. I really don't know. But either way, it might not matter at the end of the day. Regardless of result, audit Fairfax. Yeah, I mean, might as well. Sure, you can we should, if people crowdfund these, they'd probably get done faster. William says Gloucester is pronounced Gloucester. Okay, thank you. Thanks for correcting me. I actually didn't know that. Charles Sapp says, well done, Youngkin. Now we need to defeat Thune in South Dakota. Go Maori for South Dakota Senate. Down with the establishment. Down with Rep. Johnson. We'll see what happens there. But I agree. South Dakota needs a primary. Even Noam, it doesn't hurt. Noam has been a disgrace, overrated disaster. Some of you guys in chat might not be ready for that discussion, though, because I know we have a lot of new people. But make sure you guys subscribe. Scott Getz has got to buy the dip. Always buy the dip. Always buy the dip. So true. 61% reporting now, and that lead is still 10.3. So that lead increases. Virginia Beach has more votes that are tallied. Arlington is 56%. And the vote in Arlington was going to be too much, they were saying earlier today. Even these people, doomers on the right. Yeah, well, I'm not ready to call it, but I think Youngkin probably has a good 90% chance at winning. So we'll have to see. Let's look at New Jersey. Let's see what they are at. They're at 6%, so nothing of note out of New Jersey. We'll see if any networks call it. A-Rod says RSBN calls it for Youngkin. That doesn't surprise me, but RSBN is, I don't know their election analysis team up there, so not really familiar. But I'd still be careful to call it. But I think that right now, what is Richmond? If Norfolk is true, that Youngkin is at like 38 in Norfolk, and if he is actually doing super good in Roanoke, I think that Richmond, it's probably only going to net, McAuliffe 50,000 to the point where I'm most worried about Fairfax at the moment. Probably most worried about Fairfax. But I don't think that it's going to be enough either way. When you add it all up, the Dem vote centers, I just can't see it. I can't see it. Well, we're going to have to wait and see either way. But Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to dump McAuliffe to victory as of right now, but it's within 10 points, 61% reporting. Still a little bit of ways to go, but right now you'd still much rather be Youngkin. Donnie Chappelle, thanks for the super chat. Carter Field says, now let's get rid of Kemp in my state. Yeah, well, you need a candidate that can primary him. That's the thing. Youngkin saw a big bump. Because it seems like the Jones campaign is falling apart a little bit from what I could tell. A bunch of numbers says, do mayoral races matter? They do. How much do they matter? I don't know. Albino Onyx says, like, follow, share, everyone. Red deserves it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. And we have a lot of it here tonight. And Glenn Youngkin has a lot of it too. It's funny. Like, I mean, you see the election being covered on right-leaning channels and left-leaning channels, which is important to analyze. Nobody in particular, but you look at where the energy is. A lot of the right-leaning channels had a lot more views on their Virginia videos than left-leaning channels, so it shows you that the left's a little bit apathetic, and this is why Youngkin is in the driver's seat at victory. Aaron Bennett says, how bad will the midterms be once this is over with for the Dems? Probably not too good. I don't know. It depends on the end result, but also it also depends how this continues. Because, for example, and I know it's not going to happen, but something could happen. Biden's approval shoots up by 10 points. I don't think it's going to happen, but if it did hypothetically happen, it'd get a little harder, right? We're a year away. Election cycles take time, but I think if anything, Biden's approval rating is going to be worse. I think that this could happen. If this happens, you're talking about, Republicans might win New Hampshire Senate election without Chris Sununu running for it, which is possible depending on the candidate. It's gone under the radar, but it's possible. Nicholas Crubelos says Florida at 20, centrist wholeness up 90 votes over progressive. Thank you for the update. See, we like the super chat updaters because that way we can focus on the big races and get the updates for the little races. JT Brown says agreed Noam is a liability rather than an asset. Yeah. It's so true. Ryan Amakra says, is there any information regarding the Virginia House? If it just for the record, it seems like Republicans, they need what looks to be 51 seats to win. They're at 23. Dems are at 7. So Victor Aroma, a verified YouTuber, says if Youngkin wins, get ready for months of CNN and MSNBC calling everyone racist. They said it is already. They said it's voter suppression, and they said that Youngkin's victory is a quote-unquote white lash, essentially, which is what, Van Jones said, I think, but they said it's a white backlash, and, they're trying to make it out to be, a horrible thing. Is it a white backlash? I mean, not really. From the standpoint of Youngkin's electoral victory is, in a way, he's hitting records with minorities in Fairfax and things like that, so that's helping him across the finish line too. But in a way, it is a white backlash when it comes to the anti-white critical race theory. But why is that so controversial to say? Why is that such a negative thing? If you're going to be pushing out this Marxist anti-white ideology, are you just going to expect these people to take it? I don't know. I don't know who they think they really are when they say this. They're just very out of touch people, and they're reaping what they sow here. They really are. So it's not over yet, not nearly over yet. Nomeo says, we appreciate your work on this. Thank you. JT Brown says, need a primary Lindsey Graham. Neocon's got to go. Well, Trump dropped the ball there a little bit, but that's what happens with Lindsey Graham. He cozies up to Trump, and it's ridiculous that he's able to had as much pull as he does, but I'm hearing from sources that he has less pull than he had earlier in the year, which is good news. Stars says Fairfax is recounting. Oh, I know, that's kind of what they're doing, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that they're doing that. It's maybe because they don't believe that they just don't believe that the tallies are coming in the way they do, or for other reasons, if you know what I mean. But Patriot American says, I just heard Fairfax County just missed their early ballot deadline and that they've stopped the count. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Now, is it going to be enough, whatever happens in Fairfax? Are there enough ballots to get T-Mac over the top? I don't think so. Youngkin is now up by 10.7. His lead is increasing, actually. But we'll have to see. Bears says Virginia House seat in District 12 of the incumbent Democrat get pulled over on a suspended license taking yard signs out of people's yards today. That's just funny. Me Marino 1041, time for a burger. Thank you. It's about the price of a McDouble, I guess you would say. Vince Tarallo says, what does this mean for 22? Does this possibly re-energize Dems for midterms? No, it's not. Are Dems going to have a drop-off this big in the midterms? No, but it's not going to re-energize Dems for midterms. Republicans do have a habit for fumbling the ball, but I don't think that it's going to matter when it's Biden that's doing the fumbling when he's in the White House, and that's who's energizing. Raven Spirit says everyone is just tired of the dim stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what you see with the inflation and the taxation. But it's not just the taxation. It's just not the right-wing stereotypical economic stuff. That's the problem. Like it's literally in general just everything that we're seeing here. Astral Walker says, how did Trump lose here by 10? Do you think Virginia will be competitive again in future elections at the federal level? I don't, but I think maybe Biden peaked. It's possible Biden peaked. I really do believe it's possible because he's just not, Republicans got like 45% in the state. And they have a lot of rural areas that have population. Nova's growth is slowing a little bit. So I don't know, maybe a little bit. I don't know. Raven Spirit says everyone is tired of the Dems. Oh, wait, I already read that one. Okay, I think I got to read the other ones here. Novi Paransky says Newsmax calls the race for Youngkin. I'd be careful. They called Georgia for Trump at like 11 o'clock in 2020, so be careful. But it doesn't seem like, the lead expands. It's like 11%. So I'm gonna get David back in here in probably like 10 minutes. We have a guy from Ohio potentially. Just hope the stream doesn't lag. But we're gonna have a guest on to talk about Ohio, who also writes for the website. New website, by the way. If you want to become a member, you can become a member. The perks aren't all up yet, but you could pre-join, and the perks will be up later this month. Additional videos, things like that. redeaglepolitics.com. You could sign up there. Discord will return for members only. Bell Fegger says Burger King, McDonald's favorite burger place. In-N-Out and Culver's for different reasons. Culver's is probably a little bit healthier. In-N-Out has a better taste to it in the burger, but the fries aren't really that good. Culver's has better desserts. But yeah, if you're talking about McDonald's or Burger King, I'd say McDonald's because Burger King is just awful. That Christian Dad says, keep up the good work, Red Eagle. You become my main source for election predictions. Thank you. Many such cases, by the way. Bames John says, what's the implication of 3 a.m. votes? Will it be enough is the question. That's all we have to say. The good news is a lot of Northern Virginia is in. Fairfax County, Decision Desk has it at like 66%. But how much more is left? I don't know. Braxton Jackson says, do you think a Youngkin win should or could scare the Dems trying to push through Build Back Better? Yeah, and David mentioned this earlier too. It's like Youngkin's victory will have political implications because you're going to have people like radical liberal Raphael Warnock or whatever his name is. If he keeps going at the rate he's going, Herschel Walker's going to wipe the floor with him. And Herschel Walker's running a really good campaign, by the way. Simple Logic 90, Campbell County hasn't come in yet. Yeah, I know. That's gonna boost Youngkin by probably around, was it like 20,000 votes? How much did it boost Trump by? It boosted Trump by, it was like 13,000. So probably going to boost him by 10 because turnout's going to be lower in the off year. But yeah, absolutely. And I have had Whataburger. I think In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. I know, he's a fake Texan now. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I haven't had Whataburger enough, but the fact that they created the Dr. Pepper milkshake is very incredible. And their fries are pretty good. So, shut to relax with nature. Bob Dole with the 50. Thank you, Bob Dole. Wonder if it's the real Bob Dole. Probably not, but thank you for the big super chat. I really appreciate all the donors tonight, the super chatters. We'll look at New Jersey as well. I don't think that, it would be this is a long shot, but okay, Ocean's coming in now. Ocean is 15% in. That's going to get redder. Let's see. What counties are, what is it, Gloucester, they say? Cape May's, okay, let's do this. Cape May's 100% in. All right, so if Cape May's 100% in, how did Cape May vote in 2020? Because this is definitely the thing. Because if Cape May voted for, let's see, okay, wait. Cape May County, where's Cape May? Can't find it here. Okay. It's not here. Oh, it's actually a Republican county. Voted for Trump by 16. So that might be an error. That's an error. Potentially an error in Cape May. But if that holds, then New Jersey, Republicans really did drop the ball there, but I don't know if it will. Seems like there's a lot more votes left to be tallied. So that might be like earlier mail-in voting in Cape May, because that's a Trump county. I can't see Murphy flipping a Trump county. So, yeah, I'd really be skeptical of that. But the votes are pouring in. We'll wait and see on New Jersey. New Jersey's kind of like a second thought. I think Murphy's going to win. But it just seems as if Virginia's the one everybody's focused on, because this has the largest implications. If New Jersey flips, that would just be incredibly insane, but it's not likely to happen. But all the doomers, all the naysayers that are saying that this is going to be a McAuliffe easy victory, it's like we're gonna spend the next few days clowning on them if that happens. Victor Aroma says, I'm not a YouTuber. This check is from Google Profiles. Great work, by the way. Interesting. I think there was a stream, another YouTuber stream, and there was this guy with like 12 subscribers who was verified. It wasn't the same guy, but it was before the election, which was really interesting to see. But Rex Steele says, if you could overturn the three Supreme Court verdicts, which would you overturn? Roe v. Wade, Augerville Hodges, and I don't know another one. Probably the one, what was the one with the prayer in schools when I'd overturn that one? Hakeem Alayman says, what do you think is going to happen for the New York mayoral race? I think that, well, actually, the polls are going to close in a few minutes here. But we'll see. Any other networks calling it, make sure to let us know. But obviously some people are going to purposely do psyops and misinformation. But we're waiting on, Richmond is starting to report. How much of it is in? Not much. But they are reporting ballots in Richmond. Charlottesville seems to have reported a good chunk of ballots. We know youth turnout is down significantly in this election. Decision Desk called it for Youngkin. RSBN and Newsmax did, although I'd be skeptical of those networks because they made mistakes in 2020. Let's see. Okay, we have more super chats. I want to get to these. Big Mouster says, who's Princess Blanding? Super far left candidate says that McAuliffe is like worse than Trump or something, but she's not doing very well. Probably not going to be the end result determining factor. The Jaded Kriegsman says, could you explain your dislike for Noam? She caves on women's sports. She caves when it comes to the vax mandates. She doesn't take a stand for anything. She's just doesn't understand politics, and she's just beholden to the corporations first and foremost. And I'm not a fan of that. That's not the party I want the Republican Party to be. So I'm not really the biggest fan of her. And there's a lot of you could find there's a thing I saw, little video, little documentary about Kristi Noem, lies, corruption. I don't know what it is, but it was a while back, but you could find it. It was Kristi Noem documentary. It was pretty good. So you could watch that. It would explain it a little bit better. But that's only part of the reason why I dislike her. Because, just also her rhetoric and her propped up by several high news media networks. Dova Budgie 100 says, what do you think of Colton Boyer for Newcastle mayor in Pennsylvania? I don't know. Okay, I didn't even understand that one, but I know that's something vulgar, but I don't know what it is. DC Perspective says, Rep, will you endorse and promote my channel? I'm so high energy right now. Let's go. So true. Let's get this victory. Go subscribe to the DC Perspective. Go subscribe to pretty much all the mods channels as well. Just go subscribe. Just share the love, share the enthusiasm. It's David has a good channel. So yes, you could subscribe to the DC perspective. Thanks for coming on. We'll get David back on in a minute here. I haven't forgot about the rest of the stream, but it's just I want to get to the super chats first. Senator Mike Pound says, how much left in Shenandoah County, Northwest Virginia? Shenandoah County, 33%. So you'll see a few dozen, not a few dozen, but a few thousand votes that will be net for Youngkin most likely. Let's see here. Okay, keep up the amazing analysis. Scythely, thank you. Aldo E. Aredino says, I like Youngkin. Biden likes Youngkin. I see what you did there. Jonathan Cox, Newsmax projected Youngkin the winner. I know. Michael Drader says, stop talking about dine-in food when there's so many unvaccinated folks in here. What? Good to see the right wing making stride. Dine-in food. That's not even dine-in food, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not even dine-in food. It's literally drive-through food. And I don't know where you are, but there's no vax mandates in Texas, so Canada probably has them, is judging from the currency there. But every single yard sign has a... Okay, wait, hold on. Chris S. says, I live in Cape May County, and there's no way Murphy could win here. Every single yard sign is a Jack sign, and everyone talks about hating Murphy. Well, even though that's anecdotal, I agree with you. I agree. Rob says, a judge is supposed to be politically blind and worried about facts. It's sad to see our corruption in our country. Yeah, they're not real original intentists. There's only like a few of them that are on the court. Distinctive Destinator, Chunk, yogurt's crying to his bacon grease. Yeah, it's funny these people like the Young Turks, these so-called progressives, the second you have like a Hillary Clinton clone up there, they just shill for that candidate against Republican in an election. It just kind of proves how much for the system that they actually are, and they're not really rebels at all in any way, shape, or form. IB says, be careful, early person and mail is still not counted fully. I know, go Youngkin. So true. Richard Head, does Garrett Soldano win the primary in Michigan against James Craig? I don't think so. Craig is up in the polls big time. It's possible, but I don't think he will. I think Craig is probably going to end up being the guy. A-Rod says, Youngkin will govern for all, must keep Virginia red. It's red by 11 points, 64% reporting is we're going to look at New Jersey. Okay, so New Jersey, where are the votes coming in from? Yeah, Cape May is not 100% in. There's no way. Doesn't add up. Turnout doesn't make sense. We're going to wait on analyzing New Jersey. Still, we don't have enough vote in to determine anything, but Murphy is favored, even though Jack Citarelli is likely to do better than most Republicans have in the past in the state. So do keep that in mind. Maybe, I don't even know. I don't even think the Young Turks are even streaming right now. They probably don't even know that there's an election happening today. So many people on the left are so apathetic, and look who it's benefiting right now, Youngkin. But I will say the good news is that even though the remaining vote does favor McAuliffe, it's not going to favor McAuliffe by an ungodly amount. I mean, it will favor him significantly, but I mean, if you do the math here, there's 36% of the vote left. Of that 36, McAuliffe is going to have to win close to 63, 64% of that to win. I don't think it's out there yet. I really don't think that vote total is going to be out there for him. Obviously, there's votes in Fairfax and Arlington that have yet to be counted, but I don't see it. Barnboy for president says, higher up from 1 to 10, how big will a Youngkin victory be? You know what I'll say? I'll say it's probably going to be around probably like a 2 to 3 point win, honestly, maybe even 4 points at this point. I just don't think it's going to hold at this rate. But the rural counties came out big, and that's huge. Rich Mayer says, how does Virginia lieutenant governor and AG race have 70% in, but governor only 63? I don't know. That's interesting. Doesn't really seem to make sense. It doesn't show that on New York Times. If you're looking on Decision Desk, don't really reason with the percentage in, because theirs is just so weird. But Mark Herring might end up narrowly winning his election. But I think Winsome Sears and Youngkin are going to win at this point, at this rate. I mean, Youngkin is up by 11 points with 2/3 of the vote in. That means of that 33 that are out there, McAuliffe is going to need 22, which means he needs in the mid to high 60s at that point to even win. The Quantum viewer says, here, I have some of my predicted winning. Well, thank you. Glad to see. I give the advice. I make the commission. It's so true. Speaking of predicted, let's check it again. See what it's at. Okay, no change, 96%. Yeah. So we're waiting. I'm going to see we could get the call back. I want to talk about Ohio as well. More votes came in. Okay, that's interesting. More votes actually poured in. And it seems as if, let's look at it and let's see what they say. Okay, so now we're 2/3 in. Youngkin maintains his lead. I don't think anything changed in the total vote count in terms of the percentages, but more votes came in and they broke 55 to 44 for Youngkin. So he's up by 10 points. Now, I don't think he's going to win by 10. Who is Princess Blanding? Princess Blanding is a very far left liberation, not libertarian, liberation party candidate who made a disruption in the debate. She thinks McAuliffe is like Trump for some reason. She's super far left of Bernie Sanders, basically. And right now, this is hilarious what we see. So we'll see what happens. I want to make sure we can get back in. Hopefully the lag doesn't happen. I don't want there to be any lag when we're going to be doing this, because I want to get back on the call, but I know that the lag was an issue, and hopefully the lag doesn't come back because we have things to talk about. So we're waiting. Literally, it's Discord's problem. It's Discord's problem. I apologize. I was gonna have people come on, and I don't know if that's gonna happen because Discord is causing the lag, and I'm gonna have to fix that issue. But I don't know. We're gonna have to make that up somehow. But we'll see. Maybe later on. Maybe later. We'll see. Okay, McAuliffe saw Fairfax, a big dump out of Fairfax, and it didn't really change things that much. Look at it. Another dump. Fairfax is literally 60% in, and it's not good enough. It's not enough. It literally. Norfolk is 75% in. We're still waiting on votes to come in out of, I believe, Richmond City, which is going to break heavily Democrat. But we're looking at New Jersey. I mean, nothing's new. I mean, there are a lot of votes left that haven't been counted out of Ocean County. I mean, there's some in-person votes that'll break for Jack. The margin will narrow, but probably not by enough. But we'll see. Still has time left. New York City, we're going to look at the New York mayoral election. Really nothing is in. I think the early vote and mail-in vote is in. And it is heavily favoring Eric Adams, but he might underperform de Blasio still when it's all said and done, because a lot of that is the mail-in vote, and you're going to see more in-person voting that will favor Curtis Silva, especially in Staten Island, Brooklyn, and some of these other places. Keep in mind, Trump did very well in New York City. He improved with Hispanics. He did 5 points better. Slayer Sigma Zeta says, judging from the abysmal performance by the Democrats, if a Republican is not elected to the White House in 2024, do you think it could start a war? No, I don't think our country's there yet. I don't think we're there yet. But it has nothing to do with the performance tonight or tomorrow or next election. Susie says, you're the only source for election analysis I trust. Thank you for all your... Okay, not good. Not good. Should be back now, actually. We should be back now. Should be back. So hopefully we're back. People need to refresh, but we should be good now. So, okay, there we go. We're back. Vince Dow. I blame Vince Dow for 11-2, although 11-2, like, the negativity of it has been, like, wiped away with the Youngkin, like, what will likely be a Youngkin victory. But Richmond is pouring in. There's more votes out of Richmond. Fairfax is now 58% reporting. Youngkin's up by 200,000 votes. They're not going to be able to make it up. They're not going to do it. So it's not going to be enough. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it right now. I'm just going to say this. I think that right now, I waited to make this determination. Decision Desk has called it. Dave Wasserman has called it. Pretty much everybody else has called it. Adding up the vote totals, what is he going to get out of Fairfax? He's not going to double that margin out of Fairfax. He's not going to, you look at Richmond, even if he ends up getting what Biden's vote margin of victory was out of Richmond, it's not going to be enough. Virginia Beach might narrow a little bit, and Roanoke's not going to net him that much more. What's out there in Arlington? Not that much. So I think it's going to narrow. I think it's going to be by around 3 or 4 points, maybe even at most. But I'm going to say this. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk has projected Glenn Youngkin, the victor of the Virginia gubernatorial election. The Republicans have not won the state of Virginia in a while when it comes to the governorship, not even since 2004 when it comes to the presidency. But even so, Glenn Youngkin is the apparent winner of the state of Virginia. It seems like he has won. The margin will narrow as more votes come in, but this is a major white pill. It seems as if they said that it couldn't be done. A lot of people even today were dooming, but it doesn't matter. Glenn Youngkin in the driver's seat at victory. We're going to project him the apparent winner of the Virginia election. So he's the apparent winner, which means apparently it seems as if he's going to win, which is slightly like a 75% projection, which is eventually going to just come 100% pretty much soon. So shout out to the super chatters. Ramium, thank you. Bell P, White Pill God Rep. I assume means go rep. I don't know. But thanks for the super chatters. And it seems as if there's not enough left right now. Youngkin maintains roughly a 10-point lead. And McAuliffe is going to need like 70% of the vote remaining plus. And I don't see him getting the margins out of Fairfax necessary, even though it seems as if he's getting only 34% there. That might even increase at the percentage as the night goes on, even though he's not going to, he's still going to trail behind in the county. But, there's still Campbell County out there. There's still votes in some red counties. I can't say that, I just can't see McAuliffe winning this thing. I can't see it. Aiden says, the death of Red Virginia has been greatly exaggerated. We are not done yet. Love and prayers for you from Shenandoah County, Virginia. Isn't that from the song? They say that like the song Country Roads is actually like Western Virginia instead of like the state of West Virginia. There's a debate about that. But Brent Funding Zlan says, thanks for the great coverage. Appreciate it. John Waffle H2P says, Trump will win 2024. I think so. Jay Weiss has just subscribed. Great channel. It's not over yet. We're still counting votes. We're still going to monitor this. Me Marino says, we take the W. Yes, sir. We did it together. I knew it was possible. Shout out to the sob story that is, let's not let anyone else have the moment. Shout out to Edmund for the large super chat. Thank you. Hung Tran says, let's go, Brandon. Saga Fragus has been watching you since like 2018-19. It's 19 because I wasn't here in 2018, but huge W. Next stop, midterms, destination Lansing. Gretchen, you're next. So true. The momentum, it's happening. The momentum. Before our very eyes, we're seeing more and more momentum. It's on our side. We have the energy factor. Decision Desk is now projecting the attorney. Really? They're projecting the attorney general's race, Red? I'm telling you, this is insane. So, yeah, I think that the remaining votes probably going to be like 60%, like 50s, in the 50s to 60% for McAuliffe, and it's not going to make a difference. Youngkin, I think, is going to win by close to 100,000 votes. So We're going to turn to New Jersey. We're going to turn to, well, Ohio's pretty much, we know what's going on there, but we'll watch as the more the votes come in. But New Jersey's now turning into a 10-point ball game. In New Jersey, a lot of votes in Newark. Hudson County, very few. Ryan Amakra says, how does Youngkin's win compare to McDonald's in 2009? It really doesn't. I think it's a unique thing because, I mean, McDonald had the energy, but like Democrats were not like as prominent in the state as they are now, from what we know. So do keep that in mind. But you look at this in Fairfax and across the state as a whole, and you're seeing everywhere there's a shift. I don't know what the end result's going to be in Fairfax. Loudoun seemed to actually, Youngkin underperform what I thought he would do. But the rural areas, he did a little bit better, actually. And you love to see it. You do love to see it. Populist politics is, what do you think Youngkin's margin will be? I think it's going to be around 3 points. I don't think it's going to be super high. But the Fox poll was not wrong that Youngkin was, I mean, like, it was in the, you need to throw that one in the aggregate, is what I'm saying. You need to throw it in the aggregate. MH is what's going on with Campbell County. I don't know. Some counties don't report right away, but if anything, those are just going to be late votes that are going to favor Youngkin. So we'll see. But I see what I see right now. Predict It. Let's see what Predict It is saying. Predict It has it. Does it still have it at 96? It has it at 97. Now it's 71% reporting. And it seems as if Youngkin is up by still 9.6%. Newsmax, yeah, we know Newsmax called it. Did any major news network call it, though? That's the thing. Like, we know that there are experts, so-called experts, that called it, but we'll see. DJ Aftershock says apparently Stan Scott is winning in Hanover. I don't know who that is. Jim Bob says people on Virginia are now saying things like, Virginia is a message for don't nominate Trump in 2024, win back the suburbs. What's your take on it? No. Youngkin would lose Virginia probably at the presidential level. If he was to run for president, he would be hard-pressed to take the state. State elections are different from national elections. Youngkin, I think Trump was involved the right amount. He didn't run from Trump. The problem was Terry McAuliffe tried to tie him to Trump, and it didn't work. I think Trump was involved in the election the right amount. I think he supported Youngkin. He wasn't down there energizing the opposition either for McAuliffe. He released his press statements that were fairly hilarious, to be honest. And right now, it seems like Youngkin won. But would Youngkin have these rural margins if he was running from Trump even more? I don't know. I think what it tells me is that you don't cave on these social issues. It's about messaging. I think the messaging for the suburbs is better. Would Youngkin win a place like Michigan? I don't know. I think a Trump-Youngkin ticket might be interesting if Youngkin becomes a good governor, though. Jake Peak says meep. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of a fallout when it comes to analyzing this election, but you really can't analyze it that much when it comes down to it. The bottom line is that Youngkin ran a great campaign. He was a great candidate. McAuliffe wasn't, and Biden is unpopular. Now, that's really all there is to it. Now, what effect does Trump have on this election? Well, it's irrelevant. Trump's not popular in Virginia. He's not popular in the suburbs, but I think he would do better in the state if he ran in 2024. It wouldn't do this good because Biden's so unpopular. Biden, his approval rating in the exit polls in the state was like minus 15. In the initial exit polls, still probably under 10 points underwater, roughly around there. Jonathan Mason says, do you think Chris Sununu will announce for Senate after this win? I really don't know. There's a scandal with him, I heard. I don't know. We'll see. A little bit of a scandal. Something about him arresting people at a town hall. I have to look into that, but it could end up being nothing for all I know. But we're waiting. Fairfax, Youngkin's at 34. Trump got, 28 in Fairfax County? So he's doing better than Trump in Fairfax, much better in Loudoun than Trump. If you look at 2020, Loudoun County, Trump got 36. He lost by what looks to be 25 points. That's now down to 10. 10, 11 points. It's actually down under 10 points right now. So keep that in mind. But no. Still up big. Now, New Jersey, I want to talk about New Jersey. 21% of the vote is in. Murphy is up by 6.4. Where is the vote coming in? Okay, Ocean is now 54% in. That's a big lead. Citarelli leads in Ocean County by 45,000 votes. Ocean is one of the biggest Republican vote sinks in the entire country. Goes under the radar, but it is. Now, the fact that he's at 66 there, that probably would need to increase if he wants any chance at actually winning tonight, which I don't know if that's possible, but Trump got 63.5% there. He's at 66. He'd have to crack 70 in Ocean if he wants a shot at this thing, but he's only down by 40,000. But let's check. Newark has a good amount of votes in. Hudson doesn't have that many in. But it depends. A lot of the votes that get counted first are actually mail-in votes. See, they say Hudson is 99. Hudson's not 99% in. Cape May is not 100% in. It's like, but this is where the energy we're going to have to turn in New Jersey as the night goes on. I really am sorry about the Discord stuff. I really am sorry about that. But it just doesn't seem to be working. Let's see. Me Marino 1041 says Fox News now projects Glenn Youngkin loses Arizona. That's so true. David, I would bring you back on. I need to buy the Ethernet cord. I need to buy one. Need to buy one for my live streams, but I can't bring you on or there's going to be lag again. And I apologize for not being able to bring you guys on tonight, but I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you with another stream. I will. We're going to have primaries coming up early next year. We're going to have more streams coming up eventually. The energy is in our corner. And the sky is truly the limit. It truly is. And we have to get out there and we have to take this momentum and keep going. We can't just sit here and do nothing with it. The one big red says, how much will that one-seat Dem advantage in the Virginia State Senate come into play? It's probably going to be like the Senate right now, actually. And have I seen the New York State ballot proposals? I have not seen the New York State ballot proposals. Speaking of the ballot proposals, let's check Minneapolis. Did they mention? Okay, there's nothing. Okay. The good news is that it seems like they are not replacing the police department so far. Only 2,000 votes in, but they have decided to keep their police department. So far, they're keeping their police department. They're doing that as a very minimum. They'll keep the department. You see what they're doing? It's ridiculous. Aaron Bennett says margin of error if Trump wins in 2024 if this holds. I'm assuming like what percentage that Trump will win. I mean, if the energy holds the way it is now on the right, I think Trump will win. But we need to keep going. The one big red says, how much will that one seat... oh, wait, I already answered that one. I want to get to the super chats. I want to get to them. I feel like I missed one. Did I miss one? Actually, I don't think I did miss one. But we had a surge of them. I think I got to them all, though. But yeah, it's crazy what's going on. We got to finish. It's not over yet. You got to finish. But I do make the projection because I don't see where McAuliffe is making up these votes. I don't see it. Bell P says New York proposal was giving Dems advantage in mail-ins, absentees, and redistricting. Voted no. Very important for New York's 22nd. Exactly. And I believe that they called that election in like February. It's insane what's happening. We're going to check in on New Jersey. Because if Virginia's closer, more Republican than we thought, maybe New Jersey would be. We'll see. It's within 30,000 votes at the moment. But a lot of the counties that are in are fairly Republican areas. Monmouth County coming out huge for Jack, coming out for Jack by 13, but it also voted for Trump by 3, so we'll see. Reed Levin says, are you ready for the 1 a.m. vote dump? I already factored that into the projection. if that happens, then that would be insane. But Decision Desk called it for Youngkin, and pretty much a lot of people on the left, like Dave Wasserman, I mean, he's establishment pretty much on the left at this point, you could say. He called it for Youngkin. So Big Meowster 99 says Prop 1 in New York is effectively gerrymandering put in as an actual constitutional amendment guaranteeing Dem majority. Yeah, like I said, it's they'll do everything for power. The right's too afraid to try and work Kentucky in our favor and Indiana. It shows you. Dovey Przansky says per White House official, Biden refuses to take Terry's call. What's up with that? I don't know. Maybe because Biden, I don't know. I don't think Biden is like mentally there enough to know that campaigning, like we did campaign, but campaigning a whole lot for McAuliffe would hurt him because Biden's approval rating is down in the gutter. Seems like everybody has been proven right about that. When we were talking about how awful Biden was going to be and how mentally absent he was going to be and how he was going to drive the country into the ground, it seems like everybody on the right was proven correct when it comes to that. So it seems like a lot of independents at least understand that. That's why Trump is favored in nearly every poll you see, even in the popular vote. But let's see. Okay, we're looking at these results. Roanoke, the county is actually 68-32 in favor of Youngkin right now. The city still hasn't reported a whole lot of ballots. Richmond, the city, is starting to report some. It's not a whole lot, but we're waiting. Where did the vote dump come from? I don't really know. Oh, I think the vote dump came from Henrico County. I think we saw a little vote dump there, but wasn't that much to make the difference. So let's see. Let's refresh the betting odds. Is he still at 97? Still at 97. He's at 97. Let's focus on New Jersey for a few minutes, guys. We're gonna. Oh wait, did they remove votes in Virginia for McAuliffe? I think that they may have had an error. I don't know. Did they have an error? I don't know. Seems like nothing's changed. Okay. Okay. Now Jack is actually improving. So he's only down by 3.6. So that's closing actually. Now, I don't know if this is going to like hold or what's going to happen because you do have a lot of blue areas out. I mean, Newark is, I don't know. I'm skeptical of how, like the percentage in. Like Essex County's not under 1% in, but Hudson County's not 99% in either. And Cape May is definitely not 100% in. Does Predicted even have a market for New Jersey, or did they close it because they were just so adamant that, yeah, it seems as if they're 97% sure that Democrats are going to hold New Jersey, but the margin has gone down from like Murphy +4 to Murphy +6. And that's interesting to look at, believe it or not, because that way we actually see the fact that, well, New Jersey's a little bit different, a little bit harder to win, especially against an incumbent, but Jack Citarelli caved a little bit more than Youngkin caved. And maybe it's not going to help him by caving. Because they're gonna hit him with the label anyways. They're going to say he's a threat to democracy, he's this, whatever NPC jargon they're going to throw at him. But either way, we're 23% of the vote in. New Jersey's pretty close. So is it going to hold? I'm not sure. There's a lot of votes left for both sides up for grabs. Trying to find a county that's pretty much all the way in, and I mean, doesn't seem like there is one. Hunterdon is 83% in, which I believe that's this one right here. And Jack is up by 20. And looking at New Jersey, in that county, it seems as if it voted for Trump by just 5. So He's improving. He's outperforming Trump in pretty much every, single county that's there. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. But I could hope. But it just seems like a little bit of something that could be far-fetched. Jacob Carter says, if there is a defaulter, we get close to one again, do you think Trump will try for a balanced budget amendment in 2024? No, Trump's not that guy. First of all, he's not that ideological. Number two, he's kind of a big spender himself. So it doesn't seem like he would do that. I mean, like Ted Cruz would call. That's something like Ted Cruz would call for. Or maybe even like Rand Paul, but they're probably not going to be the nominee, even if Trump doesn't run. Phil Murphy, 50.6. Jack is at 48.5. So we're seeing this here. It's interesting, very interesting. But Hudson County is a big vote sink for the Democrats. And okay, now that's the other state up there. Hudson County, how many votes were there? I mean, it netted Biden over 100,000, so that's gonna be critical for Murphy when it's all said and done. But we'll see. David Zentara says, is YouTube censoring messages? I don't think so. It depends. I think they do censor some of them. Like, you can't super chat certain things or they won't let you. Susie says, Democrats are already blaming their loss on the failure to pass the balance. Is that the Build Back Better? Oh, good. Let them think that. Let them think that. I don't care. Let them think that. If that's why they think they lost, I'm not going to correct them on it, because then they're just going to keep running their own party into the ground with their own incompetency. It's pretty funny. So, let's see. Okay, so we're waiting. Do we have, we have results in out of every county now. What is it? Campbell County is in, actually. Youngkin got like 83% of the vote there. So 2/3 of the votes are in. You have approximately, I don't know how many votes are outstanding, but turnout was a little bit higher than I originally anticipated. We can get out the calculator here and do some basic math. I mean, 2.4 divided by 0.7. Okay, wait, hold on. So we do 2.4 divided by 0.74. So that means that there's 3.2 million votes left. You minus that by 2.4, and you have essentially 800,000 votes left. Yeah, if you have 800,000 votes left, how many of those would T-Mac need to win? He'd need to have enough to have a 207-point lead. So he's going to have to win roughly around 515,000 votes of that in order to win. So that's insane. That's incredible. That's where we're at. New Jersey's close for now. Keyword is for now. There's a lot of Democrat areas that haven't reported, but Jack Citarelli, 25% of the vote is in. He's down by 1 point. He might even take the lead here, even if it is temporarily. So this is going to be closer than expected in New Jersey, I will say. Even if it is a 5-point win for Phil Murphy, it's going to demoralize Democrats. It'd be nice if Republicans found a way to win this election. It's just not likely to happen with the fact that Newark is and Trenton is still out there. But either way, I like the level of overperformance that Jack is doing so far. Kermit DeFrog says, should Sewell win in upstate New York? Well, I mean, he'd be carpetbagging. I don't know if he'd want to do that. Thoughts on Andrew McCarthy? He's solid. He's actually really good. I'd encourage people support him in his primary. So here we are. Big lead. Not really, actually. Big lead for Youngkin, that is. New York. Let's check in on New York. Let's see if New York is updating. We have New York. Okay, so Slee was up to 22.4% so far. Where's the... So Staten Island hasn't reported as much as the Bronx, but he's cracking 21 in the Bronx. That's pretty good for a Republican. 21% in the Bronx. I mean, the Bronx is mostly black and Hispanic. The fact that he's cracking 21 in the Bronx is actually pretty good. But he's going to have to do better in Brooklyn than this if he wants to get closer to 30. Same thing with Staten Island, but a lot of that is just like the mail-in ballots. I mean, he's going to definitely get over 60 in Staten Island. I think that Malliotakis got like 70 there. Liberalism is a mental disorder. Thanks for the super chat. So, all right. Going to the state of Virginia. Still not a lot's changed. So I think we should focus on New Jersey. I do want to get to Ohio, but now it's down to a 1-point lead in New Jersey. 1 point. Reed Levin says, fantastic job. Appreciate your influence on young patriots. Let's go, Brandon. Thanks for the super chat. Mike Carey's up by 13 now. Franklin County is 35%, and Athens County is 100% in, is what it's showing. But it doesn't seem right. Athens is not a 24-point lead county. That might be early vote. I'm a little skeptical of where it says 100%. And I am in New Jersey, too, for this. But either way, New York. Oh, Jack's in the lead. Jack took the lead. Barely, but he has the lead by roughly 2,000 votes. Where's this coming from? Where's he surging exactly? It might be Somerset County. Did Somerset County actually? Yeah, Somerset County voted for Biden by 20. But for some reason, well, that's actually very early. That can't be it. Gloucester, he's up by 6. That voted for Biden by 2. That's not enough of an overperformance to win. Burlington, not a lot of votes are in Burlington. Same thing with Atlantic County, but Ocean County, that's coming in. He's doing better than Trump in Ocean County. Monmouth County, so far, he's doing fairly well, it looks like. He's up in Monmouth by 20. Monmouth voted for Trump by just 3. But he's going to have to perform like that everywhere and hold it if he wants to continue. Okay, see, Phil Murphy took the lead back. But going to look at the elections and the margins, Republicans up to 7 cents in New Jersey. But Youngkin is still at 97. And if you look at the margin, they say he's going to win by over 3. Now, I don't know if that's going to be true, but you look at this and you see the fact that New Jersey's closer than expected. Virginia seems to have flipped Republican. It's a pretty good night. It's a pretty good night for. Okay, a lot of that vote dump was in Hudson County too, by the way. Which I expect Jack to do better in this part, even though they're Democrat areas. I think the margins will narrow. A lot of Italians live up there. Mercer County, which is where Trenton is, that's narrowed. Mercer County voted for Biden by 40, though. So is this going to hold being this narrow? If it does, that might be good news. But from what I understand, Trenton, there's a lot of votes there. Netted Biden around 70,000 votes. So let's see what happens. Okay, Virginia narrows a little bit. The good news is Fairfax is 81% in. So, and Youngkin actually is decreasing McAuliffe's lead there in Fairfax as it does come in. Richmond City needs to come in. So like I said, the margins will narrow, but is it going to be enough? I don't know, but I'm really happy to see the fact that a lot of that vote dump was out of Fairfax. Prince William is 84% in. Arlington's 82%. Pretty much all the big Democrat population centers are pretty much all the way in to the point where, except for Richmond City, which is 40% in, and Youngkin is outperforming Trump by like 5 to 10 at a minimum, it seems. So margin narrows, but it's likely to be a Youngkin hold. Dakota and Maine says Halo Infinite or Battlefield 2042. I have no idea. I really don't play those games. I think Battlefield, from what I've seen of it, seems the most interesting. So we're waiting. It's still an 8-point lead. Now there's only 24% remaining. So we'll be watching throughout the night. I mean, from what I understand, Decision Desk might have that above 81. I'm going to actually look on Decision Desk as we speak. There's quite a bit of information that's transpired. But yeah, they have Youngkin. They have Youngkin only up by 6, but they projected him to win. They have Fairfax in at 88%. Let's see, when it comes down to, okay, they actually don't have some red counties in. They have Roanoke in at the city at 59%. They have, let's see, they have Richmond City in at 30. So either way, it's not looking like they're not confident that there's enough votes that are out there to sway this thing. But they have it at 81% in. So yeah, it's going to narrow. We know it's going to narrow, but we don't think it's going to narrow by enough. They projected Republicans are going to win the lieutenant governor's race, the attorney general's race, and they thought that it seems like the House of Delegates, it seems as if Republicans are in the driver's seat so far. They haven't projected enough seats to give Republicans a victory, but it really does seem as if they will probably take that as anticipated. So that is good news. Pennsylvania has an election. I wanted to check on that. I believe it's statewide. But Pennsylvania, statewide in Pennsylvania, Supreme Court justices. Okay, Pennsylvania, they actually, seems as if these, where are the votes coming from? We don't know. But it seems as if Democrats are in the lead, but Democrats usually lead early in Pennsylvania, then Republicans take the lead, and then the lead goes back and forth. So I'd take these with a grain of salt so far. Again, polls closed there like an hour and a half ago. They're not really known for counting 100% of their ballots. I think Trump took the lead there like at midnight. So I wouldn't read too much into the results we're seeing now. Jack is back in the lead in New Jersey. 31% of the vote is in. As Monmouth County reports even more. He's doing much better there than Donald Trump. Cyberlie says, let's go Brandon. A very common theme super chat. We see a lot of let's go Brandons. I don't know who Brandon is, but I also don't know where he's going. But thanks for the super chats. Now, Cumberland County, I think that is actually Cumberland County voted for Biden by 7. Yet Jack is winning Cumberland County, but not a lot of votes are in. So Scruffy the janitor says, New Jersey numbers looking bad for Dems. So true. I know, but they're probably going to win, honestly, because the votes that are in heavily Republican areas. If Jack is winning when there's like 60% of the vote counted, then I'll be very surprised, but we'll have to see. No, I actually know what I know what "Let's Go Brandon" means. It's a joke. The lack of people's ability to understand dry humor is a little bit concerning on the internet, but I think most people understood what I was saying. Dakota Amana says it's Emanis, but close enough. Also, will the stock market react tomorrow morning, in your opinion? Probably not. It's just one election. Also, both games look better than COD Vanguard. Okay, thank you for the super chat. But yeah, let's see. Jack's okay, so he's up by 30,000 votes. Is Newark? See, Newark in Hudson. Hudson is actually coming in a little bit, but Newark is not. But it's going to come down to turnout to determine the margin. Okay, his lead expanded, which is interesting. Okay, so he's up by 0.5%. Shout out to Alexander Czar for the super chat. Thank you. Wait, is that the health secretary? Same, the Trump one, the last Trump one, same name. Fairfax. Okay, let's see. AJ says Youngkin won. Yes, so true. Thanks for the super chat. Let's see. So now the lead is still 8 points, 77% reporting. So where did the other votes come in from? Because we saw another vote dump. Was it Richmond? It was not Richmond. Norfolk still has not reported everything, but it's seemingly like gonna be not enough. Roanoke still nothing there, but Nova's pretty much all in. Fairfax is coming in, and Youngkin is outperforming Trump. He's only He's only down by 30 there, and the lead is narrowing. If you look at 2020, how Trump did in Fairfax County, he lost by 40. So that's an improvement. If he can get that margin of victory down in the mid-20s, that would also put just another stop on McAuliffe's chances here. So we'll see. It's about now it's a 7-point lead. So there are votes. Where did the votes come in from? We don't even know where the votes came from. I'm guessing that they're coming in. I'm guessing, Norfolk is now at 88. So that might be where they came from. Honestly, that would make sense. Jay Patel says, moving into 2022, how many seats do you think we can turn due to energy and based off it tonight? Thanks for your coverage tonight. Been great. Like I said, you can't always rely on one election, because it's just it's kind of an off year. But if the energy does hold at the rate it's holding, it's possible 2018 in reverse is what they're probably going to have from what the looks of it would be. Eric CB912 says, if a Jets backup quarterback can pass for 400 yards, anything is possible in New Jersey. Yeah, that's true, but politics is a little bit different when it comes down to this. Backup quarterback 400 yards is pretty rare, but depends who you're facing. Back in 2011, New Year's, it's what Flynn for the Packers did to the Lions. I think he passed for far more than 400, but again, that's what you get when you play the Lions secondary. Thomas says, what site do you use to follow the race? New York Times. Mostly. Sometimes you could throw a little bit of Decision Desk in there. Okay, so 80% of the vote is in. It's a 7-point lead. And you're looking at Fairfax County being mostly in. That's the population center. How many votes are left there? They're probably going to net maybe another $50,000 to McAuliffe. It's just, I don't think it's just not going to be enough. That's why we called it. Okay, we're looking at New Jersey. We're going to go back and forth. We're looking at New Jersey. And now Jack is up by 2. That's interesting. Jack leads by 2 in New Jersey. Atlantic County hasn't even reported. Atlantic County in New Jersey, which if we can pull this up here, compare it to 2020, Atlantic County, that one I think would flip. It voted for Biden by 7. But if that one flips by anything, if Jack wins that by double digits, maybe he's got a shot, but right now it's just too early. That little vote dump is not really anything of note. But I like what I see so far. Even if it doesn't hold, I like what I see. I like the energy in New Jersey, because if this holds the energy, you can flip a couple of congressional seats in New Jersey that you're going to have to flip in 2022 if you want to, retake the House with a sizable margin. There were a few seats that Republicans either couldn't find the right candidate in New Jersey or they just fell short. And what I see right now is actually, it's pretty good so far for the showing that I see. But there's a lot of votes left to be counted out of Newark and northeastern New Jersey, as well as votes that haven't been counted out of Trenton. Camden as well, I believe. Camden County. How many votes are there? That netted Biden over 100,000. And currently, it's netting Murphy about 20 grand. So we'll watch. Star says Glenn Youngkin is in the chat. Well, not the real Glenn Youngkin, but I'm sure there's a Glenn Youngkin profile. Russ Campbell says, coming over from Rich Barris' stream, happy to continue the night on yours. Love your videos, brother. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe. We'll have to see. DJ Aftershock says Fairfax has reported all of its early votes. See, I told you guys. They were going to do it. Now they did. So currently we're almost to 111,000, believe it or not. So if you guys want to subscribe, be sure to subscribe while you have a chance. So I assume Barris ended his stream. It's interesting. He ended pretty early. It's only 9:49. But, he's a busy guy. He's got things to do. I like Rich Barris. Haven't really watched him leading up to this election, though, a whole lot. But I do know that his poll had Youngkin up by 3. and or something like that, and that might end up being the end margin, because from what we're seeing is exactly that. Now, the New York Times didn't bring their needle this time. I don't know why they didn't have the needle. I like the needle, but I don't know. Let's look at New Jersey. Okay, still a 2-point lead. A third of the vote is in. Let's check the betting odds. Let's see if what the betting odds are doing. We know they're a little, they can be a little impulsive. Yeah, now Republicans are at 13 cents. This is actually pretty funny. So Republicans are at 13, which I don't think it's going to hold, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with New Jersey. A third of the vote is in. I predicted Murphy to win by 7. Another percentage of the vote came in, and Murphy didn't really narrow the margin very much. So, are there exit polls for New Jersey? I'm going to check and see if there are, because those would be interesting to look at. But checking the exit polls for Virginia, I mean, early on, and they showed that it was a D+1 electorate, and independents broke for Youngkin by 10. And Youngkin did very well with white independents. He did very well across the board when it came down to getting the margins out and in southeastern Virginia from the looks of it. Hampton Roads is neck and neck. D.C. suburbs were the only place that broke for McAuliffe, it looks like. But he got 13% of black voters, mainly due to a drop in turnout, partially because of the mandates. Democrats dropping the ball there yet again. I don't know. Do we have exit polls? Do we have exit polls out of New Jersey? I don't believe we do. But CNN has Murphy ahead, actually, with 35% of the vote in. Okay, let's see. So, yeah, it's 34% here. They have Jack in the lead. Still not a whole lot out of New York, though, so I wouldn't take this with a grain of salt. We already went over the CNN exit polls for Virginia. But let's check predicted again. I think that, it's peaked. It's like 13, which you're probably going to see a lot of people buy because they see the results, but maybe they don't know where the votes really are coming in from. So, New York Times didn't predict. They never retracted. They never projected. Let's see. Youngkin now, he's still up by 7. So, of the 20% remaining, it has to go essentially 14-6 for McAuliffe. He's going to have to get 70% of the vote remaining, and that's not likely to happen. A lot of the Fairfax vote that's out there is in-person vote, which is not slated to break that heavily for T-Mac. And, I mean, there's still some votes there out of places like Richmond City that might narrow a little bit out of Richmond. I mean, 71-26. All right, let's check on Virginia. Out of just to be sure, check Richmond, the city. I don't know. Either way, he's outperforming. He's outperforming Trump by a lot, so it's difficult to tell. But let's go back to New Jersey. Jack is up by 2 as we speak. 35% of the vote is in. He's up by 1.6. So we're still, I mean, this is definitely going to take a while. John Waffles, has any update in the Richmond casino? I don't know. But there's definitely a lot to look into looking at this. I mean, Bergen County, which I believe Bergen Bergen I believe to be the bellwether that always votes the way the state does. for the most part, at the presidential level, at the governorship level. Okay, we don't want Maryland. Definitely don't want Maryland. New Jersey. Okay. Now, was it Bergen? I think it was Bergen. Because, let's see. Bergen voted for Biden by 16. That's the bellwether in the state for the most part. Currently, it is red with 40,000 votes counted. It says that Bergen is 9% in. Currently, it's red by 5. Now, we don't know where it is, but it's actually, I'm actually shocked that this is even up for grabs with 37% reporting. Like, I'm actually surprised. So we'll see. Did Youngkin win? Yes, it seems as if Youngkin has won, which is really good news. You love to see it. You love to see it. Now, I haven't looked at my Twitter notifications, but it seems as if, by and large, Youngkin has likely taken the W, and it seems as if a lot of people on the right are taking their victory lap, as they should. Now, don't get demoralized about New Jersey when Newark comes in, because we know it's not going to be super favorable. So do keep that in mind. If you look at the county map here, Essex County, Trump only got 21. If Jack's going to be breaking 30, he'd have to break 30 there to win. Mid-30s even. Same thing with Hudson County. So it does come down to turnout, but if 37% of the vote is in, a lot of that is in Ocean County. So do take what you see with a grain of salt. But Monmouth looks promising. Monmouth, he's up by 22 in Monmouth. Monmouth voted for Trump by like 2-3. So he better have an Italian exit in the Northeast. And maybe we're seeing that with Bergen County so far. But Bergen's the bellwether. I don't know. I'm just saying, be patient. He's up by 2. Either way, if he loses, it seems like it's going to be a narrow margin. I mean, looking at the betting odds and predict it, seems like now he's up to 14 cents. What's surging is Murphy under 2. Murphy under 2 is surging, which is actually incredible to see. But Ocean County's very red. A lot of that is in. Okay, that's 20. Okay, there we go. Trenton doesn't have a lot in. So, but I'm saying if you see a surge as the election day votes come in, I don't know. It could be closer than expected. So 38% of the vote. Let's check New York really quickly. I want to go back to, okay, so exactly what I expected. As more votes come in, the lead narrows. Bronx at 21% in the Bronx is impressive. Staten Island, 67%. That's what we expected. Queens and Brooklyn narrowing. That's what we expected. Seems like Manhattan has become the most liberal borough, with Bronx taking a shift to the right, which is something that not a lot of people expected. So we'll see if Minnesota wants to keep their police department or if they want to switch it back to a public safety system after Ohio. Yeah, Kerry's lead is increasing. That's really good news because he seems to be outperforming Trump in that area from the looks of it. And there's still a lot of votes left to be counted, and his lead is increasing. So that's good. But Minneapolis, let's check on Minneapolis. See if they want to keep their police department. It's just ridiculous. And actually, they projected the fact that they do. They want to keep their police department. So, yeah, the defund the police or to abolish the police didn't seem to work so well. Didn't seem to work out that well. And it's pretty funny to witness. So, we're going to go back to New Jersey. A lot of people are okay, 39% of the vote is in. So we saw what looks to be a vote dump out of Hudson County, and Jack still actually leads, even with the vote dump out of Hudson County, which is pretty impressive. Hudson, they say 100, it's not 100% in, it's a glitch. But That's incredible. Let's check Super Chats. King Caboose, 2003, says, so McAuliffe's education comments are his basket of deplorables, right? Yeah, basically. I think they're even worse. Don't forget that he beat a scandal-ridden Ken Cuccinelli in 2013. Yeah, thanks to a libertarian candidate, by the way. If that libertarian candidate wasn't there, he would have won. Now might be the Liberation Party. The Liberation Party. That's not going to be enough to screw over. It's not going to be enough to screw over McAuliffe, because it seems like Youngkin's going to win by more than that margin necessary, but it's funny to witness. So they're at 82%. Youngkin's still up by 7.5%. So keep in mind, back in 2016, Trump was leading in the state until it hit 80%, and he lost by 5%. So seems as if there'd have to be an even wider shift to change this outcome. New Jersey still going for Jack at the moment. He's up by 6,000 votes. Let's check the betting odds. Okay, he's back down to 10. But I don't know. Okay, wait, no, that's the presidential results from 2020. This is where we're analyzing. So they haven't updated it for a minute. So I'll go back to Virginia. Okay, so we don't have an update there. Playboy X360 says, thoughts on recent Sean Parnell news. I don't think that it's gonna matter. I think it just seems like just more BS. He's already came out and denounced it. He says he's gonna handle it in court. The people don't understand, when you're going through a divorce, mud gets thrown out there that's fake for one reason or another. I mean, Trump was accused of rape, and then she retracted it back in his first divorce. So, I don't know. Republicans lead in 9 Virginia House of Delegates seats with Dem incumbents. Thanks for that information. Thank you for that information, actually, because that's huge. That's huge. If they just need to flip, 5 to get it back? And if they're up in 9, they only win half of those, they're going to be taking it back. It's good news. But yeah, and I think Parnell will be fine. I mean, Herschel Walker, he was accused of domestic assault, and his campaign's doing just fine. So, I don't know. I have more concerns about his foreign policy than anything, but even then, he's evolving on the issue. At worst, he's another Tom Cotton, which if that's your worst, then it's pretty good. Dope Jacko says, I voted for the first time ever in Virginia governor's race. Well, seems like you did something good when it comes to what you've contributed to, because it looks like Youngkin's going to win. Ethan Ellis says, how did you vote for the Texas constitutional propositions? I did not vote. I'm not even registered to vote in Texas yet. So I'm a bad citizen. I'm a bad citizen, I know. I didn't vote in the Republican primary in 2020 either. I did vote in the Senate one in Michigan, but I didn't vote in the Republican primary. Passaic County, Trump improved significantly with Hispanics there and only lost it by 16.5. How will Jack do? How will Jack do there? I mean, where is that? Where is it? It's up here, right? He's at 31%, but a lot of that I think might be mail-in. I don't know how many ballots are there to be counted. Seems like a lot more. Yeah, I don't know. If he improves there, then that's a good sign. Like I said, we'll have to watch the Northeast. Steven 10306 says, will you do a collaboration with Real American Politics? I mean, we kind of have done streams together in the past, so I mean, if that answers your question. But Jack is up. Okay, they have an update. Oh, they did update it, but nothing really changed. He's up by 7,000 votes, but it's 40% of the vote is in. If he's up with 50% of the vote in and some more Dem areas start reporting, then it's good news. He is getting hit bad in Somerset, but I think that's a lot of mail-in ballots. I think that Somerset County, right? Yeah, I think he'll actually. I don't think he'll flip it back, but I think that he can do well. I think that the Republican candidate won it in 2017. Did they? Or it was close. I don't know. I have to see the map. Whatever the map was. Somerset County. Let's see. It's not showing me. I don't know why. But, interesting. Simple Logic 90 says, this is a huge white pill. Also, Razor Fists. Recent video is a huge help as well. Love your stuff, man. Still here with you. Thank you. I appreciate it. The content grill does not stop cooking content, so it's going to continue. There'll be videos tomorrow, probably the next day, because this is huge. Khalif Jones says, hey, I'm from Newark in New Jersey, but I voted for Jack. Let's make this red wave happen. Well, I don't think a whole lot of people expected Jack to win, and it still would be a miracle if he did, but he's doing pretty well with 40% of the vote reporting, which is something to say. McAuliffe is about to make a statement. I mean, New York Times didn't call it. Did any other major networks call it, like mainstream media? Because that's something to keep in mind. But Fairfax still has votes to report. Richmond is almost all the way in. Not a whole lot of votes remaining in Richmond. Norfolk is almost all the way in. Roanoke Roanoke City is 90. Really? Roanoke City is, I don't know about that. That might be an error. But Norfolk, I mean, he's doing very well. And a lot of these places are 90% in, all these Dem strongholds. It seems as if, like, the counties in, like, the 70s are pretty much, like, Republican strongholds and or, like, swing areas. And even if those lean left, there's not a whole lot of them. I think Hopewell is the only place that hasn't reported any votes yet, which is like a city county. Callan Shaw Indie Games says, can you alleviate my fears about rapidly narrowing numbers? 1, it always does this in Virginia. 2, it's not going to be enough. 3, AP, Decision Desk, Red Eagle Politics, Dave Wasserman, all these individuals and organizations that are reputable have called it to the point where it's unlikely that Youngkin loses. The margin is probably going to narrow to like 2 to 3 points when it's all said and done, but the math is not there for Youngkin. Not for Youngkin. The math is not there for McAuliffe. It's just not. New Jersey, 40%. We're at 40. Did anything change? I don't know, but Atlantic County's coming in and Jack is up. Now, Atlantic County went for Biden by 7, so I think Jack can win it. But that's 14 points. That's a 21-point swing there. Ocean County, that's probably like a 10-point swing, but Republicans close to maxed out there. You're going to have to see massive swings with the Election Day vote in a place like Newark if Jack wants a chance to win this. Max Roberts says, unfortunately, I think Essex will pull Murphy ahead for the victory. That is true. Check Pennsylvania. I'm checking Pennsylvania. See, I was right. Republicans take the lead, and they take the lead here. So this is what I'm telling people. And people need to understand this. If you vote enough, it's not going to matter. If you're going to vote enough and decisively turn out, you can win an election. That's the point of this. I don't want to hear dooming regarding that. But we also have to get in there, and what we saw in Fairfax tonight wasn't as bad as I originally thought it was going to be with the stopping and going, because it seems like they've counted pretty much all their ballots, and whatever ballots they have left to count won't make a difference. But either way, we need to reform our election system, and we're going to take the power and we're going to do it. And we can't be afraid to do stuff when we have power. So many Republicans are too afraid to do anything, like Kristi Noem, which is one of the reasons why I was criticizing her earlier on. So Fairfax isn't. Oh, it is. Fairfax is all in. Fairfax is 100% in, really. Are they really 100% in? I feel like there's still votes left to be counted, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Vince Taralos says, did the Daily Wire's work in Loudoun really contribute that much to Youngkin's win? Probably not. I think it's more than that. I think it's deeper than, the Daily Wire did this or the Daily Wire said this. I think it's just the fact that they capitalized on the issue that was taking place there anyways. But the margin was not as close as I thought. But like I said, Politico says 83. I think it's probably somewhere around 90% reporting. You get conflicting reports when you're doing this type of stuff. But it's pretty much all in from what I can tell. Virginia Beach still has ballots left to count. That might narrow Youngkin's margin there. Arlington, they were so worried about Arlington. Arlington is 77% to 23, but 95% of it's in. Prince William, 91% of it's in. Richmond City, I mean, like, where's the margin going to be made up? There's 85% of the vote in. Dovey P says, if Youngkin wins, does that mean there was no voter effort in 2020? Not necessarily. It means that Republicans can win elections is what it means, even in blue states. It means I don't want to hear that elections are useless. I don't want to hear, you can't analyze them, they're useless. Well, Youngkin is winning, so. Then there's going to be the 4D chess people. Youngkin's a deep state plan if they let him win. It's like, let's wait until he has a record before we pounce on anything like that. Jay Shug says the difference between Youngkin and McAuliffe's headquarter parties are night and day, one waving signs, one dead silent. True. Anon 1556 says Fairfax failed. Exactly. Thomas says, I'm so surprised Youngkin is winning Virginia Beach, especially by that much. Well, he's from there, so it makes sense, and he's a perfect candidate for the area. Let's see. Youngkin's winning by 157,000, not 257,000. Salt A says, in New York City, it's easier to vote with no ID verification and no Vax Pass compared to getting a restaurant, which needs both. Kind of bizarre. Yeah. So it's funny, like the second Vince Dow leaves and leaves the chat, we start having our video is much better. Isn't that interesting? That guy literally ruins every piece of technology that he touches. It's so funny. He had 714, 821. Yeah. But we're doing just fine. And what this shows is that you don't shy away from cultural issues when it comes down to how you run your campaign, no matter what state you run in, because Virginia's Virginia. And even then, Youngkin did not run like a Larry Hogan style, like, I'm going to talk about taxes and be liberal and everything else campaign. I mean, his campaign wasn't even as liberal as, Jack's campaign in New Jersey was more liberal, even though personally I think that he's conservative. Politically, he ran a fairly liberal campaign. He was running away from Trump. He's for abortion restriction, but he's not like super pro-life. And Youngkin's like on the heartbeat bill thing was like not perfect either, but he couldn't be because he's running in Virginia, but he focused on the grocery tax, inflation. He focused on mainly cultural issues like educational reform, and as a result, he came away with a win. No, there's no beef with Vince. It's just that every time he comes in chat, my stream messes up. Abe is great. Once says Steve Bannon's precinct strategy worked. I saw news reports from the mainstream panicking about record number of GOP poll watchers. Yeah, and they say it's voter suppression when Republicans want to get involved in the civic process. It's funny. MSNBC, when the exit polls came out, were just crying about voter suppression. So funny. Shout out to Dope Jacko for the super chat. New York. Yeah, we have to do New York, but okay, wait, that's New Jersey 20. I don't know why I keep clicking on that thinking it's New Jersey. We could open them up in separate tabs, but nothing new is new out of New Jersey. So let's go to New York for a second here, and we'll see what happens. So not a whole lot is actually, nothing's changed since the last update. It's pretty much the same since I last looked at it. Simple Logic 90 says Mick is taking the stage. It's done. Youngkin is won. Well, is he really he's going to contend. He's going to contend the results a little bit. He'll blame Russia. He'll blame voter suppression. No, but when Republicans stress concerns about election integrity, it's sore losing. Some people are ridiculous on the right and they think like Trump won California and things like that. But, if somebody on the right says anything about election integrity concerns, they're censored, they're blacklisted. And even though sometimes people may exaggerate it, it doesn't matter. The reason why they do it is pretty obvious, is because they try to stop any form of collective unity and energy behind something in its tracks. But they can't stop at the ballot box when you have victories like what we saw in Virginia tonight. And we need to take that momentum. We need to keep going. Okay, there's a new ballot dump out of, I think it was Richmond. Was it Richmond? I think there was a ballot dump out of Richmond. Okay, so that's why the lead is now under 5. So you're 87% reporting the lead is under 5. Fairfax is pretty much all the way in. Biden's, okay, do you really have to make me say, you really have to make me say that? You really have to make me say that? Biden's B plug, says Joe is sleeping, if anyone is wondering. Yeah, probably. I mean, you look at this guy, he gets probably 21 hours of sleep every day. What is he, like 79 years old at this point? It's ridiculous. Rodney Benfield says if Rand Paul would have been elected in 2020, we wouldn't be here now in this pharma COVID world. I mean, I don't know. Would he have even won a general election? Like, the thing is, libertarian politics are not as popular as some people think they are. They're not. But that's the thing. Let's see. But if he would have been elected, would he have been more, like, lax with the restrictions? Yeah, probably. But keep in mind, a lot of this is state level. A lot of this is at the state level, not the national level. I mean, Trump could have pushed back against the mandates more, I agree, but I mean, at a certain point, like, you have to understand that a lot of this is at the state level. Marshall Forward says, God is good. Yes, absolutely. So true. 87%'s in. The lead is still, 140-some thousand? The good news is it's not like Fairfax is 0% in, because if Fairfax was 0% in, we'd be in trouble, but a lot of the blue areas are mostly in. A lot of the red areas are also mostly in. There's still more votes out of the red areas as well. Okay, thank you for that, Sue. I don't have to read that. I don't have to. I'll let you guys read that one. But here, 41%. Jack is still in the lead. He leads by 9,400 votes. Actually, no, he leads by 12,000 votes. Wow. Okay. His lead in Ocean County is going up, by the way. He's up by 38. What did Trump win Ocean by? Trump only won it by 31. That's the thing. There are some red votes out here, like Cumberland County. I mean, Gloucester, like these votes, he has to run up the margins here if he wants a shot. Let's check predict it, because he's still up. He's up by 1% with 42% reporting. I mean, Hudson County has a lot of their mail-in votes in. Essex County needs to report more for sure, and obviously Trenton, not a whole lot out of there. But let's check predict it. What are Republicans? They're at 11. So not a lot of confidence, and I'm not really that confident either. But the margin, I think, is gonna be closer than what a lot of people think. His lead goes up. His lead goes up with 45% reporting. Now he's up by 17,000. So I'm enjoying the ride while we have it. But Anthony Haas says, any chance the Virginia Senate flipping? Yes, but that's in 2023. And if Republicans, like, if they do a little bit better than they did in 2019, they will likely do it, yeah. Look at CNN's Virginia. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Did they call it? What's going on? What's going on out of Virginia? What do we have here? Okay, 87%. I think it's the same. They have Fairfax at 95% in too, so I'm not super worried with what I see here. Charlottesville's 95% in, not the biggest population center, but fairly left-leaning. Now he's up. Okay, that lead increases. Look at that, 47% in. Thomas says, imagine if New Jersey and Virginia both go red. I'm praying. Yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath on New Jersey, but Virginia is incredible. This is what happens. This is what happens when Biden messes everything up. You have the energy factor, and everybody turns out and votes. You have a coalition. You have Trump involved, but not super involved. And I mean, he had a lot of energy, and they tried to put like the Lincoln Project is like going out there doing all these psyops, and it's just like it blew up in their face. Nobody likes the Lincoln Project at all. It's pretty funny what's going on with them. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, it's at 14% now. If New Jersey flips, that would be incredible. That'd be incredible. But you look at the results out of Virginia. I like what I see. It's going to, like I said, that margin is going to narrow, obviously. It's going to come down to like 2 to 3% at the end of the day. But that's a Republican win from what I can tell. And Jack is up by 2.3 with half the vote in. Half of the vote is in. We're still waiting on Essex County. I mean, that's going to be the blue vote sink. I mean, Murphy won it by 100,000 votes last time, from what I can tell. But there's still a lot of that vote in there is mail-in, and he's at 17. What did Guadagno get 4 years ago? She got 19%. She got 29,000 votes. And if Republicans really have been doing better with Hispanics, maybe they'll do a little bit better there. And that vote does add up. But I don't know. But I like what I see. And the lead goes up. The lead goes up. The show goes on. So true. I'm not watching Terry McAuliffe speak, by the way. I don't really need to see him speak. I know he's not going to declare victory, and I know he's probably not going to concede. It's probably going to be something in between. But man, I'm just looking at this result out of New Jersey, and it's neck and neck right now. Now there's a lot of blue areas left to report, but I'm saying this margin could be very close. And let's check the betting odds right now as we see it here. Okay, not a whole lot has changed, but this thing could be closer than we think. The Last Son of the West, his thoughts on Winsome Sears. Not surprised at the victory, mainly because of how insane the left's candidate was. Jonathan Cox says McAuliffe looks like he was eating chocolate ice cream. Well, that's something that him and Biden have in common. It's true. That's funny. That's pretty funny. All right, so yeah, we're waiting. I'm not holding my breath about New Jersey. I just think it's funny to watch the margins, and now people are saying that Murphy's going to now it's saying Murphy by under 6 is what the majority opinion is. But the betting odds, none of the people are banking on McAuliffe to pull a victory out of nowhere, which is really good to see. But I like to see this 51% reporting, and Jack is in the lead. I mean, Sussex County's not in yet. Sussex County is red. I mean, it netted Trump 20,000 votes. So there still are some red counties that haven't reported either. Salem County, I mean, that netted Trump only 4,000, but they do add up. So either way, I think this one is going to be close, but I think I'd be very surprised if Murphy ends up losing. I'd be very surprised. Pleasantly surprised, but very surprised nevertheless. I also want to check on Pennsylvania as well. Daily Kos has gotten stuff wrong in the past, but I believe Fairfax is pretty much 100% in. Supreme Court Justice, they're up in Supreme Court and Superior Court. Superior Court's a massive win. Supreme Court, they're up in. Oh, he's dancing? Oh, I don't want to see that. It's funny because I think it was Northam that got the reputation for dancing when he was doing his blackface defense routine. He wanted to do like, he was out there. He's just so tone deaf. He was like talking about how he would wear blackface and do the moonwalk back in the 1970s or 80s or whatever, and he wanted to do it to like show off, like during the apology, and his wife was just looking at him like, "Are you crazy?" And that's what Trump used to call out when he would talk about him. He'd call him Governor Moonwalk or something like that. So Virginia's Democrat Party seems to be well known for dancing. at the most inopportune times. I don't know why it's not loading the results for me. Now, if you look at this, the spending in the reconciliation package on PredictIt was like tanking. Like now they're saying they're going to spend a lot less now, which is interesting. Okay, there we go. New Jersey hasn't updated in 3 minutes, so we'll go back to Virginia. McAuliffe, has he conceded? I don't know. But either way, it's a 4-point race. Where did the results come in from just now? Where did they come in from? Richmond City, I think. So Richmond City is all the way in. Newport News is all the way in. Alexandria is pretty much all the way in. Roanoke County is all the way in pretty much. Norfolk, there's some votes out of Norfolk. What Democrat stronghold has not reported more than 90% of their ballots? Fairfax City? There's nothing in Fairfax City. Let's check New Jersey. But it's a 4-point lead with 88% reporting. I can't see how 70% in Decision Desk in New Jersey. Well, it's not here. I'm going to have to check that because sometimes they get the percentages wrong, and you don't want to get the percentages wrong. But we'll have to see. You guys have been doing great in attendance, by the way. I mean, we have 7,500 in chat. 141,000 total people have stopped by. Make sure to like the stream. Subscribe if you haven't yet. And if you subscribe, you can talk and chat, by the way. Some people might not know that, but some people, if you want to talk and chat, you have to subscribe. But okay, we'll check New Jersey on here, on Decision Desk. It's showing 70% in, but the vote count totals are the same. Actually, the vote count total is higher on New York Times. So, I don't know. Maybe there are less votes than we think. So maybe it is higher than 51, but it's definitely not 70. Call Virginia. I already did. But Jack's up by 3, which is pretty impressive. Dovey saying Terry's calling for all votes to be counted. Of course he is. A-Rod is saying Pennsylvania Republicans ahead. I just did that report a couple minutes ago, and yeah, it's impressive. They say Republicans can't win elections, the doomers, and it's like, I sympathize. We've been screwed over time and time again, but you got to get out and vote. I don't want to hear anybody saying that we can't do this, because we can do this. And we're going to have to change the system after it's done, believe me. But you have to get out, and you have to get out and vote and not be demoralized, because they want you to be that way. And that's what Donald Trump says, and that's what I say. It's the same thing. Man with No Name 743 says, thanks for the content. Thank you for enjoying the content, and thank you for the super chat. Okay, Virginia, we'll go back. Are they at 90 yet? They're at 88. Did Cape May flip? I don't know, but it should. So nothing new out of Virginia. Pretty much all the Dem vote sinks are well over 95% in. Gerald Armstrong says, looks like the Dems didn't come out today. Well, let's check this. Hold on a second, because you want to look at 2017 in Virginia. How many Democrats did they turn out? I mean, I feel like turnout's higher total today, and Republicans came out more. LF Studio says, check out my Virginia governor's race prediction. Shameless plug, but I appreciate it. I do. Really do. Yeah, so apparently Democrats are probably going to end up getting more votes than they got in 2017, but Republicans just turned out a lot more. Mr. Clean says, should I grab the champagne? I mean, you might as well. It's 120,000 votes. They're up. There's like 200,000 votes left. Even if it is 300,000, it's not going to be enough. More than likely. We'll see. Yeah, New Jersey, nothing's changed in New Jersey, but I'm entertained with New Jersey. We'll leave it at that. There's 2 big, red counties that haven't even reported yet. Bergen County's going red by like 10. That's the bellwether, which is impressive, even if... Yeah, and now look, Republicans are surging and predicted in New Jersey. If they shock the world in New Jersey, I don't know what I'm going to do. Not only am I going to have to make the initial D. Youngkin video, I'm going to have to make the initial D. Jack video. But I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. But maybe just apathy will lead to success. Who knows? But there's just a lot of votes out in Trenton. There's a lot of votes out in Essex. Micah Betzner says, long live America, clean the voter rolls, clean house, don't fear. Yeah, maybe Jack could run for Congress in 2022. He has the name recognition now, but I mean, he's pretty liberal for a Republican. It'd have to be in like a lean to likely D district. Maybe he could pull it off there. I don't know. I don't think he's as much of like a rhino as he puts on. He's actually good on the key issues statewide, though. BR says, are you worried about a huge ballot drop at 3 a.m.? What ballots are they going to drop is the question. Because Fairfax has said that they're done counting. And a lot of the blue areas are done counting ballots, period. Like, we knew the 3 a.m. drop was coming weeks before the election. I did a video on it. We didn't know that in Pennsylvania that they would be coming in 95-5 was the problem. Or 99.5 to 0.5, whatever. Decision Desk and New York Times have Bergen County flip with the vote totals. Yeah, see, that's a problem. That's a problem. And we saw this earlier. Like, Princess Blanding was almost winning a county in Virginia early on because of a tabulation error. But either way, I mean, both of them have Jack in the lead. But I don't know. Rex Steele says, if Jack wins New Jersey, what will 2022 be like? Very good, but I think it's going to be very good either way. Okay. Jack increases his lead to 60,000 votes. Scarmy says, a surge in New Jersey is like discovering Jimmy Hoff. Yeah. But it's funny because the margin in Virginia and the margin in New Jersey right now is pretty close to the same margin. Except there's a little bit different type of vote remaining there. Mike Rogers says, any news about American Populist Union future plans, PAC, college, clubs, county organizations? Also, thanks for putting out the good content. Well, APU, and go subscribe, by the way, to the American Populist Union YouTube channel while you're at it. But, I mean, there's going to be more events. There's definitely going to be potentially college speaking tours and things like that. And just videos as well. We want to increase the presence of it. Definitely, but we'll see. 53% of the vote is in. Let me go check Decision Desk, because Decision Desk has it flipped, and that's interesting. It's not good. But let me check on New Jersey real quick, and we'll get back to you guys in a second. So, I mean, it does have the vote totals flipped in Bergen, but Jack does still lead statewide by 2, and they also have it at 73%. So I don't know who's right and who's not. But it does say Cape May's 38% in, which is a good sign, and Hudson is 88% in. Really, if Hudson's 88% in, and Murphy's only up by 40,000 votes, ooh, that would be, I don't know. I don't know if that's even accurate, but okay, we're seeing a surge in viewers now. Just Brendan said Jack is more central than Rhino. Well, I think I don't hate the guy. I'd vote for him, but I mean, he's not entirely like perfect. But New Jersey is New Jersey. I mean, you can't be a Trump Republican and win in New Jersey. In fact, Jack might be the closest you can do in New Jersey to that. Or Chris Christie before the bridge stuff. 666 King Drummer says New Jersey was better run by the mafia than by the Democrats. Fairfax dropped to 99%. I thought it was always at 99, wasn't it? Oh, Cape May is now red. Look at that vote surge. Cape May is yeah, they fixed Cape May. Cape May is 63 to 36. So 54% is in. What did the betting odds say now about New Jersey? 30. Oh, no. Buckle up. Could be interesting. But yeah, no, Virginia, they got to finish counting in Virginia. It's 89% reporting now, which is good. The amount left is decreased significantly. So, yeah, Youngkin's still going to win. He's just going to win by a very, close margin. He's going to win probably by like 2. I think I projected it at the right time. Jimbo says, keep pressing your outsider credentials and promising reform Youngkin across the Rubicon. Magagawa, that is what MAGA is all about. Chutney for I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but it's probably a meme I'm not in the know about. But other than that, yeah, you got to push Youngkin in the right direction. Youngkin is not perfect. He's not a god tier type of candidate. He's not going to save everything, but you got to pressure him to do the right things. And Virginia, if we do that, could have a DeSantis light in power that can essentially have 4 years to do whatever he wants, but also he can still maintain popularity like DeSantis has. DeSantis has done a lot of things, but he still maintained his popularity. Gerald Armstrong says, Red, you missed my $5 super chat. I'm sorry about that. I mean, there's going to be a few when I have so many of them. Do I think the jab mandate leak is the reason for the closeness of New Jersey governor's race? I think that Republicans are energized by it for sure. Even though they put out these polls, 60% support it. Even if that's true, a lot of the support is soft support, and a lot of the people that are angry at it are Republican. But oh my God, this is pretty interesting. 55% of the vote reporting Jack up over Murphy. The question is, what votes are they counting as well? Like Trenton, how far in is Trenton? Mercer is 65% in, and it's a 10-point race. I really find that hard to believe. I do find that hard to believe, but I don't know. Maybe turnout is just that low. I can't tell. But what we're seeing here is 56% reporting. It's a 3.3% lead for Jack at the moment. And either way, this is going to be a close race. I mean, I think Murphy probably does win at the moment, but it's going to be a close race. Predict it came back down to reality a little bit, but check out the margin. I mean, they're saying Murphy's going to win by under 4. So it went from the majority opinion to being under 6 to the majority opinion's actually under 2 if you add up all the data points. But people were out there saying Murphy would win by double digits. That's not going to happen. Now, Republicans probably could have put a little bit of extra time and effort into this race. They may have been able to pick it off, judging from what I see right now. But the AP doesn't make bad calls. If the AP calls it for the AP is going to call it for Youngkin. The AP is going to call it. It's probably going to go for Youngkin. By how much, I don't know. But if 89% of the vote is in, it's probably going to hold. And like I said, most of the Dem strongholds are in. Can't say the same for New Jersey. If we could, then that would be interesting. But either way, there's still votes out of Ocean and Monmouth as well. Somerset County, that margin narrowed. How much a Union is in? Union is 49% in. Is a lot of that mail-in Union? Seems like it could be mostly early. I don't know. Hugh Paul says, funny the decision desk is Fairfax at 90. Yeah, they keep jumbling around. CNN has it at 95. It's pretty much all the way in. I mean, if we have people calling the election, so, I mean, you look at the fact that you're at 96%. Most people say that Youngkin is going to win by 2 to 3 points at the moment. It's probably going to be a Youngkin hold. I wouldn't be too worried about it, but he has to get to the finish line first. Like I said, he's the apparent winner. So it's 60. It's how many votes is that? That's actually 50,000 votes. So I'm waiting for more results to pour in, but if you're looking at New Jersey, we're going on 60% reporting and Jack has a lead, which that's pretty interesting to see. Now I don't know what's going to happen here, but either way, I'm enjoying myself. I can tell you that much tonight, which I couldn't really say the same thing about the 2020 election. Joel says, hey, Rep, I've received a position at my Yale and TPUSA chapters, but they're a bit cringe. Is there any alternative club I should reach out to? You could try reaching out to APU, but there's no chapters yet. Star says, Fairfax count is going backwards. What is it? It's at 99. It was always like 99 or 100. It's the way that it's been, so... You're just going to have to see a surge out of Essex that we just aren't anticipating. DJ Aftershock says LTE isn't even streaming anymore. I wonder why. Well, I mean, if you have an audience of Dem individuals and you're having a bad night, you probably don't want to stream the whole thing, but Virginia 91% in. Okay, so the count goes up. And the margin didn't change. So that's a good sign from what we're seeing. Virginia Beach is at 100. And Youngkin won it by 14, which is more than I actually expected him to. And I thought my anticipation that he'd win it by 12 or 13 was a little bit too high. But would it be something if my county map was 100% accurate? It'd be interesting. Would be. But it seems like my prediction of Youngkin plus 2.3 might actually come into fruition, which is interesting, actually. All right, let's check on... Okay, wait, no, that's New Jersey. Again, I did it again. I clicked on 2020 New Jersey. Okay, here we go. 4 minutes ago, it updated. Nothing changed. So Youngkin still has a lead by 120,000 votes. We know Jack is in the lead, too. And I don't know how sustainable his lead is, but I'm not going to complain about it while it lasts. Clearly, we'll keep monitoring it as the night goes on. We got the Red Bull. We got to finish the Red Bull. Still got some time, but honestly, Decision Desk. Actually, okay, they switched Bergen. They flipped Bergen back on Decision Desk. I wonder if they just couldn't believe it. They put it in wrong. So Bergen flipped back. Decision Desk, actually, how many votes have been cast here in the New Jersey? Okay, there's... Decision Desk has it at 75% in, and they have Jack up by 55,000, but they have less total votes counted. But they're showing that Bergen is 52% in, and Jack is a 10-point lead in Bergen, which I think I got a message today from somebody who said that they were anticipating Jack to win Bergen by 4 from an insider source. And it seems like he may have been vindicated if this holds. I mean, unless there's a whole lot of mail-in vote that hasn't been counted and it flips back blue, which is entirely a possibility, but that guy may have been vindicated. Richmond's 99% in. That's good. Okay, let's see. The Oddity says all of Nancy's buttons shall be pressed tonight. Yeah, she's not entirely relevant, but her days of being, speaker are numbered. Jimbo says, cross the Rubicon. Red, you and John Pavlovich politics, don't know who that is, will pave a way for a win for Citarelli and Youngkin. Gawa, Croatian and Americans unite. Or Armenians, not Americans, but I don't know who that is. But Youngkin seems to have a victory paved out for him. Jack seems to be doing better than expected. I don't know. Do we really have to do an initial Youngkin video. I think we have to. I'm sure that there will be others that will make it, but I want to make my own. We're gonna have reps version. It has to happen. Of Initial D Youngkin. I think a lot of people remember Initial D Trump. That was a good video. We need the same for Youngkin because we need some excitement this year. We need a meme video on the channel. Aaron says, keep it up, Red Eagle. You're going to have hundreds of thousands on these streams before you know it. Yeah, we had 29,000 almost in the 2020 election stream. I think for the midterms, we might be able to beat that, actually, because we have slightly more subscribers now, but... B. Killa says, why is Hopewell at 0? I don't know. Red Texan says, on New York Times, Virginia Beach is 100% in at R+14. Keep up the great work, fellow Texan. Thank you. I already kind of covered that. Rex Steele says, New York Times says Essex is at less than 1%. Is that a tabulation error? No, it's just early vote is what it means. Joshua Powell says, Newark will carry Murphy to a 3 to 4 point victory, but good fight from Jack. Probably. That's probably what's going to happen, but we'll see. I mean, 60% of the vote is in. He's leading. We need an update out of Newark, though. We have nothing out of Sussex, which is a red county. I mean, Essex is the early vote. I don't know. I'd like to take a look again at the betting odds just to see what people are saying. And Republicans are at 26%. So either way, it is a good fight that's being put up by Jack. I give him a lot of credit for it, actually. But is it going to hold? I don't know. They say 27% of Essex is in on Decision Desk, but they have Hudson at 90% in, which if Hudson's at 90%, that's good news. But still, well, Mercer is 61%, and Murphy's only up by 10. I really wonder if a lot of the votes that have yet to come in are male. It does seem that way, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. We're gonna have to wait and see. It does not stop. It does not stop. Youngkin's margin narrowed to 3.9. Let's check at what percentage is in. Okay. The good news is that pretty much all of the Dem counties, Richmond City's at 99, Newport News is at 98, Roanoke, all right, Norfolk's actually at 86, but let's see, Roanoke City is at 96, Lynchburg's at 95. There's still some more red votes to come out of some of these places. Fauquier, Gloucester, more votes there. Virginia, not New Jersey. So we'll see. Salora says Bergen, Woodcliff Lake, Bluetown has 2 new GOP counselors. We won. Soros, Pasiuk, Young Republicans. Bear says check Virginia House Reps flip 3. Yeah, we know that they're up in like 8 or 9. So if they end up flipping 2 more, it's over. They got the House, which they probably will. So we'll see, but either way, could be a little bit of a red mirage as some of these mail-in votes have not likely been counted, but there is a lot of early vote that has been counted in places like Essex and Hudson. So we'll wait. The margins will likely narrow. They're going to narrow in both, but I think Virginia's going to hold. New York City, we'll go back to New York City. We'll check on Pennsylvania. Right here, seems as if Adams is under 60 in Queens. Sliwa could get to 30. I don't know. Tide Halo says here in Page County, Virginia, energy is very high. Hopefully Youngkin pulls this out. Ethan Ellis is sad seeing the Minneapolis police only holding on by 12. I'm actually surprised that they held on by that margin, believe it or not. Let's check the predicted odds again. Wow, what's going on in New Jersey? What's going on? Did somebody tweet something? Or is that another vote dump? I don't know, but 60% of the vote is in. Also, thanks to Scott for sending the Cashapp of 25. Appreciate it, Scott. Let's Let's see. What is Twitter saying? Let's check Twitter. Yeah, Democrats lost the House of Delegates, it looks like, in Virginia. A lot of things happening tonight. A lot of things. One of the Democrats who was so adamant that Terry McAuliffe was going to win on the election mafia side of Twitter has deactivated their account. And I say "their" for a reason because I don't know what gender that they happen to be. Let's see. A lot of people just a lot of people going on. So they're going on about New Jersey. They're going on about Virginia. Anon 1556 says even if Youngkin would probably be a one-term governor, it would show cracks in the Democratic competence. Well, hold on. I mean, they're only one term. I mean, he can't run again in 2025. He can only serve one term. All right, where'd the votes come in from? Where did we see a vote dump? Murphy only gained 0.2. Is Fairfax completely in? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there might be a couple thousand ballots left, but they're not going to make a difference. At least in and of itself, they won't. Travis Hansen says George Washington is dancing on Thomas Jefferson's grave tonight. I don't know what that refers to regarding this, but I don't know. You never know. Yeah, there's still some red areas that are like 60% in too, like that are like 80-20 red. So also shout out to Trenton M for the Cashapp. Appreciate it. Thomas says if New Jersey flips red, it would be the biggest upset since 2016. I actually think it'd be a bigger upset than 2016 because I don't think there was any poll that, well, I mean, there were no polls in the Rust Belt that showed it close either, but the popular vote was pretty much in line with a lot of people, what a lot of people expected at the end of it. But I mean, well, 2016 is a bigger upset in terms of like its political ramifications, but like in terms of like probability, I gave Jack probably about like a 15% chance at most, and it seems like that may end up being about right. Jason Chester said supply chain issues affected the F ballot supply to Virginia. Great job at this politics thing. Great channel. Thank you. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't and like the stream. Not going anywhere. I mean, we do videos pretty much at least every other day. I mean, everybody's so hyped. We hit 111,000, by the way. Thank you guys for 111,000. But I would be skeptical of Decision Desk at 83%. New Jersey, what are they at? They're at 60. So there's conflicting numbers here. Big numbers, but conflicting numbers. Lao Few says, love from New Zealand. I pay attention to U.S. election because my country has been sucking from thy teat for as long as I can remember. Well, we're not Australia. I mean, I know you guys are very friendly with them, and they've got a lot of drama going on right now with the whole mandate stuff. But Trump 2024, thank you. I appreciate it. We have worldwide support here on this channel. Is there 116 just for Terry anywhere? Now, that's a very good question. And I could do the numbers. You're not going to find 116,000 in Fairfax. There's just not any ballots remaining there. Richmond, you're not going to find them in Richmond. I believe, Roanoke City? Not a whole lot. I mean, when it comes down to how many votes are left there's not a whole lot. And then I think the city that was like in the 80s has now changed. Was it 8? No, hold on. I believe the city was it Norfolk, right? How many is Norfolk at? Norfolk is now at 100. So you're not going to find it there either. It's a 3.5 point lead. It seems like he may end up holding on. The Pretty Louie, another New Zealander, says after Youngkin finishes the one term as governor, do you think he'll run for higher office like Senate or president? Senate maybe in 2024. I don't think he would. Maybe 2026. The federal politics are so different. I feel like he might end up losing anyways. Like if this was a Senate election, Youngkin probably still would have lost because Senate elections are nationalized. And it's going to be very hard unless he's a super popular governor in like a red wave year. And I don't really want 2026 to be that because that means you're probably going to have a Democrat in the White House. But I think he could be a VP candidate if he's a good governor. I will say that. Maybe a presidential candidate in 2028 if he's like a really solid, underrated governor. But I don't know. Governors don't always translate to being good presidents. I mean, look at the Bushes and even Romney to an extent as a candidate. Romney wasn't the worst governor in the country, but was he a good candidate for president? No. Okay, now there's more votes that came in. Prince William reported their mail-in ballots, and still Youngkin leads by 3. 94% of the vote is in. None Your Business has finally bought the My Patriot supply you promote. Hopefully I like it. Well, thank you. And if you guys want to buy it, preparewithredeagle.com. Preparewithredeagle.com. Get your survival food. You won't regret it. You never know when you'll need it. But who would you vote for governor in Texas next year? And will Texas go blue this decade? I think I'm liking Huffines a lot. I think he's pretty solid. Will it go blue this decade? I don't know. Will it? Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. But either way, if you guys are new, I encourage you to like the stream, subscribe to the channel as well. You don't want to miss that. But Lifeo Foley says Rhino Jack is pro-choice, and this is what I was talking about earlier. I'm not going to say this guy's like a total rhino because you kind of have to be to run in New Jersey, but I mean, Youngkin didn't shy away from his personal stance on abortion like Jack did, which is a little disappointing because I really don't feel like he had to. Did the Braves win? It seems like they did. Or they will. I don't know. Gerald Armstrong says Election Wizard has Jack up 5 with 71% reporting. I didn't even know Election Wizard reported results. I know I've seen his Twitter account, but I feel like I'm going to go with the low ball estimate just to be safe. Oh, Citarelli gained. Like all of these counties, even like Camden, how's Camden doing? Camden is at 83% reporting, and Murphy's only up by 17. Now, that could change, but Biden won Camden County by 30. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Evil Hunter 32 says Hopewell City in Virginia had 0% reporting. Red flag. Hold on a minute. First of all, let's look at let's look at 2020 in Virginia, because I actually wanted to check this. Is Hopewell City a Democrat stronghold? I mean, if it is, it's not a big one. But if anything, I feel like it would be a more Republican-leaning area. I could be wrong, but I've never heard of it, which if you've never heard of a county, it's probably Republican. That's pretty much, that's the motto of electoral politics. When you don't know a place, it's probably Republican. But Hopewell City in 2020, trying to find it here, can't even find it. Okay, it went for Biden by 15, actually. But how many votes did it have in it? Like 9,000 total votes? I mean, Youngkin's probably going to end up losing it by like 7. And he's probably only going to lose like 1,000, not even 1,000 votes in there. Lau Few says, if I had to choose a Dem for POTUS, who would it be? I mean, like what Democrat like out there would be presidential material? I don't really see one. Like I guess you'd have to like go with the lesser evil and go with somebody like I don't know. Was there like a blue dog Dem out there? Like Colin Peterson, he'd be all right, I guess. But he's pretty old and retired from politics, so none of your business. Would you say Dems will win Virginia in the presidential race in 24 no matter what? Probably. If Biden completely like falls flat on his face and he's the one who runs, I mean, and he's like in the 30s of approval, I mean, you never know depending on the circumstance, but probably not. I'd say it could be closer than 2020, but I'd say that Youngkin is going to be their governor, but I don't know if he's going to change things enough to the point where the state in and of itself will just throw themselves behind the national Republican candidate, especially if it's Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't know what everyone's saying. I mean, Tulsi, what, like for foreign policy? Yeah, I like Tulsi on that, but pretty much everything else, I'm not the biggest Tulsi fan. Even though I think that she's more conservative than she lets on. She used to be, at least personally. Drillax says Winsome Sears outperforming Youngkin by 0.2. She ran on a pro-life platform would support heartbeat abortion legislation. Yeah, I think that abortion, like in Virginia especially, I don't know if it's like the number one issue that's going to hurt you. I mean, most people might support its legality, as the exit polls have shown, but the people that vote on the issue in and of itself tend to be more Republican, and pretty much everybody supports some form of abortion restriction. I mean, the amount of people that support like late-term abortion or even abortion at 20 weeks is fairly slim, actually, and we're at a point where a good chunk of people, I think like 43% of people say that they're pro-life and 47% pro-choice, and their numbers are going down. Steven 1036 just said, should we be concerned with the Virginia race with 94% reporting? Should we be concerned? I mean, it's pretty much was bound to happen. I mean, it seems like the current election result may end up being one of the final tallies. I mean, you look at where the votes are left. I mean, Roanoke City is pretty much all in. Norfolk is 100% in. AP has called it. I've called it. It's just there's not enough ballots there. And there's some red areas that haven't reported 100% either. So where are the votes going to come from? There's 150,000 votes left, and while McAuliffe is only down by what looks to be like 80,000, you think he's going to get 80% of those ballots? I really don't think so. A-Rod says they're freaking out at MSNBC. I'm not surprised. They'll say it's racist. They'll say it's a white backlash. They'll say it's all that kind of stuff. What does Frederick County, Virginia say on New York Times? On Politico was 70-30 McAuliffe. It was 70-30 Trump. Yeah, probably it's an error, I would say. Let me see what they said. AP hasn't called it? I thought AP did call it. Okay. Well, that's... I mean... Let's check. Let's check. Yeah, predicted still has it at 96%. You think if there was a chance that it wouldn't, Dems would be buying it up, but... Okay, now I think another vote dump came in. It seems like Youngkin actually expanded his lead, maybe very marginally. I don't know what just happened there, but interesting. Okay, AP did not call it. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Look at Chesterfield. Chesterfield's 100% in. Or it's actually 61% in. Republicans are actually... That's interesting. Because there's really that many votes left in Chesterfield. That's interesting. So, whatever. See what they said. I didn't see 60,000 votes miss from Youngkin. I didn't see that. But yeah, Fredericksburg is a glitch. That's a tabulation error. But Youngkin's up by 2.1 as we speak, 94% reporting. Jonathan Schneider says time for McAuliffe to gain 13 million votes. It's not going to happen. So New Jersey seems to have, I mean, there's 2 counties we don't have any votes in. So I think some of these ballots are going to be reported after midnight, and that could actually sway the election into Murphy's column because they're withholding them back for some reason, which they shouldn't be doing. But there's still a lot of ballots left out of Newark. So we're still waiting out of Virginia. Mike H., not going to read that. I know what you're trying to get me to do, says sus among us. We're still waiting. I don't believe Chesterfield is at 61. I think that has to be some form. Okay, now it went back to 98. Okay. So now we're at 95% reporting. So Youngkin's up by roughly 60,000 with, there's just, 5% reporting now? And he's up by 1.9? IB says it's only a 63,000 vote difference. Yeah, well, that's roughly what I actually predicted it to be. I said it's going to be 60,000, 70,000. Might be a little bit closer than that, though. I think it's probably going to end up being like 30, 40,000 votes, which, again, it's a little bit too close for comfort. But no, I knew Pennsylvania was a lost cause the day after, even though Trump had like a 7-point lead, because we saw where the ballots were going to be coming in from. Here, where are the ballots going to come in from is the question. Bedford has red votes out that haven't come in yet. I mean, Chesterfield keeps going back and forth. I don't know, between 61 and 98, unless I just missed it. But there's still ballots left out of Chesterfield that haven't been counted. Let's check Predict It now. It's still 96-6. Don't even bother reading the comment section on Predict It, because everybody's just going to be trying to mess with each other, basically, and try to get people to make bad bets. But if you have to look at the areas below 95%, and most of them are Republican areas. I say most of them, not all of them, but most of them are Republican areas, like Chesterfield, Suffolk's at 90, Farquhar's at 87, Isle of Wight's at 88. Chipoko says, New Zealander here doing a great job. How many New Zealanders do we have? We have quite a few. But Northampton looks to be a flip back into the Republican column. So that's good. Yeah, New Jersey says 87% is in, which just does not add up. But they have Sussex in and Jackson winning it by like 50. Which is pretty interesting to see so far. But there's just so many conflicting. Breitbart called it for Youngkin. Like, everybody in chat is just acting so impulsive when they see the vote totals like narrowing. They're just like getting so worried, which I get it if you don't understand it, but I find it difficult to believe that Youngkin is going to end up losing. Hugh Paul says, remember the aggregate of the Virginia between 527 and RCP was Youngkin plus 1.3. Don't worry. He's up more by the RCP aggregate. If he drops below 0.9, start to worry. Yeah, I don't think that. I still think it's probably going to be a narrow victory for Youngkin. It's if networks have called it, it's unlikely, especially Decision Desk has called it. If they retracted their call, then I'd be worried, but I don't think so. And Predict It has not really changed at all, despite this, new surge that we're seeing. Colby says Mainer's passed new constitutional amendment giving people the inherent, unalienable right to grow, cultivate, and eat food. Why does that even need to be an amendment? Why does that need to be an amendment at all? Tadpole 5 says Buffalo Mayor Wright in Brown the way up rejected this. Wait, they did? Did they actually? Let's see. I don't see it. Yeah, they did. 59-41. Wow. At least so far. I mean, there's not 100% reported yet. Yeah, I don't understand why there's conflicting numbers out of New Jersey. I'm willing to believe the 64% number, but the fact that Jack is up by that many votes with 64% in and of itself is pretty impressive. But, yeah, most people are saying Murphy's going to win by less than 4 still, which seems to be about right. He could win by like 3. We're just waiting on the governor's election in Virginia. We need to get them up to to get them up to 98. If we get him up to 98 and he's still up by 1 or so, then that's going to be pretty good. So we're at 64%. How long is this going to go on for in New Jersey? This is my question. KBTV says, as a Buffalo native, I'm so relieved by that. Well, as the write-in candidate is not like a super Republican, candidate. They're more just like a center Dem from what I would assume. Salt Ace has checked New York State ballots, GOP against initiatives 1, 3, and 4. Well, yeah, one of them is the what's it called? Make various changes to redistricting process. So they actually said no on that one so far, but there's just a lot of ballots that have not been tabulated. But no excuse absentee voting is being rejected right now. Same-day voter registration is being rejected right now. So that's interesting. Very interesting to see. We still have to check on Virginia, and nothing is new in Virginia. Okay. New Jersey, I'm kind of getting a little annoyed with New Jersey, but we'll have to wait and see. Bronx Bomber 76 says Minneapolis voted against dismantling police department, not defending the police today. Progressives. I don't know if you meant defunding, but the progressive wing gets destroyed, and their initiatives get destroyed, even in these big cities, to the point where it's like unlikely to happen. And no, this decision desk doesn't show like more votes. They show a higher percentage reported, which is not the same. But it's interesting to look into. KBTV says, I'd take Byron over Walton any day. Unfortunate reality of New York politics. Yeah, I know. This is, and let's see. Wait. Okay, so Democrats, somebody's buying up the D share and predict it, from what I can tell. It's 95% in. Let's see what Dave Wasserman had to say. Let's see what Dave Wasserman had to say about this. Dave Wasserman. Because he was the one who initially called it. And I want to check on his Twitter account, see what he's saying about it. But either way, he projected that Republicans are winning the Virginia House of Delegates back. That's about it. Okay. Yeah, he's eulogizing McAuliffe, actually. So nothing new out of New Jersey. Virginia, they updated it just now, but I don't see any change. Yeah, Fairfax has been at 99 for like an hour now. I'm confused about Chesterfield. I'm actually going to have to check Decision Desk to see what they say about it, because it might be a New York Times error. In fact, that's probably what it was. But they projected Yunk in the winner in Decision Desk, which is actually interesting. But for some reason they only have Fairfax 90% in. But everything is just like jumbled when it comes to this. But what do they have? They have, for some reason, they have Chesterfield at 52, so it probably is in the 60s. Decision Desk is just not always the most accurate when it comes to total, like, percentages counted. I mean, New York Times typically is the best, but sometimes they don't fully get it. They say New Jersey's 91% in, which is just ridiculous because it's not. They have Jack at 907,000 votes. Let's see what they have Jack at here. Okay, so they're actually ahead, but not by that much. It's because they have Sussex County in, and they don't have anything else in. So we'll see. Okay, Atlantic County got closer. How much of Atlantic County's in? 56. Okay. But Passaic County, Murphy's only up by 10. And that's 30% in. So that's another Dem area that he needs to run up the margins in. He's not entirely doing so far. Shout out to Dope Jacko for the super chat. Thing is, the mail-in ballots have already been counted. You guys are just PTSD. Like, seriously. In fact, I think Youngkin's, his lead go up a little bit? I think it went up a little bit. More votes tallied. Which is really interesting. Either way, this is going to be close. It was always going to be close. Even when I projected Youngkin would be the apparent winner, it's going to be close. The margins are going to narrow. 95% in. He's up by 2 as we speak. You're still having ballots that haven't been counted in Chesterfield County, which that's the question mark right there. Dope Jacko says Norfolk's only 75% reporting. Well, here it's 98% reporting. So, Decision Desk is not going to be the be-all and end-all when it comes to this. John Waffle says the numbers, they're screwing with the numbers like last. Well, screwing with the numbers could mean a lot of things. But right now, in terms of what we're seeing, Youngkin actually expanded his lead. Look at this. Youngkin expanded his lead. He's now back up to a 90, almost a 90,000 vote lead. Anon 1556 says Doomers have been a disaster for the human race. Yeah, so true. Exactly. Where did those votes come from? That's my question. So I don't see where they came from. But now he's up by what, 85,000? Yeah, because there was an error in Frederick County. They flipped it. This is what happens when you have these errors. We saw it back in the North Carolina House election, like back in 2019, was it? Like the Democrat was leading for most of the night because their biggest county, they had the numbers flipped the wrong way. It's a New York Times error. It's not even it's not an error with the vote count even. They tabulated quite a few votes that way. Actually, no, Youngkin expanded his lead. If you look at it, he's up by 2.7 now. He's up by 2.7. So, Lucas Dupan says Youngkin went up 22K. Yeah, I know. BK Killer says, see if Hopewell City, Virginia submitted where they're at 0%. Yeah, that's not going to net McAuliffe any more than 1,000 votes most. It only netted Biden like 1,000, and he's probably going to do worse there than Biden, and turnout's lower. So let's take a look at New Jersey. 66% of the vote is in New Jersey. Jack's up by 3%. Essex County still hasn't reported any new votes, but Hudson County's reporting. Derek Pyle says doomers are fed bots. I don't think so. I think a lot of people just genuinely are being doomers, and I sympathize with it to a large extent. But Youngkin, watch me refresh predict it. I guarantee you, it's like the impulsive betting crew. Yeah, now he's up to 94. He was at 90, then he goes back to 94. Then the Youngkin 2 to 3 crowd jumped up 34 cents in the past minute. Now, we're not done. But that definitely is a sigh of relief for, Youngkin, because the error was fixed. But New Jersey, let's check New Jersey. All right, I'm going to check Decision Desk again because Decision Desk was a little bit ahead. And let's see if Jack is doing better in New Jersey than before. Let's just check. Yeah, he's up by over 4 with 1.8 million votes cast. A-Rod says after 2020, 4 a.m., it's easy to, yeah. It's so true. I understand it. I'm just saying that sometimes it's a little bit over the top. Senator Mike pounces, fuck, we're just outside of Nova reported and help Glenn Chesterfield, though, will skew heavy for Scary Terry, my privileged suburbs by mail. How many votes are left there is the question. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. But we're at 1.8 million here, and then on this, it shows it being just under that. So there's definitely different areas that are reporting on both maps. But I just wish that Sussex would report their votes, and it would increase Jack's margin on this. So we'll have to see. There's just a third of the vote left. And Murphy, we'll see. Lucas Zupan says Puerto Rico statehood annex Mexico, Canada, and Israel already. Imperialist moment? Okay. Impeachment champ says is Salem a Republican area? I'm not seeing reports. If you're talking about New Jersey, yeah, Salem County is, but I don't think it's that populated. But yeah, Salem County it went for Trump by 13, but only netted him 4,000 votes. So Citarelli leads by, what is that, like 54,000 votes. He leads by 54,000. So Virginia, no new reports out of Virginia, but that glitch definitely, now that it's fixed, back to where it needs to be, at least we're in a much better position in Virginia. RCP says 73% in for New Jersey, Jack up 3. Yeah, I think it probably is closer to 70% in, honestly, but I don't think that, I still am skeptical. I'll continue to be skeptical, but Democrats, you're making them a little worried compared to where they were going into the night. I mean, the 30-day betting average in New Jersey, I mean, they were in the high 90s. A few days ago, they were like 98, and now they're down in the 70s. So that tells you everything you need to know. But is it going to be sustainable when some mail-in ballots come in? I don't know. Alexander Azer says, can you speak to Florida politics a little bit? I'm a native Floridian, and I think DeSantis has caused a revolution in state politics and culture. Well, I mean, he definitely is a solid governor that's keeping up the momentum of the Republicans in the state and popular among independents there, so can't complain. Ben Leslasio says, check 270 to win 94% of the vote is in. Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. Chesterfield, 96% in. Wait, really? It said 61 on here. But how many votes are left there, though? I mean, just doing the math, we can see there's probably around 60,000 votes left. So even if McAuliffe gets around 40,000 votes from that county alone, that margin's just going to narrow to what it was before, and that 95% is going to go up to like 98%. So we saw where's the Essex dump? Do I have to pull in Decision Desk? Okay, I'm going to pull in Decision Desk real quick. Okay, here we go. So I'm shocked after that Essex dump that Jack is in the lead, actually, because there's not 82% in. This is messed up. But Essex, if you look at Essex County, I mean, that's 83% in. Maybe that county is 83% in, but that only is netting. That's not netting Murphy what he needs at the moment. What did Biden get in the county? He netted about 100 and actually he netted close to 200,000. Right now it's netting Murphy 70,000. Jack's at 26, and Trump was at 21. I think that margin might even narrow. He might get closer to 30 if he actually is going to win this thing. But yeah, we're at 67% reporting, and they dumped in a good chunk of Essex, it looks like. Hold on. I don't know what's going on with my computer screen. It's frozen. Okay, wait, there it goes. Okay, 72% of the vote is now in. That's a little underwhelming, if true. That's underwhelming. If Jack's in the lead with most of Newark in, that is underwhelming. I don't know how much of Essex is really in, but that's not like that much. But yeah, I see, predict it went back down a little bit, but I don't know. Make the Transition says, I haven't seen such a smashing this bad since Nash County in 92. It's very volatile. It's going back and forth. 2022. Republicans back up in Virginia significantly. Jack holds on for some weird reason. He's holding on in New Jersey with Essex County reporting most of their ballots. He still leads by 15,000 votes. I mean, this is going to be a closer election than people thought. In Virginia, over 95% are reporting. Youngkin's up by 2 again. I don't know what's going on. Let's see, how much does he lead by? He leads by close to 90,000 votes. New Jersey seems to still be up for grabs somehow. I mean, I don't know how, but I don't know if this is going to hold, but it's impressive what I'm seeing so far. How much is in Monmouth County is 97% in, if that's really true. If Bergen is really Jack plus 5 with 98% in, it's hard for me to buy some of this stuff. It really is. Let me look at the full county results. But Bergen County did have the most votes. Essex is not the most populous county. And Middlesex is, if Middlesex is really 100% in, and Ocean County turnout was really that high, I'm entertained, folks. I'm entertained. We're going to leave it at that. I'm very entertained with what I'm seeing. With the fact that you have almost 2 million votes in, and Jack Citarelli is up by 25,000, and you still don't have Sussex County counted. You still don't have Salem, which are red areas. I mean, Camden County is mostly counted. I don't know. We'll see. Mike H. his opinion on Governor Parson of Missouri. No one talks about us. I mean, he's kind of under the radar. He hasn't. How has he been on the cope virus? I haven't seen his record on that. I think it's fairly average. He won re-election pretty easily, but I don't know. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the fact that I don't know if Phil Murphy's gonna be able to win by a solid margin here. Not saying he's gonna lose, but I think it's gonna be within 3 or 4 at this point, unless there's some massive dumps that we just don't know about. Yeah, 93% is in. Where did that come from? Hudson's pretty much all the way in. Decision Desk, I think, has Hudson at 100 because I think that they're catching up to each other. Wait, they're at, 73? They went down to 83. Daniel Abdallah says, dude, I love it. You stay calm and state the facts. Keep it up. Yeah, I mean, I try to like be more chill about this because I know how these things can get. But we're monitoring the situation. Cumberland County, there might be some Dem ballots left there. I think that was a Biden county. There's no way he wins that by 22, but that's still likely to stay red at the end of the day. I don't know how many ballots they have left that are going to help Terry McAuliffe, though. I mean, maybe Chesterfield has some left for him, but, I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the big cities. Richmond is pretty much all the way in. Arlington pretty much all the way in. Loudoun all the way in. Like, he's up by 3 now. I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, New Jersey's probably gonna stay in the Democrat column when it's all said and done, but I feel like Virginia, on the other hand, Virginia is like 96% of the vote in. It's over. And look at Pennsylvania. Look at Pennsylvania. Republicans just increasing their leads. They're up by 5. That's good to see. Ohio, Mike Carey is winning by pretty solid margins, and that's interesting to see. Good to see. Virginia, nobody's called Virginia besides Decision Desk and a few other people on Twitter and things like that. Let me know if like CNN calls it. I want actual proof that they're calling it. I'm going to have to look and see. Let's see if the usual suspects are dooming on Virginia. Well, they were, but I think they've calmed down since they fixed the glitch. Let's see. Neil Thacker says, will my Commonwealth go red again? Well, in the future, it's unlikely, but tonight it seems like it's the case. He's up by close to 3 points in the state, 96+% reporting. Nova is all the way in, with the exception of like Alexandria, which isn't going to net too many votes in his column. I'd say probably yeah. How many votes are outstanding? New Jersey updated. Really? I didn't see New Jersey update. Somerset County is red? It is red. That's interesting. So you have Newark area in for the most part, and Jack is up by 1. I mean, this is turning out to be a nail-biter of sorts. Now, Predicted is saying that going back towards Murphy, because they don't think Jack could win, which is understandable given demography and things like that in New Jersey and what's outstanding. But they reported Sussex, and it's still going down the wire. I mean, Republicans are up with almost 3/4 of the vote in, including most of what we see in the Newark area. And Bergen's all the way in, a bellwether in the state, and Jack won it. Decision Desk. Little Stevie 4172 says Jack is from Somerville, Somerset County. Okay, interesting. But Jack is at 1 million. He's at 1 million votes in Decision Desk. He's not here. So Decision Desk is sort of ahead, but not really. I wouldn't say 85% is in. I'd say maybe like 74, 75, you could say, is actually counted. Braves won. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can project that the Atlanta Braves have won the World Series. They have won the World Series. Impressive finish. Donald Trump was at one of their home games and did the tomahawk chop or whatever. And what we see is that the Braves have won. Okay, that was a... See, they should, the ESPN, they should be doing sports projections the way that they do election ones on like CNN or whatever. Lucas Supan says, I'm saying no reason our ideas of constitutional freedoms can't be spread by mutual agreement, even voluntary annexation. America would boom. Well, they wouldn't allow it because they want to control you, first of all. So... Neil Thacker says the white suburbanites just didn't like the Donald. I mean, it's more than that. It's just about energy. I mean, you could say Democrats winning in 2018 was because white suburbanites, didn't like Hillary. Well, they didn't, but it's a little bit more than that. It's that could be part of it. But the rural areas love Donald Trump. The Midwest love Donald Trump. It's a double-edged sword, for sure. Drudge called it. It's interesting because Drudge has been off the wall lately, and not in a good way. Devin Wallach says, "Can I get a tomahawk chop in the comments, everyone?" I don't. Is this the tomahawk chop? I don't know how it's done, but I assume that's how it is. And so many people got really offended by it. They're trying to abolish it. They're just the outrage mob. The same people that changed the Redskins' name want to change the Braves' name. It's ridiculous. And I said it would happen. It's not going to stop. They're going to go for the Chiefs. They're going to go for everybody. Ryguy1218 says, so Atlanta didn't blow a lead. That's new, yeah. Jim Bob says, are there any more red counties in New Jersey that can boost Citarelli's lead? Yeah, I mean, there are some. There's some more out of Somerset, which is red now. I don't know if it'll stay. Burlington has some votes. There's some red votes probably in some blue counties as well. But I don't know. I mean, this one county here, Salem County, that's going to go red, but I don't think it's going to boost Jack too much. So we'll have to see. Could it come down to third party? Probably not, because the third parties are only combining for 0.7. So the margin of victory for Phil Murphy would have to be within that in order for it to matter. But either way, it's shaping up to be an interesting night for sure. I mean, this Decision Desk hasn't reported that either. But let's check. Predict it. Okay, it's back up to 21 in predicted. It's just bouncing around. Now Republicans were down in the 80s in Virginia. They're back up to 96. So the Doomers just love to buy the Dem victory, and it doesn't always happen. So seems as if we're waiting on votes to come in. We're still waiting on Chesterfield. Chesterfield County's probably going to stay red, if I had to assume. I mean, it even went for, I believe, let's see. It even went for Ed Gillespie. There's no way that it's not going to be Youngkin plus 7. So I don't know how many ballots that are going to be there that are going to rapidly change that. Even if it does go down, it is only probably around 20,000 votes or so that are going to come in for Terry that he can net out of that, and it's not going to be enough. Jake from State says, we did it, man. We effing did it. Alt on top, baby. Waited my whole life for this moment. Well, let's be patient, but it's not. We like to see the victory, but we'll have to see. We're waiting for them to call Virginia on New York Times, but it's pretty much going to be a Youngkin win. LDS German Shepherd Boy says, so since Virginia might not flip red in 2024, will Arizona flip back in 24, or is it a lost cause like Georgia? Yeah, I think Arizona's going to flip back. Oh, Jack gained, actually. What did they put in? I don't even know what county they put in. But it's insane that he's winning by 25,000 votes with 3/4 of the votes in. Oh, is he talking about the Astros? He said ALT. If he said ATL, I would have known what he was talking about. Okay, I didn't know. Congratulations on the victory. Pierce Zuba says MSNBC anchor says the race was about white kids not wanting to talk about stuff that happened to black people. Just now, swear to God, I think talking about... Yeah, exactly. When it comes down to the whole race thing, it's pretty funny because they're saying it's a white backlash. And in a way, it is. But they act like it's a bad thing. Yeah, how dare you not want to teach 5-year-olds that about white privilege, which is a relatively debunked concept if you actually analyze anything of note and nuance, but... They're not capable of doing that. It's about pushing a Marxist agenda, an anti-white agenda. The one big red says congrats to the Braves after what the MLB pulled. Yeah, it's true, but I mean, I haven't even been paying attention, so I don't know what happened with the Astros, but apparently they did something. They did something unsavory from what I understand. They did something unsavory. Youngkin up by 2.9. I mean, this is interesting. I want to see what they say the end margin is. So now they're saying that Youngkin is probably going to win by 2-3. Some say he'll win by 1-2. I think, hey, my prediction is right about 2.3. I have eternal bragging rights. I do. But we're not there yet. But, yeah, Jack's lead is increasing on Decision Desk. Let's see what it says on New York Times, if it's changed at all. It actually hasn't. But there's more votes that are counted on New York Times than Decision Desk, though. So we'll see. Dave Olson says, good work. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry about the Discord stuff with the glitching earlier, but either way, it's shaping up to be a really, really surprisingly good night for Republicans. They won statewide. They won big in Ohio. They won big in... It seems like they're going to win big in Pennsylvania, at least one of the court judges. I mean, if the other one, that one might get closer, depending on what happens with mail-in votes and things like that. But still, it's probably going to stay Republican. Virginia seems to be a hold. New Jersey, like I said, was not expected to be a race. It is. Not saying it's going to be, but, an upset. But I think if you look at it, Jack is doing better than anybody thought he would. Gerald Armstrong says Election Wizard had Jack up 2 with 85% reporting. Well, how many votes have they counted? Because we're getting like conflicting data with percentage that's counted, but the vote totals are like roughly the same. Mike H says Virginia Dems, the water is turning the frickin' frog straight. Exactly. It's just like that. They hate normalcy. They hate people being normal. Like when it comes to the critical race theory stuff, like I didn't learn that stuff until I went to a communist high school in a mostly white city, by the way, that probably 70% white big city that was like 90% Democrat. In fact, I think the Hispanic neighborhood was actually more Republican than the white part of the city. And what we know now is that that was what they taught then, and even that's not nearly as bad as what they're trying to teach 5-year-olds nowadays. That's how far we've gone. And these people are like communists, like unironically, by the way. So true. Doomers take the L tonight. That is true. Doomers take the L tonight. Senator Mike Pound says, Scary Terry won't win Chesterfield, but he still can net a good amount of votes out of it. That is true. We'll be like when all was left in Wisconsin was Green Bay and Washington, but Biden still got net gains. Well, I mean, but is he going to get enough? That's the question. Probably not. Probably not going to net enough votes there to win the county, that he's not going to net enough votes there in and of itself to win the state. John Cordisco says, here in upstate New York, a Republican won the mayor's race. The first time same party won 2 consecutive mayoral elections in almost 100 years. Upstate New York is one of the weirdest places when it comes to voting. It might require like a documentary on it in and of itself, but I don't think it's going to happen. Virginia HVAC says, Newsmax called Virginia. Yeah, we've learned that like 3 hours ago. Now, if they call New Jersey, it might be embarrassing for them, but... Okay, big super chat. The Czar, thank you for the big super chat. Biggest of the night. Says, hey, Red Eagle, you need to work at getting your voice on other platforms. Local/Rumble is emerging as a viable option to YouTube. By the way, I'm on Rumble and I'm on Odyssey, for the record. You need to stream there. We need honest voices. Please work on it to stop this Marxist agenda. When it comes to streaming there, I haven't checked out their streaming capability, but I might consider cross-streaming or potentially streaming on there as well. I know that they are, Rumble is the platform in and of itself. I know they're improving it. I like Odyssey. The website, the app needs work. Lucas Supen says, how come I can't rewatch your streams? You can in the Repcast archive, which is a playlist on my channel. That's where all the streams are. They're just unlisted because I don't want to have them getting in the way of my videos when people are looking at the videos tab. So... let's see, 50.3 to 48.9. Max Roberts says, I'm worried about Virginia because these numbers look almost exactly like Georgia in 2020 and Biden inched back by 2 days later. Well, it doesn't matter because Atlanta was like 70% in with 95% reporting. Nova is more reported than the state as a whole. So I wouldn't be worried about it because it looks like Georgia, although I understand the PTSD mindset. I get it. But you had a lot of ballots left in Philadelphia that had to be reported. You had a lot of ballots left in Georgia that had to be reported. In Detroit that had to be reported. You don't have that in the Democrat areas of Virginia, which is good. So, Glenn is up by 3 on CNN. He's up by 2.9 here. So what did he at 95% reporting? This is pretty much the same thing. Yeah. I mean, if you just do the math, McAuliffe has to win 80% plus of the remaining ballots to win, doesn't he? I mean, if there's 5% reporting and he's down by 3, he'd need to go up 4 to 1 to even just tie it. So I don't see the math there. I mean, he is probably going to narrow that down to like a 1 to 2 point lead at the end of the day, but it's just not going to be enough. Neil Thacker says, I would have been shocked if Frederick County flipped blue. I grew up there in Winchester. Yeah, it's like the Antrim County debacle. It's like, yeah, Antrim didn't vote for Biden by 15. That's just flipped. Even though I think this is a New York Times error rather than a county reporting error. Let's see. Let's go back to New Jersey. Yeah, they say New Jersey contest remains too close to call. Would you believe that? It's just incredible to see, isn't it? Okay, I don't know why I can't view the results how I was viewing them before. Let's check the betting odds. See what they have to say about everything. 25% for and Murphy under 2 is got a plurality in the betting odds. Senator Mike Pound says Georgia was at 91% with Trump up by 90K, not 95%. 2, Virginia is a smaller state. 3, Terry will not win / net mail as overwhelmingly as Biden did. This is all true. This is all true. Yeah, no matter what happens, it's just an awful, awful night for Democrats all around. It's just awful. Even if McAuliffe happened to win, it would still be bad for them. But, like, this is embarrassing. I think the New York Times just updated or something. I think that that's what this is. Or actually, I think I can do it like this. There we go. So 3/4 of the vote is officially in. Jack is up by 1.3. They still haven't reported Salem. Let's see. So I don't know what's going to happen in between now and then, but we're gonna still watch what happens out of New Jersey, assuming they keep reporting, even though it's going to be, I mean, Murphy's probably going to hang on, but it's going to be by a closer margin than a lot of people originally thought, including myself, by the way, and I'll take the L where it's due. The thing is, I do have to say that you need to have a voting system where they tell you how many mail-ins and they cap it off. You can't accept mail-ins after Election Day. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. Second of all, you can't have early voting go back as far as it does, even though that's not the issue here. But Brobson's lead is up big in Pennsylvania. Let's see. Okay, that's good. He's expanding it. Okay. Yeah, Pennsylvania's a dub. New Jersey seems to be a moral victory. Youngkin expanded his lead just now, by the way, to 3.1. He's now up by 94,000 votes. Marshall Forward, how do you think the mainstream media will spin Youngkin winning? They're probably going to say it's like, oh, he ran first of all, it's he ran from Trump, which is not entirely true. And two, racism. That's what they'll say. Racism and he ran from Trump. Henry Green says, can you please check total votes cast for president in Virginia 2020 versus total votes cast in governor in Virginia tonight? It's 3.1 million for the governorship is what it looks like. And I know it was 4.6 million for the presidency. So, but 2017 for the governorship was like 2.6 million. Red Texan Politics says, oh, now he's up to 98,000. Would you look at that? What I hate with outvoting the system is that if Republicans were doing, if Democrats are doing, the media would go off. I don't know. I assume you're saying if Republicans were doing what the Democrats are doing. Well, we don't control the electoral system. The BCL company says, let's go Brandon mofos. So Virginia Beach actually narrowed, believe it or not, but I think they got more votes, which benefited the margin for Youngkin somehow. McAuliffe actually got more votes than Northam did, but Youngkin got more votes than McAuliffe did, at least as of right now, and he's up by 98,000 votes. I hate that it says over 95. Just report the percentage that you have. Like, we get it. Let's go back to New Jersey. Okay, the margin seemed to have narrowed a little bit, but 75% is reported. Just report the votes. Just get it over with, please. Please just report the votes. How long do we have to do this for? But yeah, it's pretty evident. I'd be very surprised. If Youngkin ended up losing at this point. That's why we called it early on. But yeah, wait, let me check back on New Jersey. No, they haven't updated in 2 minutes. Okay. That's it's interesting to see, though. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on. I think that we'll have to look in at Chesterfield County that seems to be where McAuliffe may net a lot of his votes that he'll try to narrow the gap in and probably not narrow it in. But let's see. So 86. Okay, so they're probably going to end up reporting at the end of the day here. If that's 86, we can get the calculator back out and we could see, we could do the math. 80, even ran it to 87, I'd have a 0.61, 142,000. Minus that by 87, there's 55,000 votes outstanding. And you could assume that even if we assume like 75% of those go to McAuliffe, he's only at 41,000. So he only nets like 30,000 out of there at most. That's not going to be enough to close the gap, and that's the biggest population center that has outstanding votes. Rockingham has a lot of votes outstanding. That's at 85. A lot of these red areas are like in the 80s, 90s, some in the 90s. That one small population center hasn't reported yet, but shouldn't net the Dems too much. Dems might get some out of Northampton, but that's they only have a few thousand votes there at most, and those are going to split probably evenly. Matt O says, I'm from Jersey. Salem isn't our brightest county. It's a Trump county, I think, though, so they should be reporting at some point. But yeah, this is just an implosion. Across the board, implosion. Do I think Sussex could give us a bigger lead? Well, probably. Pat Gagnon says, can I join the stream for a few minutes? The Discord thing makes the stream lag. I would actually say, yeah. But I will be doing a call-in stream this month. I can promise that. But the Discord thing is not working for the stream. So make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe to the channel as we continue to go on. Virginia's at 97. Fox says 97, which I don't really... I tend to have little respect for anything Fox has to say. Now they say 94 here. So... they say 97 on Fox. They say 94 in New York Times. 94 on Politico. Now they say 94. Okay. Well, they need to get it together somehow. I didn't see a drop from anywhere, which doesn't really tell me much either way. Raven Spirit says Virginia local news is saying there are some absentee ballots and there were some counties that ran out of ballots and are counting them by hand now. Okay, well, that's probably going to take a while. So, we'll see. Either way, it's Youngkin has a 3-point lead. Yeah, of course, there's going to be minimal movement in the betting odds for sure, which is why I told people to sell a while back just in case anything happens. But New Jersey Republicans are up to... they're up to like 30% in the betting odds, which is interesting. Hopewell City reported. Really? They finally got it done? Okay, good. But he's up by 98. He's up by 100,000 votes. How many votes are really left? Like 150,000? Like, that's not that bad. Nova's pretty much all like... the good news is that a lot of the ballots that have been counted are in blue areas. So a lot of that is red areas. And even though some of that is mail-in, they're probably not going to favor McAuliffe by a ridiculous margin. But yeah, that one county did report. So all the counties are in. Glenn is actually winning in Hopewell? Really? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to hold. But it's going to be close. State Board of Elections has Youngkin up by 104,000. Well, that's good news. But everybody in here just dooming and just, saying, why was it 94? Why was it 97? Why did they move it down to 94? It's like, I mean, they moved, Decision Desk was at like 90. So you'll have to ask them why they're at like 92, but they're just messed up, I think. We'll see. Yeah, now they're at 94, so they corrected. They met in the middle. So we'll see. He has to finish, though. It's not over. It is not over. He has to finish, but he is the apparent winner. Joseph Patterson says, just turned 41 right this second, hoping this is a much better birthday present than last year. Keep up the good work. Yeah, last year, not entirely the best present you could ask for, but we'll see. Lucas Upan says, your thoughts on jury nullification? As in the jury nullifying a particular result in a case? I mean, or a sentence or something like that? I don't know. I mean, it depends on the situation, I guess. Tadpole 5 says, Erie County, New York Sheriff Garcia, Republican, won. Buffalo is in Erie County. Yeah, Erie County, I mean, Trump only lost it. Didn't he lose it by single digits anyways? It's not a super blue county. Now, if Virginia dropped to like 92, then I'd really be skeptical. But I don't think it will. I think that Youngkin is going to hold. By how much is the question? Could get razor thin, but we'll see. Okay. Still, what is this? Like 20? What is it? It's actually like 17,000 votes. But Decision Desk called it for Youngkin, and they called the lieutenant governor's race. And they called the attorney general's race. That call might have been a little too early. But I'm not entirely sure. But I think that people are just overreacting as they usually do. I think it's not really productive. The problem was actually the lag. The problem with the lag was the bit rate was too low, not too high. That was the thing. But not this stream. Let's see. We're gonna keep going. It hasn't updated in 11 minutes, and we're waiting on updates. At least Virginia updated 2 minutes ago. Neil Thacker says they'll take Virginia. The networks readjusted it to 94. Yeah, they readjust things all the time. Like, is that going to make much of a difference? I don't know. Was it 95? Then some had it at 97. Then it's now 94. Decision Desk had it at 90. And now Decision Desk moved up to 94. So, and by the way, on the Virginia State Board of Elections website, Youngkin is up by like 105,000 votes. So, Kurenai Ruzan says, do we have enough state houses to go Article 5 on the Constitution yet? One or two away from a convention of states. EGT said 200, thank you, of yen, I believe that is. The Japanese currency, I think. I don't know. Thank you. Matthew Jacquez says it's taking forever because, okay, well, we can't read that one for platform purposes. Evil Hunter 32 says VPAP.org showing 99.5% of Election Day voting counted and 140K mail-in votes are outstanding. Does that include ones that... Does that necessarily include ones that are... that might come or that haven't? I don't know what that includes. But if there are 140,000 that have not been counted, that depends. I mean, 140,000 when it's a 100,000 vote lead, that means you need to win them 120 to 20. And that means that he's going to have to win them 86-14 to win the election. No, I don't necessarily know what that means, but we'll have to see, because, and that means there's still other election day vote that hasn't been counted. If it's 99.5%, that means there's probably a couple dozen thousand of those ballots that haven't been cast, and that's important to note as well. So, you're all right, Matthew. Thanks for the super chat. But they're going to have to come out like ridiculously in a way that they didn't before. Because I think the mail-in ballots, even in Fairfax, were like 25% for Youngkin. So I really doubt that. No. Let's focus on New Jersey. I'm not focusing on Virginia. Okay, 76% reported. It's now down to a 6-point lead. Where are those ballots coming from? Exactly. They have Essex still at 90, Union at 95, Camden at 87. Yeah, 270 to win. They finally got it back to where it needs to be. But yeah, this might be the end. This might be the end of Jack in New Jersey as we cross the 80% line. But still, I think it's going to be within a few points, which is interesting. They have an update. Okay, wait, actually, Decision Desk has Virginia. Now Virginia's at 95. Yeah, they went up to 95. Okay. So they went up to 95. I don't know what changed. Chesterfield is down to 54 for some reason. I don't know what's going on with Chesterfield. But Virginia went up, Chesterfield goes down. It's really, really interesting, to put it the least. But it's at 95%. Youngkin still up by 3. That's good news. So it might be the end of New Jersey, but Pennsylvania went red. That's good news. Pennsylvania goes red. New Jersey, yeah, they projected one of the Pennsylvania races. They'll probably project the other pretty shortly here. But the fact that it's literally 76% reported and they haven't called it is pretty impressive. That Republicans gave them that much of a run, and that is true. Abe is great. One says Frank Underwood is giving his all in Fairfax. I believe that is the House of Cards president. I don't get that reference. I don't know what's going on with the reporting numbers. Like I said, I'd put more time and effort in analyzing the results that we see on the state board than a news outlet, because the state board is reporting what they know. And if the state board really hasn't changed and they say that there's 140,000 left, then there's 140,000 left. But right now, Youngkin is up by what looks to be 90,000. I don't know how much is left, but we'll see. I wouldn't put too much stock into these numbers that we see here, even. But Luke Cadian says, Flaming Hot Cheetos to go with my Red Bull. Go, Jack. Yeah, Jack is he's hanging on, but I don't know by how much he's going to be hanging on by. Spartan Speedrun says, still have Sussex and Burlington not over. I mean, yeah, there's some red areas that haven't reported 100%. That's true, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save them. It's going to be a fun ride either way. 92,000 votes ahead. We like to see that. We like to see that. And there's 5% left that haven't been reported. And we'll keep it. We'll keep watching. But I feel like there was a change, but I don't think it changed anything. But just I just think the dooming is just dumb and unproductive, especially because you're winning in Virginia by 3 with 5% to go, and the mail-in votes that are outstanding are largely from red counties, by the way, and they're not going to break 85-15 for Terry McAuliffe. So that I can tell you. And if they do, I'll eat my words, but I can't see that happening. I don't think it's mathematically possible. Senator Mike Pound says Alexandria now at 95%. That's it for big cities, just absentee small potatoes from all over left. That is true. IWD says, do you think if Youngkin manages to win, he'll get the state AG after the Loudoun County School Board for their involvement in the cover-up? I mean, he might. If that's an issue that he really governed on and was able to capitalize on, it might be something that he focuses on, but we'll see. Like, people saying, oh, what about 20? I know what happened in 2020. I watched it happen. I knew it was going to happen before it did when I saw, 1, 2 in the morning, when I saw the how many outstanding ballots they had. I was, like, very skeptical. Okay, now Chesterfield's up to, why is Chesterfield back up to 99%? Seriously, what's going on with these? What's going on with these reports? They're just back and forth and back and forth. Clearly, I remember I was live on 2020, but I knew exactly what was going on. I saw it happen. But it's like you can't just freak out because there's a little bit of a movement on a website that doesn't know what they're doing. That's what I'm saying. But we're going to watch either way. New Jersey, nothing new out of New Jersey. New York, anything in New York happen? No, New York is the same as it was before. So, but like, speaking of counties that don't know what they're doing, I mean, we see this here. Did Jack end up winning Ocean County by 100,000? Not quite. Almost, but not quite. He won it by like 78, which I think is like I think he's going to do better than, I mean, he's already doing better than Bob Hewen. Bob Hewen lost by like 13. Am I watching the 3 vacant House seats? Are you talking about the ones in Ohio? Because those are, I mean, one of them is blue, one of them is red. One's in a deep blue district, one's in a deep red district. FM Bunch of Numbers says, if Youngkin wins, will we see voting integrity become a thing in Virginia? He can try. I think that he's going to have to take control of what's gonna transpire in terms of the Senate. You got to get the Senate back in the state in 2023, which is possible. But yeah, nothing new out of Virginia. Still a 91,000 vote lead, almost 92,000. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. But nothing new. Okay, we'll go back to governor. Jersey is gone. Yeah, we probably know Jersey is gone. That's beside the point. What we're analyzing is a little bit deeper than that. Okay, wait. Decision desk for New Jersey or for Virginia governor. I think that something changed. Did it? No, it's actually the same. Okay, wait. Never mind. We'll go back to. And by the way, I want to check what they have for Chesterfield on this one. Okay, see, they have 50. They haven't updated. I don't know what it's going to be. I mean, 82,000. What was it in 2020? Because that's a good benchmark for determining what's really left in the state. If we look at it there. All right, wait a minute. So let's go back to Virginia. Yeah, they was around 200,000. So right now they might have more votes to report there, actually. I'd be very shocked if that's the total turnout. It probably is over 100,000, but by how much, I don't know. So I wouldn't say that that's all in either. But New Jersey, don't know what's going on there. Let's check New Jersey back on here and see what they say. New Jersey, they have Jack up by 40,000 votes here with 79% reporting, but let's check New York Times. See, they don't have as many votes that were tallied here, so Jack's lead is likely to expand a little bit, but by how much, I don't know. They just haven't reported it yet. Everybody has different data for some reason. They're getting it from different counties at different times, so we'll check Predict It one last time. Yeah, Republicans are down significantly in Predict It for New Jersey. When it comes down to who wins Virginia, Youngkin still 96. They say most likely course of action is Youngkin's going to win by between 1 and 3. And by the way, I mean, Georgia was they were betting on Georgia being blue, for the record, on election night 2020. If you want to talk about remembering 2020, the New York Times needle had it at 66% D by the end of the night. New York Times doesn't have a needle here, but it's pretty obvious that, I mean, if you look at their front page, it's pretty obvious that it's a little bit. You know, McAuliffe said he didn't really come out and say that there was going to be a victory. He didn't come out and say he believed he was going to win. He just said there's more vote to count. Phil Murphy, on the other hand, seems to be in position to win, probably, but it's still not even guaranteed for him. I mean, he'll probably win, but it's a closer night than pretty much anybody had imagined for him. And Decision Desk, which has counted more votes, is almost to 80% in, and Jack is up by roughly 2. So we'll have to see. And they're slowly factoring that in here on this map that we see. Oh, did they put Salem in here? Not here. Maybe they put him in on Decision Desk. But no, they didn't, actually. Maybe it's a different site. Shane Keenan says if the GOP wins State House in Virginia, they better enact an Article 5 resolution calling a convention limiting federal power spending, balanced budget. Well, we need to actually just, I mean, when it comes down to what we need to do. Oh, Pasiak flipped? Really? Wow. How many votes are, what does it have it in at? 60. Wow, that's incredible. A lot of Hispanics up there too, which is actually what I told people to watch for, was how that vote would happen. And Italians as well definitely are pushing Bergen to the right. I mean, Jack seemed to have run a pretty good campaign from the looks of it, but seems like it's New Jersey is New Jersey. You're going to fall short. But we're still not even done yet, though. So check the predicted odds. Yeah, now a lot of that is shifted towards Youngkin going to win by 2 to 3. That seems to be where the center of gravity is. Angelo M says Youngkin and McAuliffe have the most votes in history of Virginia gubernatorial elections. Northam previously had the most with 1.4 million in 2017. It's true. It is true. So they both actually topped it. But still, it's technically not over, but Youngkin is the apparent winner. So we'll see. Why am I dooming on Jack? Because it just seems like it seems too good to be true that he would win, and 77% of the vote is in. 23% is outstanding, and Ocean County's all the way in. He's not outperforming in Ocean the amount he would need. He is in Monmouth, and there are some what I assume to be mail-in ballots across the state. Now, if he wins Pasiak when it's all said and done, and he manages to continue to cut the margins and whatever is left. Well, Essex is 90% in. If he manages to cut the margins, I don't know, but it doesn't seem realistic. But I don't know. I will welcome it. However, I will welcome any Republican victory in New Jersey. So they haven't updated Salem here. If Salem broke 65-35 red, what did it do in 2020? I think it only broke 55-42. So if that's a massive shift there, which is in a fairly rural area, you could say, from the looks of it, small towns, southern New Jersey, that's good news, actually, for the Republican Party, and it's good news for Jack if that's the case. I don't know how many votes he's going to net there. He might net like 4,000 or 5,000 if that's the case, but I mean, it adds up, I guess, but he's up by 10,000 votes right now. But the funny thing is he's led all night long. This guy has led in New Jersey, and now 77% is reporting. I mean, the betting odds still are just bouncing around. He's just bouncing around from 10 to 20 to whatever. But this is interesting, you could say. Everything's going down the wire. But we're waiting. Might as well finish the Red Bull while we can. Okay. So Decision Desk has reported more. I wish New York Times would catch up at this point, and it would increase Jack's lead, by the way. But Bergen County is the bellwether. I mean, it's voted with the state every time, roughly in line. The one exception was, I think, 92, when it voted for Bush by like 1, but the state voted for Clinton by like 2 or something like that. So third-party votes can kind of throw it off. 6K in okay, so if he nets 6K from Salem, which I don't believe is up on the map. Oh, it is up here. Okay, so they need to put that out. Andrew Oven says Youngkin crushes Terry like Michigan crushes vowels. I don't get that. I assume it's like the accent thing, I guess it would be. But True Scholar, thanks for the super chat. And yeah, every county's in here, at least in some capacity. We're waiting. But 50,000 votes with 80% in. They need to fix it. They need to update it here. They say there are more votes out for Terry to win, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Don't think it'll be enough, but we'll see. A Democrat hasn't won re-election in New Jersey in 40 years. That is true, but I mean, those are historical anecdotes, but they can be, I mean, there's always going to be times when that changes. Ohio used to be a swing state. It's not anymore. So did Missouri. I mean, it seems like, you have states that are becoming blue at the same time, like Virginia, even though this might be the exception to the rule, right? So it's possible. Dova Budgie 100 says it seems as the consensus is pronounced Pasiak. Yeah, I see what you're doing there, but I mean, it's not like that far off from reality, though. I don't see a new dump in Jersey, Lalo. I think you're messing with me. It's the same thing that we see. Okay, yeah, exactly. He's up by 0.4. We need more votes. We need more votes to be tallied. I'm glad what happened in Pennsylvania, because that is something that not a lot of people are watching right now, but it might be the most indicative thing about 2022 because of how much of a swing state it is, right? This New Jersey election, it's just honestly pretty fun at this point. We'll have to see. So Virginia might not update anything else for a while, which is ridiculous, by the way, but we know how many votes are outstanding, and they would have to break in favor of Terry McAuliffe by close to 80-20, which I can't see happening. So we'll see. Okay, what's going on here? Actually, the lead for Jack narrowed, from what I can tell, but not by much, by 1,000 votes. Decision Desk is actually ahead, believe it or not. See, they say Essex is 64% in, and Hudson's 59% in. So I have no idea what's going on here. Jermico 7 says Terry McAuliffe's campaign says a portion of the early votes in Fairfax County need to be rescanned, and there is no set timeline for that yet. Well, they counted them all, from my understanding. Or at least they counted close to all of them. So, 538 calls elections? I don't think that they do that. Maybe on Twitter, but I mean... We'll have to see. Dova Budgie 100 says, I feel good about my vote in Pennsylvania. Gotta stay red. Yeah. Vince Dow had 11-2 incident. Everybody, every time, every single time. We still have 7,000 live viewers. Literally. So, is Youngkin going to speak? Okay, they finally updated it. A little bit. 79% of the vote is in. They still haven't put Salem County in. But Jack is still up. He's still up by 14,000 votes. So that's something, to say the least. Senator Mike Pound says Suffolk now at 95% and is flipped. Does anybody know by how much Scary Terry has netted there? Seems about even. Maybe 55 or 60% male for Terry. I don't know. It doesn't seem to have changed much either way. Even if he's netting 60% by male in some of the swing areas, I think we're more than fine. Tom Saff says if New Jersey wants mandate, Murphy will win. I think New Jersey wants it. Hillary was expected to win 2016, but we know who won. Well, I mean, I think you'd be surprised by how many people just are apathetic or support these types of things. I mean, New Jersey in particular. I mean, you're seeing a backlash, obviously, from what we saw in 2020 even, but I don't know. This is interesting. It's probably not going to stay. But there are some counties that have not been accounted for that would give Jack a little bit of a boost on New York Times. So, ABC project Youngkin. Okay, yeah. Well, now I definitely would say that if ABC projected it, it's over. That they know. I mean, we can project it. Maybe we're wrong. Even Dave Wasserman, as much as he cares about his credibility, he's been wrong before, right? If ABC and some of these other networks are calling it, it's over. It's done. He's finished. Go home, T-Mac. You're not going back there. It's over. Auto VCR says, you're a bright young man, Rep. Keep it up. Thank you for the super chat. Lazarus Rex says, I'm in New Jersey and I'm personally sick, I believe, of Murphy's Law, I think is what it means. Okay. Tommy Aris says, Fox News says vote percentages are merely estimates based on factors like prior election. The media doesn't know exactly how many ballots remain. Well, I think we know now, and it doesn't seem to be enough. Michael H. says, Minnesota checking in. We still have a police force after tonight, so it's already a win in my book. Yeah, if that's what it takes to win, if that's what a win is in politics, we've lost so much ground. I mean, to the point where, it's like we've lost so much ground to the point where, I mean, men can become women now at this point. It's like, yeah, it's just we keep losing ground. All right, let's see. 50,000 votes here, but not here. No updates here. CNN calls Virginia. NBC calls Virginia. Yeah, you could put a bow on this one, right? It's pretty clear, pretty evident. Pretty evident that... Okay, Matt, please stop spamming. You spam too much. You don't have to copy and paste it. We get it. We get it. Okay. New York Times are probably gonna update the call anytime soon now because they're gonna follow suit after that. And yeah, it's over. It's over. All eyes are on New Jersey. All eyes are on New Jersey. It's done. It's over. And that lead is going to expand in New Jersey any second, too, once they get everything in. Now, Fox isn't going to call it. We won. Yeah, we won. Good job. Bill Fry says, a great day for the Republic. God bless these United States. We need to keep the momentum going for next year. Absolutely. That's what it is. If we won Virginia or New Jersey, which I still don't think it's going to happen, but if we did actually manage to pull this one off, which, like I said, I still doubt, but I'd be very, very, I'd feel very good about the momentum that we have. Frank Legalbo says CNN projection. Yes, Youngkin has won in Virginia. That is true. That's what it seems. I mean, I'm not underestimating how much people hate Murphy. The fact that it's close tells me that. The problem is New Jersey is a Dem plus 15 or so state every cycle. It's going to be harder to win it than it is even a place like Virginia. It's probably on par with Colorado at this point. But still, the fact that it's close and Jack is leading, probably when this is accounted for by around 40 or 50,000 with like 82, 83% reporting, that tells me everything I need to know about the state of our union and the fact that it's going to be close. But CNN and ABC, I don't know, did NBC call it? I don't know. Fox is probably not going to call it. But Decision Desk called it early. Decision Desk, I don't think they would make a mistake. ABC and CNN. Fox hasn't done it. NBC, some people say, has done it. RCP probably called it too. I don't know. Did the AP do it? We'll have to see. But it's funny. Fox will call like Wisconsin, even in 2016, with like 60% reporting. And Fox will call Virginia for the Dems with 0% reporting. But they're not going to call, and they're going to call Arizona for Biden with like a good third of the vote left, but they're not going to call this election in Virginia that we see here with 95, 96% reporting, even after CNN has called it. That tells you everything you need to know about Fox. So they're not really on your side. No, I don't like what Newsmax does either because they like to jump the gun and call it way too early and make a mistake. But Barnboy for President says MSNBC projects Youngkin as the next Virginia governor. Well, there it goes. There it goes. Delaware, as in Delaware. Is there a Delaware County in not a Delaware County? You're talking about the state of Delaware? I don't see it. But we see this here. RCP says 92%. Well, how many votes are on RCP? I don't like RCP because nothing slows my computer down more than RCP. RCP is just a train wreck when it comes to this. But they say 92% is in. They still have it at 94 for Virginia. But the vote totals are the same as New York Times. Like, yeah, I don't think Newsmax made a mistake this time, but I'm just saying you don't want to call it too early. Politico called it for Youngkin. RCP did not call it for Youngkin, by the way. I just checked. Scott McInthun says, I'm predicting a come-from-behind victory for Corn Pop in New Jersey. Thanks for the super chat. Let's see. Aaron Bennett says Politico calls it. Yeah, we saw Politico call it. But, yeah, you guys have been doing great with super chats. I mean, I'm very, very grateful for all the super chats we've received. It's been great, even though we had a little bit of lag early on. But we'll make it up somehow. We could fix the problem pretty easily. But Jack's up by 1. He's up by 1, which is just pretty good. We love to see it. We do like to see it. Newsmax called it, 8:45. We called it after that. We called it I think it was 9 something. But let's see. We have a few of these. Cameron's Political Predictions Center says if Jack wins, Dems can kiss 2022 goodbye. Yeah, they could do that already. Doomsday Machine says no matter what the result is, this is a good night for the GOP. Yeah, exactly. Don't get demoralized no matter what. This new grassroots strategy is working really well, especially the poll watching. Yeah, and it's not perfect. Our election system needs a lot of work. The fact that it's taken this long in general to count the ballots that it has, we need to do better than this, obviously. But all in all, I will say I'm actually impressed that they counted what they did tonight. So maybe it's turning a corner. Maybe it's getting better. I don't know. Pierce Zuba says, do you get taxed on super chats? And if so, by how much? I think YouTube takes 30%. But that's the way it is. So Aaron Bennett says 2.7 percentage points. So that was extremely close. Well, it's actually wider margin than expected. I mean, and it's going to narrow, but the polls had it at Youngkin plus 1.3. So that's about right. I mean, I'm not going to complain at the margin. I said it was Youngkin plus 2.3. That'd be my prediction, but that was a bold statement. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but either way, looks like I was going to be within 1% either way. Shane Keena says Wikipedia already updated their entry section on the election. It's over. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. We'll see what happens in New Jersey, though. Oliver King says, do you watch Styx Clank Army? I am subscribed to Styx. I don't watch him as much as I used to, but I still watch him occasionally. He's in my feed. I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he gives pretty good analysis from time to time, I do have to say. We'll see. Jack, how did Jack claim victory? He hasn't. I mean, there's so many votes left. I don't think that that's true. We'll see. Oh, they called it on New York Times. It's over. If they called it on New York Times, it's done. Okay, what happened? Did they uncall it? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. They called it on New York Times. It's over. It's done. Look at that. That's a beautiful picture, isn't it? A red Virginia. You got the red next to the check mark. And you look at New Jersey, and we're 80% in, and it's still anybody's game, even though we know which way it's probably going to go. I mean, they flipped Bergen back on decision desk, but Jack is still in the lead, which is good to see. But we'll see when it falls. The fact that we're this far in and it's neck and neck is good news. Auto VCR says one of the worst things about the right is they don't provide any resistance in the past when it was significantly easier to do so. I know. They let these people take over. The worst people take over. They did a long march through the institutions. We got to do the same thing back, and we can't be afraid because we got to get the power structures back, or we're gonna be gone. We're gonna be gone in 50 years. So, Senator Mike Pounce says Passaic County is the inner city Hispanic realignment continuing. It seems as if the Hispanic oh, by the way, Texas. How could I forget about Texas? It's not on here. Okay, that's interesting because there's that election in San Antonio in that district that's like 75% Hispanic, and the Republicans won it. Wow. 100% reporting. That in and of itself is like a video. Like, there's so many video ideas that came out of this live stream just analyzing results. This is really, there's a lot of material to make out of this, but that, I mean, you're seeing, I mean, it's going to happen a little bit. I don't know. I'm skeptical of the extent of any Hispanic realignment that we're seeing, but I think that we might see some of it, but we'll have to see. Fox News has not called it yet. Yeah. Youngkin is the governor of Virginia now, governor-elect, according to the media. Fox did call it. Okay, some people are saying Fox called it. Well, that's it. It's a wrap. It's done. It's done. It's over. Edinburgh, Texas had a mayoral election. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm telling you, what there is, I mean, it may not be a Hispanic realignment nationwide, but there is a Tejano realignment, and Tejanos have lived here for hundreds of years. They're a surprisingly large portion of the Hispanic electorate in Texas, and they're not on board with mass immigration. They're really not. They've lived there for 200 years. So that tells you everything you need to know about the Tejanos. I mean, they're finally coming home to the Republican Party in droves, which is good, but I mean, there's still, immigration is still a problem for Republicans across Texas, but if the Tejanos can come home, at least it buys time, I guess you could say. Aaron Bennett says, is this a paradigm shift? It feels like it with the Hispanic realignment. Well, you didn't see it so much in Virginia. Now, the exit polls are flawed, I agree. But Fairfax County, I mean, they move right, but I don't know if that was like Hispanics that was pushing it right, so much so. Let's see the exit polls. They updated it. Youngkin got 31% of Latinos. He actually got 13% of blacks, which is, I mean, and black turnout dipped too as well. But like the problem was like white vote in Virginia was a problem, right? Like the white vote was dipping. You're winning it by, I think Biden won it by like 8. Youngkin won it by like 23. That tells you, I mean, maximizing the white vote is a strategy. It doesn't have to be like an explicit appeal to whites, because that doesn't work. Obviously, you can't really do that because it's, I mean, how are you going to do it? Because whites are just so divided. But you have to focus on the issues that the majority in general cares about in the state. That's what he did. And he brought along some Hispanics and Asians as well with him. He didn't pander to them, though. He didn't pander at all. He brought them by just building a coalition necessary. Okay, let's see what's going on with New Jersey. How did Sussex flip? Could be an error. That's an error. That's definitely an error. If Sussex flipped, it's an error. I don't believe it did. Where did Sussex flip? Yeah, no, that's an error. If you look at Sussex here, it's like 64-33. Like, there's no way. They just haven't counted enough votes yet. So it's going to come back. Jack's going to actually net votes out of that, by the way. Senator Mike Pounce says, why did MSMO wait till exactly 12:30 a.m.? Because they couldn't find enough ballots. They couldn't find enough. They knew how many were there, and they couldn't find enough. So there we go. Initial D Youngkin commences. Initial D Jack, probably not, but I'm enjoying the ride anyways. Pilwen Klowek says, thanks for the coverage. I've been watching all night from Poland. Well, I appreciate that. We love Poland. We love Poland. Poland is based, and honestly, We got fans. We got people all over the world in chat. And it's a good thing to see. It's a good thing to see. But Virginia, yeah, there's no way McAuliffe is going to win at this point. There's no way. And my prediction might end up being right of Youngkin plus 2.3. We'll see. We'll have to see. But bye-bye gun restrictions, bye-bye vax mandates, bye-bye just the critical race theory. Your state is now free, Virginia. It's free. It's free. If New Jersey goes red, I will do something very, very big on this channel, I guess. Oliver King says, which, if any, blue wall state do you think may flip red going forward in 2022, sending support from Australia? What do you mean by blue wall? Like, blue wall could mean a lot of things. Like, I don't know. Well, I could say New Mexico, but that special election is not something I can use to back it up. But we'll see what happens at the end of next fall. I'll be here the whole way. Make sure you subscribe. We're going to be doing election updates as well as other commentary all year long on this channel. Douglas Perrin says, thanks for the coverage. Really solid reporting. Thank you. I appreciate it. But no, Jack is not there's no 94% reporting. What you see is a tabulation error from RCP. If you look at the vote totals, they're the same. There's 82% or so in. AP called it. Okay, it's over. Arian Krasnicki says, I hope we get Jersey red. This Murphy guy is incompetent and I'm from Kosovo. Yeah, well, we'll have to see, but it's going to be a tough uphill climb. But the fact that there's 18% left reporting, and you see that Jack is up by 20,000 votes, it's close either way. And Democrats are going to be dealt a brutal blow down ballot. 2022 is going to be a tough haul for them. Moonlight says, looks like Youngkin will be a new powerhouse. Virginia called. So true. So true. Everybody called it. It's over. If all these networks are calling it, it's done. There's nothing they can do about it. So this is what we're seeing here. Tracy Weiland says, thank you for the coverage. Even AP has called it now. Good job, Virginia from Oregon. I wish we could get it together. No full-term abortion for you. Yep, that's true. A phenomenal campaign ending in a phenomenal victory. Meltdowns. Let the meltdowns commence. Let it commence. Yeah, RCP is wrong about New Jersey, by the way. Just saying. Yeah, the Virginia lead is going to decrease after it's called. I know that because there are still mail-in ballots that haven't yet been counted, but it doesn't matter. If they called it, that means they knew that whatever they had was not going to be enough. So it's over. Doomers take the L tonight, and that's all I have to say about it. That's all I have to say. So, Oliver King, by Blue Wall, I meant New England, USA, from Maine down to Virginia, or should I say Maryland now? I mean, New Hampshire, probably. New Hampshire. They don't like incumbents, and we could take it back depending on the situation. And without COVID, I think Trump would have won it anyways. IWD says Trump lost the same demographic of soccer moms. Youngkin won because he actually talked about the groomer culture. Something to remember. Yeah, Trump doesn't touch on that stuff a whole lot. I feel like if he did, he would be a lot more effective. Aaron Bennett says, get white pilled, boys. He said pulled, but it's pilled. For the record there. Typo or error, but either way, yes, it is very white pilling to see. We're 82% in. They say Youngkin is speaking. We're going to carry the momentum to 2022, take back the White House in 2024. I feel like I'm one of the only people that has not been let down a whole lot, but I knew that we needed something to build everything back up, and I think that this is the symbolic move. You win Virginia, you win Pennsylvania, you win that 80% Hispanic district in Texas. you kind of flip the Buffalo mayoral election in a way, from what I understand, and you win the sheriff's race there. So, hey, what can I say? Marshall Forward says, can we all together wish a happy birthday to the great Pat Buchanan? Yes, we can. Happy birthday, Pat Buchanan. He's what, like 83? I mean, if Biden could be president, I mean, he could. You never know. He should have ran in like 2012. But it's all right. Rex Steele says, MSNBC, Glenn Youngkin's victory proves white ignorance is a powerful weapon. You love to see it. You love to see it. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the opposite of white ignorance. It's just people fed up. They don't want their kids indoctrinated. If they call it a white lash, who cares? I mean, it's not entirely what it was, but that is a big part of it, and it's justified is the point. Pin Yang says New Jersey ran 5 points behind Virginia in 2020. Isn't that means if Youngkin can win Virginia by 2, New Jersey's at least a tilt margin, that's a win. Yeah, I think it's going to be like 3. BW says this doomer loves this L. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad. I'm glad what's happened has happened. New Jersey, even if it's a narrow loss, I think it's good to see. I'm not going to be complaining about it. It seems like it's been a net positive either way. So I don't know, 90, what is it, at 80, it's at 83 on Decision Desk. It's at, what is it in New Jersey? In New Jersey, it's at 80 on New York Times. Is Van Jones really crying again? How many times does he have to cry? I mean, I don't know if he is or not. That could be fake, but I believe it. He's crying either way. Yang wasn't cheated out of the New York City race. He got like 4th place. Give me a break. Fox News called it for... Did they really? You see, how are you going to call it for Murphy when he hasn't led all night? Like, even if he does end up winning, why are you calling it for him when he... Like, at least call it for him when he takes the lead. Either that or call it at like 0%. I'd at least understand that a little bit more. Igloo, too, says, I'm sad we're going to lose New Jersey. Well, I mean, we weren't going to win it anyways. I predicted that Murphy would win by 7, and I was wrong. So I'm actually pretty glad that it's probably going to be by a narrower margin than that. But if they called it, then I don't really care. I know that Murphy's going to win anyways, but we'll see. Either way, what is it? 20,000 votes. Yeah, I don't know if the needle's going to move anymore tonight. But we won Virginia. The fact that we're just sitting here analyzing New Jersey, I think, is a win. I think it's a win, but I don't know. I don't know if they did call it or not. People always like to psyop me in chat, and sometimes I take what they say with a grain of salt, but they were right about Virginia when everybody's piling on, and when people send super chats, then you know it's legit. So either way, this is getting interesting. Let's check the betting odds. They're the same. Christian Arnold said, did you expect us to win Virginia? Not until the final week, but I predicted that Youngkin would win by, I think it was 2.3 was my final prediction. And right now, he currently is up by 2.5. I think that might go down, but either way, I think my prediction was right within 1%. Could be wrong at the end of the day, but I'm pretty confident. So let's see. Let's go back to Decision Desk. Okay, so not much has changed there either. All right, we might should we end the stream or should we keep going? Let's see what chat wants me to do. I don't know. Not entirely sure. Senator Mike Pound says Jack's lead hasn't moved all night. Reminds me of 2016 New Hampshire for Clinton. Actually, it reminds me of like the Bernie Sanders Michigan primary, if anything, because you have like the big cities pouring in, and still it's not. Okay, yeah, we have to keep going. We have to keep going. I just see everybody just spamming keep going, and I have slow mode on. And when the chat moves that fast, when there's slow mode on, I think we have one person that said end it. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. This does not stop. This does not stop. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you do that. Whoa, super chat moved too fast. Edward Morris says, here's some money because I'm in a good mood. Okay, well, thank you for the money. I'm glad you're in a good mood. But we're going to keep going. But yeah, I like the propositions in New York look good. But we hit 111.3K subscribers. Like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. This is the second most successful stream in channel history, only behind the infamous stream in 2020 on election night. I think the stream after might have had a little bit more people, but in terms of altogether, I think this is, if anything, the more successful stream than that one. In fact, the result is obviously the most successful of any stream we've had since. Well, I think it's better than the Mike Garcia one because this is more transformational. Literally, God said, can the GOP get someone to win Louisiana? Yeah, it's an instant flip because the Dems don't have anybody that can. And I don't think John Bel Edwards would win another term if he was eligible to run, which I don't believe he is. I think he might be able to, like, after a break. I don't know. I'm not. A lot of states have different rules. So, yeah, Lions probably are going 0-17 this year. I think it's like a little ridiculous. Someone get this man. I have another Red Bull right here. It's like literally below my chair. Like I'm not going to drink it, but I could if I have to. We're going to see when they keep reporting results, but like I thought the Lions were going to beat the Eagles, but then they lose 44-6. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't think we'll win a game this year. It's like only team to go to 0-16. Finally, we get spared by the schedule change, and then the first year we don't think we're going to win a game. At least bench Jared Goff, but this isn't a football stream. We're focused on the election here. So Whoop says, let's go, Brandon. Chaz Walker says, let's go, Brandon, abbreviated. Bears is watching my new lieutenant governor speak before Youngkin. Yeah. The racist surge that elected a black lieutenant governor, right? Yeah, I think the lieutenant governor is black. I could be wrong, but that's what I heard. Janelle Covington says, remember Georgia's New York Times needle in 2020 flip from 98 Trump. It was 85 Trump to 60 Biden, by the way. That's why they got rid of the needle. Well, they didn't get rid of it in Georgia in the earlier this year in the runoffs, though. Patrick Cullen says, I have PTSD of watching your stream at 3 a.m. in November. Yeah, a lot of people have PTSD because of me in the most like just indirect fashion. Ethan Brazil says, what is the margin in these races to enable a recount? It's like 0.5%. You're not going to have one. And even if you do in Virginia, it's not going to change it. And look for me to be the first libertarian of Mississippi. Okay. Thanks for the super chat, Alex Cashmanian, fellow Armenian, I believe. Could be wrong, but yeah, you can blame me for your exam grades tomorrow. That's fine. I nailed mine earlier today. So, Fut Bucker says, how many bicycle seats do you think Biden sniffs on a given? I don't know. I think he prefers people's hair, but Helicopter Kick says, go Braves, chop on. 2021 World's Champions. Man, Fred ran away like a chicken shit he is. Let's go, Brandon. So many people saying, let's go, Brandon. So many people. ZR says, do you think LTE is losing his mind? He predicted Youngkin to win, actually, which I was kind of surprised by, but I think that there's other people. There's other people that I'd be more worried about. Joseph S. says, what do you think about Connecticut going red? I think before COVID it was possible, but I mean, what is it? It's not Lamont. It's Lamont has like too much support now because of brain dead people, for lack of a better term. I feel like I missed a super chat. It was a Big Hoss 81, New York prop. We want Noah could save us 4 house seats. Yeah, I covered that. Is TYT actually streaming? I feel like they aren't, but yeah, they always bend the knee to the establishment. They bend the knee to McAuliffe. They're bending the knee to Phil Murphy, even though Murphy probably wins. Yak Ball says, so the liberal media are blaming this loss on CRT. Well, good. It just shows how unpopular it is, saying old Democrats of the past and the new are what we need. They're shooting themselves in the foot. They're giving us hope, which is crazy because, I mean, like as incompetent as the Republican establishment is, Democrats are incompetent too in a way because they're so disorganized. And this, Youngkin is Trump, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it's not going to be what dooms Jack in New Jersey either. Like, you can't blame Trump for everything. Like, that doesn't work. It just doesn't. Aaron and Nari says 94% in RCP, and Jack is up by 1. Come on, New Jersey, bring it home. Like I said, be skeptical of the percent reporting. It's the network issue. I'm pretty sure I'm sticking with what Decision Desk says at 83. That's what I believe it is, somewhere around there. And this is what really screws things up. Vince Dow says LTE stream was weird as hell. He had 2 women there who seemed like freshman poli-sci majors, and it was in some dorm lounge. Well, he doesn't stream. I mean, this is what happens. You don't stream. You have 150,000 subscribers, and you only get like a few hundred viewers a stream on election day on an elections channel. I mean, partially he hasn't done it as much as I've done it, but the energy's not there with his side, is what I'm saying. I'm not taking a stab at him when I'm saying that. I'm just saying that his side doesn't have the energy. They don't have any support. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm going to, start a war or another subscriber war or a beef with this guy. But I mean, I'm just saying he doesn't have as many views and engagement, despite putting out more videos and having more subs. And I really think that it is because the Democrats don't have the energy factor right now, because that was the opposite case earlier in the year. So that tells you everything you need to know. Democrats are apathetic. They're not even watching their Golden Boys number videos. But my views recently have actually been through the roof, and I like to thank you guys for that, because it was really tough earlier in the year. And it still is tough with the search algorithm, just believing that I don't exist for some reason. Phantom of Minecraft says Glenn won Virginia by a wider margin than Big Ron won Florida in 2018. Well, it's not done yet counting, but that is probably going to be true. And there are reasons for that, by the way, for the record. But that is true. Marshall Forward says, if you were advising the GOP in the 2022 midterms, what major issues would you recommend they focus on? Inflation, immigration and the border, and just Biden's policies in general. And they're not going to do a great job of it. They're going to leave some off the table. But I give a lot of credit for the Virginia Republican Party for just taking their state back tonight. And that is incredible. And while these politicians are not going to be the second coming of 2016 Trump or anything like that, it's symbolic more than anything. And that's what people need to understand, because yeah, Youngkin is not perfect on every issue, but that's beside the point. Nothing says first time seeing one of your videos and you have my support. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Make sure to subscribe, all of you guys. Make sure to hit the sub button. Let's get up there. 150K by the midterms is the goal. We'll see. Thoughts on the Kyle case? I don't know if I could talk about that, because sometimes I know people get their videos struck down when they do so. But I think he's going to be let off. I'll say that. And I mean, you look at that video; it's pretty clear that this is going to be a different case than the one we saw up in Minneapolis. Because this one is just you can't even make a rational statement for why it was not self-defense from a court of law perspective. And the judge is actually like better than what we saw in Minneapolis, which was insane. Like, yeah, maybe I could see manslaughter for what happened, and I did videos on this as well, but second-degree murder meant there was like an intent to do it beforehand with like the premeditated, and they got him on it, which is just ridiculous. And we know that that was not a fair case. It was not a fair case. From the beginning to the end, it was not a fair case. And we know that there was interference from the political elite in our country. So it's the way it is. The Sussex is not done counting, though. Akbal says, look at the FBI drone video. Yeah. And like I said, I don't want to talk about it too much. Maybe I will do a video. I'm going to be careful about how I word things, but it's pretty obvious that even like the state lines thing is just bogus. I mean, John Doyle did a great video on that last year, back when the case first happened, and he broke it down pretty well. So I'd recommend people watch that, but I might have to make a video on the trial that's coming up. Youngkin is speaking now. That's great to hear. Wait, did they call the other elections on New York Times? I feel like they haven't. I think the Attorney General race could get within 1%. But yeah, Mark Herring, AG blackface. He also wore blackface, right? This is just a train wreck. But Republicans are more than likely going to take the House of Delegates. It's an awesome night in Virginia. Virginia is back at the state level at least, and that's a good thing. Now, it might be temporary, but we'll have to see. 2025, Democrats, I mean, if Republicans are in the White House, Democrats likely will take back the governorship because it's going to be an open seat, and I don't know if there's going to be another Youngkin, and demographic change is going to continue. I don't know how much it's really going to play a role, maybe even 1 or 2%, but it adds up. Big Cost 81 says Virginia House odds have flipped. Ours back on track for 51. That is true. Okay. New Jersey. Nothing is new out of New Jersey. Like, we're waiting on New Jersey. It's insane. Alex Kambata said, could Ron DeSantis have a good shot at the presidency? He could win. I question his electability in the Rust Belt and his stances on past things. I think he's better suited to be at the state level, and I don't know if he's really that much of a fighter when it comes to standing up to things like Disney. And a lot of the people that like him, I just dislike significantly. But, I mean, compared to other Republicans in the country, he's probably a better option. And he is a good governor. I'm just saying that I really question his electability. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I question his electability. I know people are going to say, well, look at this. I mean, Virginia flipped with a more DeSantis-esque Republican, and it's like you're comparing apples to oranges here. I mean, presidential elections are different than off-year midterm elections. I mean, Republicans, rhinos in 2010 did better in the Rust Belt than Trump did in 2016. That doesn't really mean anything. I'm not calling Youngkin a rhino. Citarelli's kind of a rhino, but he kind of has to be. He's much better than like Larry Hogan, for example, who is governor of Maryland. But he's not really as conservative as Youngkin. He's better than like probably a good third to a half of Republican governors in the nation, like red states, though. I mean, look at Idaho, look at Alabama, look at Ohio. It's ridiculous. Garrett Wilt says if current margins hold out and the percentage reporting is accurate in each county, then Murphy nets 79-88 votes by math, not counting Salem County. Well, they have to be accurate, though. But, I mean, if that's true, I don't know. We'll see. 2 a.m. in Virginia? No, it's 1 a.m. 108. Chopper Rocker says New York City Council 48 has slipped first time in 100 years. I wonder if that's either a Hispanic area or like an Orthodox Jewish area, because Orthodox Jews heavily backing Republicans as of late. JT says Lieutenant Governor Sears called in several networks. MSN, DW call AG. Well, did they call Sears on here? I don't know. We'll have to see. But a big win for fundraising raffles. But I don't know why people are against sports betting. I don't get it. I really don't get why so many people are against sports betting. Literally, it doesn't make sense to me. Why can't you bet on sports? I mean, sports is like the one thing that I think betting on is like interesting and fun. I mean, it's not entirely a rigged system like a lot of like casino games are, and most people don't lose everything. Like, and there's not a whole lot to like a gambling addiction for betting $20 on a football game. I mean, literally fantasy football. They're against like now they're trying to put these initiatives against like FanDuel and DraftKings, and it's like it's ridiculous. It's not a gambling addiction. I don't even use. Actually, I think I bet one time on fantasy basketball this year, and that was the first time I used it since like February. And literally, I win most of the time. If you know what you're doing, it can be interesting. But I don't see a reason to ban sports betting. I think that there's far pressing issues. I think it was Chris Christie at a 2015 debate. He actually said it at a good point. Speaking about New Jersey, he's like, really, we're going to focus our energy on fantasy football. And it's so true. Like, why are we going to focus our energy on that? It's ridiculous. It really is. So, whatever. People are just coping. They're coping because they're bad at fantasy sports betting, or they don't do it, so they just wanna ban it. But it's literally, I don't understand. And also, this is another thing. Why do they want to have a special initiative when it comes to postseason college sports? But betting on college sports is fine, but you can't bet on the postseason. Like, what does that even make? Most people that bet, like, would rather bet on their March Madness brackets. I don't understand it. Whatever. Marshall Forward says, have you ever listened to Lord of Spirits? It's a biblical podcast run by two Eastern Orthodox priests. I'm not familiar with it, but keep in mind, I'm Oriental Orthodox, not Eastern, which is pretty similar but slightly different. So, let's see. By the way, when it comes to Trump's involvement here, I think Trump did a great job in Virginia. I think a lot of people are going to admit it, and I don't think that if he stayed quiet, rural Virginia would have turned out at the rate that he did. So we'll see. Nothing new out of New Jersey. Jack is up by, I think, 18,000 here? And here he's up by 13,000 with 83%. And this has it at 2.3 million. We're still waiting for Sussex County to update, by the way, which Murphy is not leading in. Trenton has votes that haven't come in yet. I mean, there are going to be votes that are going to favor Murphy, but I'd rather just have them update it right now than anything else. Yeah, Ohio. What about Ohio? Because we need to find the final margin. Because, yeah, we knew that Shontel Brown was going to win big. That's really beside the point. But Mike Carey came out. He won by 16 in Ohio's 15. And they're still counting ballots from what I understand. Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. But Ohio's 15th. If you look at it, and you see how much it voted for Trump. It voted for Trump by 14. So the end result on an off-year election, white working class area, not incumbent, actually an open seat, goes for the Republican by 17 points. It is only a 3-point shift, but I mean that's a good shift. I mean if the national environment shifts right by 3, you're going to see probably 20 flips in the House. Shout out to Chika Fujiwara for the super chat. But let's check the turnout in New Jersey. It's actually lower than what we're seeing in Virginia. And the populations in the states are pretty similar too. So CNN has the most votes counted for New Jersey. Jack's up by 1. I don't know. We'll have to see. It really depends. We're waiting. We're just waiting for more votes to come in. And if you guys have super chats, please send in the super chats because they keep the conversation going at a very minimum. But I am looking at chat and we're seeing what chat is saying. And we're going to have to see. But yeah, Virginia, there's more money spent, obviously, from what we see. But yeah, we had a good prediction in Virginia. Not so good in New Jersey. Because Jack seems to be outperforming expectations quite a bit. But, I mean, you look at places like Cumberland County. I mean, he's doing very well in southern New Jersey. He's doing very well up in the more Italian part. %84% in Decision Desk. That lead goes up. It's 19,000. So we'll have to see. Let's check the betting odds. Democrats probably increased, if anything, but yeah, not by much, though. But yeah, Doomers do take the L tonight, and I really, we'll have to see. Scott Greer had a good tweet. He said Youngkin will be inaugurated, and there will still be people on here warning about McAuliffe winning after 3 a.m. But the one thing I don't like is they're saying that Donald Trump, we have to move on. This is proof you have to move on from Trump. And Youngkin kept his distance from Trump, which he had to do for a state like Virginia, but he didn't run from Trump. I mean, he embraced him the way he should have embraced him for Virginia, and it paid off. But you couldn't tie him to Trump because Trump is, first of all, he's not going to be he's kind of like not in everybody's heads right now. He's not making waves. And honestly, when it comes to Trump's statements, are that many people, like ordinary people, are they really like foaming at the mouth at them? I don't think they're paying attention. Like Trump said what he said about Colin Powell. I thought it was kind of funny. He's just Trump being Trump, 2016 Trump, right? And literally, like, there was no media backlash. So I think Trump being off Twitter gives him a little bit more flexibility when it comes to that kind of thing. And I think if anything, he's going to improve his popularity. Maybe not now in some of these exit polls, but I think he will be favored in the popular vote against Biden. I think people that say he can't win are just wrong, but he's going to run is the thing. And if he doesn't run, he doesn't run, which it's up to him. Chris Holmes says, I wonder how many Dems will say Republicans. Yeah, well, they'll claim it. And you could talk about how Republicans just, fortified with magical ballots in Virginia or something like that. And literally the Democrats, or just everybody, are not really Democrats, but what I'm saying is you could say whatever you want. You're not going to be censored. I mean, there's people out there who thought Mitch McConnell just won or actually lost in a fair count in Kentucky on Twitter. They're not the ones getting 12 hours for saying that. But if you say maybe Trump, if somebody were to say hypothetically that Trump edged out like Wisconsin last fall, then they would be censored, which is ridiculous. Joshua Rhodes says Trump 2024 unless somehow before holding out hope, even if it sounds crazy. Yeah, no, please, not going to happen. But this is the turning point. This is the real energy shift. The energy has shifted indeed. And this is proof. Tracy Whalen says New Jersey has been flying under the radar. I feel like if it didn't, Jack may have had a better chance. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of Republicans were not super enthused to vote for him. Some people thought he was a rhino, but I mean, he sort of is. But I mean, it's New Jersey. Hold on, let's see here. We have a new super chat. Brick says, according to a Sussex resident, I know the mail-in votes are counted so far, and Jack will definitely have a lead over Phil. Well, he already has the lead, I think, in Decision Desk, doesn't he? I mean, all the votes are in. He leads 70-30 almost in Sussex. It's a huge lead. They haven't updated it on the New York Times yet, though, for some weird reason. Shout out to Jared Walsh for becoming a member. You guys can become members if you want. You don't really get that many perks other than the badges, which I think are the number one perk, and you have access to the archive of streams before the 2020 election. Also, you will get a Discord access if you're a YouTube member when the Discord is ready, which it pretty much is. And join the website too if you guys want. I mean, get extra videos that way when they start to come out, that is. Gary E. Barber says, I heard Terry McAuliffe's now dumpster diving in a cemetery. Look, well, he's not going to find any. I mean, if the media is calling it if the media, who's in bed with T-Mac, right, is calling it for Youngkin, it's over. I mean, I don't know how many votes are left to be reported. I mean, there probably are a few here and there. Oh, yeah, Chesterfield updated. Now it's at 141,000. And guess what? Youngkin's lead stayed the same exact lead that it was. It's over. It's done. It's literally done. BR, thanks for the super chat. All these New Zealanders. We like the New Zealanders. We like all the fans from all around the world, basically. But it's good to see. See, even though we're against globalism, the movement, in a way, is global. Mm-hmm. The movement for a sense of nationalism is present all throughout the West, and even in some non-Western countries as well, but a lot of the non-Western countries are already nationalist. It's ironic, but it's true. Clay Franklin says, Epic Night, Youngkin won without carrying Nova. Well, he didn't have to carry it. He didn't even get Loudon and Prince William within 10 at the end of the day, and he still won. Like, that's hilarious. Rich It says, Major White Pill, hopefully GOP sticks with election integrity efforts, though absolutely. Like, and don't let them psyop you into slacking off of that either. Like, that's important to note. Jeff Hamill says, this feels like the pre-Brexit election. Well, in a way, but keep in mind that Youngkin was favored to win beforehand. I just think a lot of people didn't believe it was going to happen. An eyebrow-raising win in the UK came before a historic loss for the Labour Party. Are we seeing the same here? Well, I mean, I think it's more comparable to Virginia election in 2017 for the Democrats, but in a way more, like, surprising, right? GDSD said, thanks for your work, bro. Trump W. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Nathaniel Hyde says, it's amazing that GOP won Virginia and are looking to make New Jersey close. Biden's legislative agenda is over, I think. Yeah, I get 2010 vibes. I get 2018 vibes, but reverse. I love to see it. I mean, we look at throughout the country. This was a horrible night for Democrats. Historically bad, by the way. Literally historically bad. Gary says TYT is blocking all negative comments on their feed. I actually was surprised they were streaming until now, but I'm not surprised. They have their mods. They do. I pity the people that get paid to delete people's comments that they disagree with. Like, I understand if you have a stream that has like 25 viewers or even maybe 100 and you want to take out the trolls, but literally, the people of a stream that have like tens of thousands of viewers that have to sit there and constantly hit delete, it's like, I really pity these people, but I almost can't feel bad for them because of how just awful they are. But yeah, let's see. Andrew B, thanks for the super chat. Okay, we'll have to see what's going on. Nothing is going on. Updated 11 minutes ago. They updated this 4 minutes ago. I'd rather check the betting odds and just see what they're saying, because their movement's more entertaining at this point, even though I know that they don't really mean anything. Tom Sav says, is Salem County in New Jersey a red county? Yes. It is. So that's going to come in probably net. I think it was supposed to net Jack 6,000 votes. Opinion on libertarianism, not a fan, although that there are elements of it that I do agree with, obviously, like opposition to gun control, like opposition to regulation. But libertarianism as a whole, I think, is careless. Although there are some paleo-libertarians that have some good ideas and are worth listening to. Youngkin outperforming the polls, not by much though. The polls were pretty dead on, believe it or not. They say Murphy's going to win by under 2, which I think is a massive win in and of itself. Matthew Clevenger says, how much of the Congress did the Republicans win in Virginia? Looks like they're going to take the House of Delegates. The Senate election is not up until 2023. I'm more libertarian when there's a Democrat in office. I will say that, and I think that's an interesting, political phenomenon that we see. Is that when your party tends to be in power, you want to get things done. Now, Republicans don't get things done. That's their problem. Steve B, thanks for becoming a member. And Democrats should be. I mean, if they were all on the same page, they get stuff done. They can't, which is pretty funny. Nathaniel Hyde says, any moderate Dem will think twice about voting for the progressive crap in Congress after tonight. They think twice if they want to keep their power. Yeah, and if they move right, they'll lose the progressive wing. And they're going to lose big as well in 2022. It's not going to save them. It's not going to save Biden if Biden moves right. It's not going to happen. It's literally not. So, yeah, we've been going live 7 hours. Well, I think that I took kind of a couple breaks in the election night stream. Or at least kind of let David take it over. But we'll have to see. But either way, it's interesting what's going on. But Youngkin got it done. Virginia now runs on Youngkin. The slogan became a reality. It's true. I don't know. I feel like tomorrow I'll release a video analyzing the results. I feel like the next day we're going to have to do Initial D Youngkin. Now, I don't know if anybody else is planning on doing it, but I'm going to do my own version, which everybody is more than welcome to make a version, but I'm going to do my own. Connor McFarland says, lol, did you see Edward Durr up in... Wait a minute. Is that... I think I've been owned again. I don't even know what that's like supposed to mean though. I'm not even going to focus on it. I'm not going to pay attention to that. Ryan Terrence's thoughts on Matt Walsh's tweet regarding a post-Trump GOP. I don't know what he said, but I kind of understand what it's going to be. That, the Republican Party's better without Trump. And, I mean, Trump being there helps, whether you like it or not. Without Trump, there wouldn't really be the Republican Party we see today. I mean, if you would have ran Marco Rubio in 2016 or Ted Cruz or whoever, more votes. Yep, they updated Sussex. But I'm saying that Trump revived the GOP. Now, is there something to be said about these people that, have no personality other than I like Trump? These, I guess you would say, boomer panderer types? Yeah, they need to go. And I'm going to do my next documentary is going to be on one of them who's running for office that is awful. But all in all, I will say that Trump in general has been a net positive. And I think that if you're thinking about pivoting to a DeSantis, I think you're just honestly falling in the hands of the establishment. I'm not saying DeSantis is a bad guy or that he's a bad governor or that he'd be a horrible candidate for president, but I'm saying that that's what they want to do, is they want to go back into that realm of things so they can get back to business as usual. And I'm not saying that Trump has to be the guy in the long run, but I'm saying that I don't really trust these people that are just so adamant to get rid of him, drop him like a hot potato, and they're going to cling on to this result and they're going to say that. But Jack's now up by 2, which more red votes are coming in, 82%. You love to see it. He's up by 2. Let's check the betting odds now. Okay, wait, that's not what I wanted to check. But a lot of more people are buying into Youngkin 1-2, which is interesting. But we'll see how much he holds on by. It's probably going to be close to 2 points, but maybe under. Some more votes are coming in, yeah. Comparing the counties is fun, but you just can't do it at this point because they're not really 100% in, all of them. But if Bergen really is 100% in and Jack won, that's huge. But, okay, Decision Desk is timing out. We're going to have to reset Decision Desk here. Let's see. Angel Hernandez is your position. Should we have a minimum wage? In an ideal world, no. But in the world we live in now, yes, I do. I don't think that it should be like a national thing. I think it should be set by locality. But all in all, I believe we should have a minimum wage, yeah. What should it be nationally? I don't know. I think it should be local, actually. I think a local minimum wage is probably the way to go, if anything. Will there be a blue dump in Passaic? I don't know. We'll have to see. Let me check. Maybe if there's 57% in. Chrome isn't running out of memory. Like, cache is cleared, from what I understand, consistently. So Salau Boss says New Jersey will flip red. Mark my word, thanks to Joe. Well, yeah, I can't see that happening in the long run. Tonight was the night, and I don't know. 83% in, it's staying red, so that's good news. They have it at 85 in Decision Desk, 2.3 million, so, and they actually have Jack up by 2,000 votes. So, I mean, you're seeing a very tight election here. This is a very tight race. How is Don Jr. still on Twitter? Well, Don Jr. is not his father. I mean, it's true. I mean, they can't ban everybody related to Trump. Yeah, actually, Passaic did flip blue. John Cream says, you mean moving away from the guy that got 25% more votes in his second election than his first? Matt Walsh taking that L. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. I'm going to push back a little bit on the fact of the 25% more. I mean, that's true, but they changed the election laws to inflate turnout either way. And I feel like if Trump were to run again, he probably would get even more than that, even if he lost by a wider margin, because more people are turning out in our elections. Is in general, some of it may be artificially inflated due to election law changes and things like that. But yeah, Matt Walsh, I don't think is entirely right. F. Rodriguez 832 says, got to go catch some Z's, but thanks for your work, Eagle. Well, appreciate it. Make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe to the channel for sure. We are still going. We have 5,000 people. 230,000 have stopped by tonight. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for stopping by. Murphy leads by 150? Really? Oh, he does. Okay, so he finally took the lead with 86% reporting. Now, where are the votes coming in from is the question. Where are they coming from? Union is 84% in. Yeah, they're coming in from Newark. And he's getting, I mean, Jack is getting like 26% in Newark. Trump got 21. That's not a big enough improvement. I mean, the improvement is there, but it's not big enough. Bergen, Murphy is the lead there. I mean, that is a pretty big improvement, but it's not. I don't think it's that enough. So, Tom Saff says Jack took a 44,000 lead over Murphy. We just kind of showed that that's not the case. So I can't agree that I'm optimistic Jack's going to win. I think that it's pretty evident that Murphy's going to probably edge it out. He now leads by 4 with 91%. Or wait, no, hold on. Wait, no, he leads by less than 1. He actually leads by like 200 votes. But it's going to be close. It's going to be close at the end of the day. So that's good. And we'll see what happens. So I think it's going to be like a 3-point win for Murphy. We'll see. Rob says I was gone for 3 hours. Yeah, everybody called Virginia. Fox did. Everybody did. New York Times did. AP did. Everybody. Youngkin, I think, declared victory, too. IWD says people out here trying to demoralize the right, claiming Youngkin controlled opposition, and this is attempt. Yeah, though those people are grifters, and they should be thrown out of the movement because they're not being helpful. Now, I agree. Youngkin is not perfect, obviously, but he's going to be governor of Virginia. He's not going to be king of America, okay? Like, let's get real, guys. Susie says, it's been a great night. Thanks for your insights. Well, I appreciate it. We know what's going to happen. I mean, New Jersey, we knew what was going to happen all night long. But the fact that it took until 86% of the vote in to get a small lead in New Jersey should tell us everything. Republicans won Texas, outperformed in Texas, Ohio, statewide in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and not New Jersey, Virginia. New Jersey, they led until 86% of the vote was in. Like, come on, guys. Come on. Good night overall, and I think this might be a better time to end the stream. I mean, viewership has dropped significantly. I mean, that's not the only reason why I'm ending it, because it is late. I know it's like 1 o'clock on the East Coast, 1:30 actually, 1:35. So this might be time to end it, but this was a very good night, very good stream, and I'd encourage people to like the stream and subscribe before you guys go. I make good videos. I make good analysis videos, commentary videos, so make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. And I will see you guys tomorrow with a video. So we'll have to see. But New York Times, if Jack wins, it would be a miracle, but it's going to happen off screen. So it's probably going to be Murphy's by 3, which is better than I expected. But either way, it's been a great night, guys. Doomers take the L. Thanks for joining. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you guys tomorrow. So, Red Eagle, out.